We begin a brave new world here at ESPN in 45 minutes. Sunday Night Football, all the games, Oakland at Kansas City, but in just a matter of seconds. NFL Primetime, a show you might have heard of. Who are the leaders of the pack on week one of NFL Primetime? Some say it's the raw talent of the Vikings and the Bucs. Barry begs to differ. It's a new beginning for some, a return to form for another, and the rebirth of the young and the Rice. These young guns made their professional debut, and say it ain't so. Was the ball bouncing Ditka's way? Would Cordell be a victim in the Ravens' new house? All eyes on a thriller between the Bears and Jags, and mayhem at the Meadowlands, skins at each other's throats. All this on NFL Primetime. Again, everybody, and welcome to NFL Primetime. Hootie and the Blowfish, singular. Chris Berman along with Tom Jackson.
Am I the Blowfish?
Yes, well, yes, you are. And I tell you what, we never had, Tommy, a week one in which we've had 10 of 15 games through the Monday night are divisional games. Very important week one and some very wild and intriguing finishes. We begin week number one of kickoff weekend 98 at a brand new venue. Oh, officially it's called Ravens Stadium at Camden Yards. But after an undefeated preseason, the Baltimore Ravens are thinking onward and upward, even though today's foe, the four-time AFC Central defending champion Pittsburgh Steelers. Here we go from what we're going to call from now on the Big Crab Cake. As we roll it from Baltimore, packed house. And Rod Woodson, now a Raven, first time against his longtime team, the Pittsburgh Steelers. 3-3 second quarter, Jim Harbaugh pressure by Carnell Lake. Harbaugh goes down. Ted Marchibroda concerned. He should be. Harbaugh leaves the game with a hyperextended right ring finger. He would not return. Eric Zier played from then on in. Matt Smokey Stover missed 3 field goals in the game. Marchibroda knows that Stover's hit only one of his last 9 regular season field goals, dating obviously back to last year. Fourth quarter, Pittsburgh has now extended a lead at 13-3, and Cordell Stewart rolls right, hits Charles Fairweather Johnson with a 19-yard touchdown, 20-3. Now watch this play with the score 20-6. Richard Huntley almost fumbles the pitch from Stewart, but then Huntley looking to make the move, and he could go all the way. But Dwayne Starks, what?
Great play by Dwayne Starks, knocking the ball out from behind, touchback for the Baltimore Ravens.
Good night, Chet. Good night, David. Under 40 seconds left. It's a 20-13 game, and Josh Miller with a pressure punt. The Ravens thinking return, but he pins him deep with a 68-yard punt inside the 5. Bill Cowher says, good job. And after the game, well, after the game, he hugged Rod Woodson. You're going to have to trust me on it. And the Steelers beat the Ravens by the count of 20-13. So one thing that Bill Cowher's Steelers have not been able to do is get off the ball very well. Eric Red at 72 yards for Baltimore. They've not come out of the gates in the 5 years previous to this. The Cowher Steelers have won only one of the last 5 opening day games. And this time, after a shootout in this park last year, well, not in this park, but at Baltimore last year, the defense took matters in their own hands.
Well, oftentimes we know that the defense will have to carry the offense early on in the season, and that was the case today for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Cordell Stewart only threw for 114 yards. Jerome Bettis ran for 41 yards, and yet LaVon Kirkland and company, and LaVon Kirkland led the Steelers in tackling with 8 solos. At 3-3 at halftime, you still feel like you have a chance to get away with a win even in the other team's ballpark, and that's exactly what the Steelers did today.
Yeah, I mean, Bettis, you said 41 yards.
41 yards.
Only 41, but Pittsburgh wins the game. Something they have not done. Bill Cowher decided to ditch the beard. Good move, Bill. I think this is the way for you to go this year. When we return, Lamar Smith, Saints, Rams, a surprise in St. Louis. We're not talking Mark McGuire. Mark Winnell knocked down. The Bears tried to knock him out. They upset the Jaguars.
Prime Time is brought to you by Conseco, where our goal is to help you protect wealth, create wealth for life.
Jaguars at the Bears. Headlines in Chicago said 0-16 this season. This fan's not believing that. They were smelling upset. Glenn Milburn just picked up last couple of weeks from the 12-yard line on a kickoff. His team down 7-3. Luck gets the play, almost gets past Mike Hollis, but actually, he does get past Mike Hollis. I don't get it. 88-yard touchdown. Tom, did they miss something?
Well, take another look at it. You can see that Mike Hollis obviously hits Glenn Milburn on the right leg right there, forcing him down. The official missed it. He got up and scored a touchdown.
17-13, Jacksonville, the fourth quarter. Curtis Enos was impressive. Enos on the day at 77 yards, including runs like this, as he bowled over tackles at 20-17. Third and goal with under 4:20 to go. The Bears can go ahead by 10 points. They fake the handoff. Eric Kramer pressured, incomplete to Alonzo Mays, so they get a field goal to go up by 6, and you can smell what's going to happen. Just more than a minute to go in the game. Mark Brunell is hot. He's leading his team on a long drive. That was a 3rd and 2, complete to Keenan McCardell. Then Brunell on 3rd and goal with 33 seconds to go hits Jimmy Smith. 24-23 Jaguars. The Bears do get the ball back. Eric Kramer was going to hit Curtis Conway to the 47 to gain of 15 yards. Do we have it in our leg, Jeff Jager? 60-yarder. Now look, with 5 seconds to go, Tom, what about a 7-yard out pattern in 3 seconds to give him a 50-50 yard?
You're certainly looking for a gain in between the 40 and the 35-yard line. You line up and kick, try at least attempt that 52-yard field goal in lieu of the Hail Mary.
Well, Abe must have felt there was 5 seconds left, and I can't trust that we're going to get out of bounds and get a good clock snap, and you understand what he was thinking about. But as you look at the replay, and everyone can be a Monday morning quarterback,
yes,
it looked like he might have had some room. However, the Bears play valiantly, but the Jaguars win 24-23. What do you see for them as many people are touting them for a Super
Key
Bowl?
statistic right there, 26 carries, 115 yards for James Stewart. They get that kind of balance in their passing running attack. They will be awfully tough to beat.
We are very excited here at ESPN because for the first time in our history, we have all of the Sunday night football games, and we begin with one of the venerable rivalries dating back to all the way to the American Football League. The Oakland Raiders against the Kansas City Chiefs, although in recent times, i.e. the 90s, the Chiefs have owned it. Rivalry's great. The newest member of our crew, or one of the new members of our crew, Solomon Wilcots.
Thanks, Chris. You know, lately this rivalry has been more one way than anything else. Since Marty Schottenheimer arrived here in Kansas City, his Chiefs have won 15 of their last 18 games against the Raiders. Last year in Oakland, Andre Rison's spectacular touchdown catch added yet another dramatic chapter to an already storied rivalry. Talking to Marty Schottenheimer, he says big plays have become his team's trademark for beating the Raiders.
I think maybe the other thing probably has been the giveaway-takeaway ratio. Our ability to hang on to the ball and not give it away versus what we can do taking it away has probably been as significant as anything.
Now tonight, the Chiefs will be without their 2 starting defensive ends, John Browning and Chester McLaughlin. McLaughlin underwent successful back surgery yesterday. We're told it is not season-ending, but there is no word yet as to when he will be back. Now, on the offensive side of the ball, wide receiver Derek Alexander has been deactivated. Tonight, at the tender age of 35, John Gruden will make his NFL debut. He's trying to become the first Raider head coach to win here at Arrowhead Stadium since 1988. Chris?
Sunday Night Report is brought to you by Coors Brewing Company and your local Coors distributor, who reminds you to be responsible. 21 means 21.
When we return on NFL Primetime, Kevin Green and the Panthers trying to beat the Falcons, and a big game at the Meadowlands. No Seahorn. Could the Giants DB step up? To the soft underbelly of the NFC West. Game 1, Atlanta at Carolina. Kerry Collins, bad year last year, good year the year before, trying to come back with Ray Buchanan from
Louisville.
Takes the interception off the bounce off of Mark Carrier. Then Chris Chandler, Tony Martin. Expect this duo, Tom,
Well,
all
you see
year.
him down the middle for a 35-yard hookup on the post, and then moving to the outside, coming in on the post again to Martin.
Then Chandler looking for Terrence Mathis, and chances are it's 11-yard touchdown. Chandler, a 92-yard drive at 6.5 minutes. And Atlanta in business. However, Kevin Green meant business back in Carolina.
Well, Kevin Green working against rookie Ephraim Salam here. You're going to see him use the outside move. There he is again, turning the corner. Does a great job of once he gets around the corner, coming to the outside, and there he uses the power move setup.
However, Chandler holds in the short pass to work like running back Jamal Anderson, breaks for a first down, and then Chandler, the rookie Tim Dwight, not Dwight Clark, but Tim Dwight. 44-yard touchdown. The Falcons lead by 9, 16-7. Go on to win it 19-14. Hey, Chris Chandler, when he finishes games last year for Atlanta, they won like, it was like 3 out of every 4, 6-2 or something to that percentage. He threw for 268 yards. Collins did throw for 270. Despite the 6 sacks, Atlanta gets the win. They were a good team late last year. They start off with a win this year. Saints at the Rams in St. Louis. All eyes were not on Mark McGuire in St. Louis. Dick Vermeil, 7 for 7, lifetime against the Saints. Gerald Moore, though, stripped by Leroy Glover. Joe Johnson signed the other day, punches in the pay card. He's ready. Touchdown. 7-0 Saints. Now it's 17-0 Saints in the second quarter. Billy Joe Hobart will dump to Lamar Smith. Watch them. 1, 2, 3, 4. Number 22, Billy Jenkins. Get out of here. Keith Lyles, get out of here. What a great run. 35 yards off the pass from Hobart. 24-0 the Saints. However, the news not all good for Hobart and the Saints. Matter of fact, pretty bad. Ruptured right Achilles, likely out for the season. Werfel had to finish up. Tony Banks. Hail Mary. They can't even get this off, Tom. Sacked by Leroy Glover and Wayne Martin. Mike Ditka beats Dick Vermeil. Final 24-17. The Rams, the silencing of the Rams continued as they fumbled 5 times. Gerald Moore fumbled 3 of those times. Not going to win too many games if you fumble it 5 times, as you see some of the other stats from the game. And team rushing yards, not exactly ground chuck. Seahawks and Eagles. Ricky Running Waters returns to Philly where the Boo Birds were out, this time as a member of the Seahawks. Boone with the pitch to Waters. It's a 9-yard gain of 16 for 67 yards. Not stellar, but solid. 3rd and 9 in the first quarter. Bobby Hoying. Oh, no. Oh, no, Hoying. His former Ohio State teammate, Sean Springs, 42-yard touchdown for Dennis Erickson. 7-0 Seahawks. Hoying hit by Michael Sinclair. Hit by a whole gas station. Ball knocked free. Sam Adams, good lager beer, falls on the ball. Next play, Moon. Joey Galloway, 25 yards. Warren throws the TD, 14-0 the Seahawks. And then they can bring the heat, Tom, with the lead.
Well, big lead. Pressure brought to bear on Bobby Hoying here. You see Michael Sinclair with the sack. And then we're going to see the pressure come from Darren Smith, the linebacker. Had an outstanding day. And you see how quickly that pressure came. Hoying had no chance to look downfield.
Former Eagle, you see the 9 sacks by the Seahawks. He had 12 tackles. He had 2 sacks. He had a fumble recovery to Darren Smith. And then Amon Green into the end zone. Now, he doesn't start. Waters starts, but the rookie Amon Green had exactly 100 yards. Waters added 67. And the Seahawks give the Eagles their worst opening day defeat ever. 38-0. Galloway caught 6 for 142. And they got tired of booing Ricky Waters there. They did boo the whole Eagle team. And in one way, it was disgraceful for the Eagles.
Yes,
the other way,
yes.
maybe Seattle is finally coming. They do have talent on both sides of the ball.
We talked about teams that made some wholesale changes over the course of the season. The Seahawks were one of those teams. They now have some balance with Ricky Waters in that backfield. Most of his 67 yards came early on. That helped to give them the big lead. A great deep receiver in Joey Galloway and one of the better deep throwers in the history of this game in Warren Moon. New offensive line has been supplemented. I think that this is going to be a team that we can't judge this because I think that the Eagles are not a very good team to judge it against. But they certainly look like they are capable, the Seahawks, of putting a lot of points on the board. And that makes it easy for your defense to play.
If you're the Eagles personnel department, right now you got to think of Glenn Fry.
That's right.
Don Henley, Timothy B. Schmidt, Don Felder, Joe Walsh, maybe even Randy Meissner. They had more hits than the Eagles defense did today. When we return on NFL Primetime. The Oilers, Eddie George. Could they win at Cincinnati? And Brett Favre. Could the Packers start their march to the 3rd straight Super Bowl divisional game against the Lions? Following NFL Primetime. Oilers and the Bengals in the AFC Central. Neil O'Donnell gets the call, not Jeff Blake, for Bruce Coslett and the Bengals. O'Donnell, this is a Blake-like lob. It's out of the screen. Time to Darnay Scott. 7-3 Bengals. They 23-yard play. O'Donnell loved it. Dave Craig played the second half because Steve McNair hurt his elbow at the end of the first half, did not return. Oilers lead 10-7. Craig will be 40 next month. Hits Yancey's Steak Pen down to the 37-yard line, setting up.
We often talk about moving the line of scrimmage. Brad Hopkins, Bruce Matthews, and Kevin Long here. A great job of moving that defensive front, making it easy for Eddie George to get a short carry into the end zone.
Craig all smiles as he should be. Now it's 17-7 Bengals on the next drive. Remember Corey Dillon at 248 yards against the Oilers at Synergy Field last year? They held him under 100, but the Bengals now cut to 3. Hit 87 yards on this day. Oilers next possession, they're up 3, remember, 17-14. Craig looks for their big free agent pickup, Yancey Thickman. Look at the arm on Dave Craig.
And what a great catch.
53 yards sets up a field goal by Al Del Greco with 3 pretty long ones before he hit the crossbar and won 20-14. 4.5 to go. O'Donnell sacked by Josh Evans. 4th down, so doesn't matter if it's grounding or whatever. Jeff Fisher is pumped. John Carter, he hardly played. He broke his left wrist, kind of tripping down, catching a pass out 8 to 12 weeks. I'm going to make this call right now. You saw Seattle, you see Tennessee. These are 2 teams on the move in the AFC. Remember, Tennessee's going to play in front of packed houses this year. They hope in Nashville that'll make a big difference. Hey, last year, the New York Football Giants went from last to first in the NFC East. Washington spent a lot of money on Dana Stubblefield and company to try and get the top spot away from the Giants. Conrad Hamilton is torched by Gus Farrat to Leslie Shepard. Hamilton starting at corner for the injured Jason Sehorn, 10-10 at the half. But the Giants say, hey, Hamilton's a good player. Wait till you see. And you saw it right there on a ridiculous throw by Farrat. Hamilton grabs it. And better than Alexander Hamilton on a $10 bill. He's down to the 3-yard line, setting up a touchdown by Charles. Get out of my way, 17-10. Farrat left would come back, but he wished he didn't. Here's Strahan.
Well, look at Michael Strahan, defensive end. Look at him get back in coverage on Jamie Asher, the tight end. Has the great hands and makes his way into the end zone.
What a great play by Strahan, the Pro Bowl defensive end, playing the defensive, almost like a linebacker, Tommy. 24-10. It's 14 straight games the Giants have had at least 2 takeaways. That includes the playoff loss last year. Gus Farrat, now you saw the arguing going on before with Patton. And you see Farrat is knocked out, would not return. 8 sacks for the Giants defense. Trent Green, first NFL action. It looks like he's been there for 3 years. To Michael Westbrook, 62 yards down to the 4. Setting up a touchdown, makes it 24-17, the Giants. Green, down 14 again, hit Steven Alexander. It's now 31-24 with 11 to go. Last chance for the Skins, now under a minute to go. Green, they said his arm went, but that's a play Meadowlark Lemon used to use with the Globetrotters. They said his arm went forward. Norv Turner. This is the game they had to win to get it started, as they're the preseason favorites in the NFC East. But the Giants beat the Redskins 31-24, and I think Jim Fossil has a hang on things.
Well, pretty formidable game plan. We're going to run the ball. We're going to take the pressure off the quarterback. Look for the turnovers from the defense. They play a solid game with a solid game plan.
8 sacks by the G-men. When we return, Barry Sanders, could he make it 15 straight 100-yard games? He'd have to do it at Lambeau. Randy Moss, welcome to the NFL. Wait till you see his debut against the Bucs. Welcome back to NFL Primetime. Last year, our favorite division, the NFC North, sent 4 teams to the playoffs. Bucs and Vikings, they played today. And the Lions at the Packers, they played today on the not-yet-frozen tundra of Lambeau Field. Dorsey Levens, protracted holdout, back this week. What kind of shape would he be in? Well, Mike Holmgren and Brett Favre wanted to find out very early. Minimal gain. Levens, workmanlike, carried the ball plenty, but Dorsey was having trouble moving. 5 carries, 19 yards in the first quarter, 25 for 59 for the game. As for Barry Sanders, he had 100 yards twice against the Pack last year. Heck, he had 100 yards against everybody starting with week 3 last year. But Buddy Holiday, number 90, remember that name, Tom? What a great first-round pick he's been. And Barry, early on, got a slow start. Only had 17 carries for 70 yards for the game. 3-0 Packers, 4th and inches. Bobby Ross is going to gamble, and what a gamble this is. Not only does Scott Mitchell not get a first down, Leroy Butler could go all the way. Are you kidding me? On 4th and 1, we give up a touchdown. 10-0 Pack.
Yeah, and give credit to Santana Dotson, spot shadowed right there. He gets great penetration between the guard and the center, stops Scott Mitchell's forward progress, and then forces the fumble.
And what a great first half for Leroy Butler. Look at this. It's going to be a touchdown to Johnny's Morton, and Butler breaks it up. They settle for a field goal to the Lions, 17-6 at the half. Now, last play of the third quarter. Watch Terry Fair, number 1 draft pick. Look at him go. He could go all the way. Pat Terrell not going to get him. Touchdown! 101 yards, 24-19. Now, They switch because it's the beginning of the fourth quarter. So the kickoff is going to go the same way. This is the next play, Roel Preston.
Yeah, and you see very few guys for the Lions holding their lanes, and Preston takes advantage of it.
Oh, does he take advantage? He twists, he turns, and he could go all the way. Back-to-back kickoff returns for touchdowns. This goes 100 yards, and the Packers go on to beat the Lions 38-19. Last time we saw that was in the 80s with Atlanta and San Francisco, as Joe Cribbs had one of them for the Niners. At any rate, here are your numbers. Herman Moore caught 9 for 100, but an odd on 4th and 1. They give up a touchdown the other way, so the Pack won 28 straight now at Lambeau. Bucks and the Vikings. Randy Moss, 19 teams passed him, maybe because they're afraid he wears gloves off his helmet like that. 3rd and goal in the first quarter. 4 wideouts. Brad Johnson and Chris Carter, all he does?
Catch touchdown.
7-0 Vikings. By the way, you're about to see Brad Johnson's injury last year. He's ready to go. Trent Dilfer to Mike Allstott. Normally you're in good hands with Allstott, but not on this day. It's a penalty. John Randall recovers. Dennis, look at Dennis. Got to give him the nod. Inspiration for all of us. Slim on the sideline. Johnson, Randy Moss, first quarter. Welcome to the NFL, and what a catch, Tom. 48 yards, he keeps his eye on the football.
He does a great job here as he makes a move on Floyd Young inside and then back out, but he never breaks that stride. And then the great hands here, reaches over Floyd, pulls the ball in, and look at the smoothness as he goes out the back of the end zone.
This time, Johnson for Moss in the second quarter. That's a rainbow. That's against double coverage. 21-0. The Vikes on a 31-yard TD.
Again, Donnie Abraham this time. Watch the stride as he goes by. He realizes he has the angle, uses his height, and those long arms, goes out and gets the ball.
Last year on this field, Mike Allstott had the greatest one-yard run in the history of the NFL. On 3rd and 1, you're in good hands with all. On 3rd and 2, you're in good hands with all. On 3rd and 1, as the entire Viking team tackles him, you're in good hands with all. Vikings ganging up on Mike Allstott, 7 carries for just 12 yards. Third quarter, Bucks driving, though, finally. On the 6th, Trent Dilfer rolls right. Decides to tuck it and go for the end zone. Takes the first hit, but boom, there it is. A thigh bruise. He stayed in to throw a touchdown, but left after that, did not return, and Steve Walsh came in there, went to deep passing game. 24-7, the Vikes in the fourth quarter. Johnson to Chris Carter, all he does?
Catch touchdown.
That's a great throw. That's a great footwork. 4 TDs for Brad Johnson, and they are just getting started, those Viking receivers. Vikings win it over the Buccaneers, 31-7. Moss, 4 catches for 95 yards. Now, Tommy, we've seen the 4 playoff teams in the Norris. I mean, after one game, it's hard to add everything up, but wow, Minnesota undefeated preseason. They keep on rolling, and the Pack look like they haven't missed that many beats.
And I think we know that Tampa Bay and Detroit will both bounce back, but the 2 teams that had to hold serve at home, the Green Bay Packers and the Minnesota Vikings, did exactly that. I think for the Vikings, you saw the weapons at their disposal. Robert Smith in the running game, who gives them some balance. You're going to have a tremendous weapon in Randy Moss because of Reed and Chris Carter. He will receive a lot of single coverage. And then in Green Bay, you have the 3-time MVP. I don't think there was much doubt that Green Bay was going to do some positive things on the football field, and they're going to be right in the middle of a playoff chase.
Well, you point out, I mean, Minnesota did this. I know the yardage wasn't that much, but they're scoring on these big plays against a pretty formidable defense.
That defense is one of the better defenses in the league, and I think when we consider the fact that they made it look pretty easy putting the points up today, it's going to be pretty interesting to watch them if they can stay healthy. And I think that's the key, staying healthy.
Well, as we go inside the numbers, Tommy, take a look at what the defense we're talking about. The Vikings now, we showed you the 4 touchdown passes for Brad Johnson. And against a Buccaneer defense that last year averaged giving up about 16 points a game. They had 44 sacks on the year. Today, they gave up 31 points. They had only 1 sack. The key is they gave up 13 touchdown passes all last year. They gave up 4 today. Wow.
Inside the Numbers is brought to you by Visa, the official card of the NFL. It's everywhere you want to be. www.visa.com.
When we return, the late games, and what good late games we had. Jerry Rice back in the saddle with Steve Young, an overtimer, Niners and the Jets. Ryan Leaf's debut for the Chargers against the Bills. In Indianapolis, Peyton Manning made his debut for the Colts.
Matt, NFL 99. EA Sports. It's in the game.
Elvis is in the building. Elvis Gerback and the Chiefs hoping this is their Super Bowl year. They start against divisional rival Oakland at the top of the hour on Sunday Night Football. The old look Jets against the perennial Super Bowl contending Niners look. And when Jerry Rice is on your team, Bill Parcells knows that look. Bill Parcells has won a couple of games as coach of a other New York team at Candlestick Park. Steve Young to Jerry Rice. Welcome back together, guys. 16 yards, 178 games. Jerry has at least one catch. This game had so much action, we're going to have to move ahead to the third quarter, tied at 17 all. Glenn Foley. Oh, he looks so confident. To Keyshawn Johnson, 22 yards, 24-17. Gets Keyshawn got his first trip in the end zone on the day. 4th and 1 at the 14 for the Niners. Young to Jerry Rice. Makes a fake on Ray Slim Mickens, and he's in the end zone. But they missed the extra point. Makes it a 24-23 lead. A trail for Steve Mariucci and company. Jets field goal makes it 27-23. J.E. hitting those beautiful old unis. Steve Young to J.J. Stokes. He outjumps Kevin Williams. He outgains him by 4 inches. As they stand toe-to-toe, it's 30-27 the Niners. 33 seconds left. 4th and 10. Own 46. Jets down 30-27. Foley to Dedrick Ward. 22 yards. A place down. That sets up John Hall. He oats one. 31 yards. It's good. We're tied at 30. Overtime at 3.com Park. Overtime after a Jets punt on their own 4-yard line. Now, wait a minute. Garrison first. All right, look at the Hurst. Makes the cut at the midfield stripe. Shakes a tackler. Stiff-armed earlier. Could go all the way. Can you imagine? You pin them on their own 4. 96 yards for a touchdown. Garrison Hurst. And the Niners beat the Jets in a wild game. 36-30, despite 415 yards passing for Glenn Foley, the first 400-yard game for a Jet quarterback since '86. Kenny O'Brien. Young, a Hartwell day. 363 yards throwing. 26 of 46. Rice, 6 for 86.
Yeah, and I thought the most surprising thing was the efficiency of the offensive line for the San Francisco 49ers, kind of a makeshift offensive line. Today they did a good job of protecting Steve Young. They did a good job of creating some running lanes.
Tommy was the debut for the top 2 picks in the draft. Peyton Manning's NFL debut. His father, Archie, was still playing in the NFL when Dan Marino began his career in '83. Manning to starving Marvin Harrison at the Big Horseshoe as the Colts complete a 42-yard play, leads to a 51-yard field goal. We're tied at 3. Still second quarter. Marino to Oronde Gadsden. That's that famous hookup. It's not Duper or Clayton. It's Marino to Gadsden. It's 10-3 Miami.
Yeah, and a great job by Gadsden of stopping his momentum, coming back, focusing on the ball, allowing the DB to run by it, making a great catch, and then finding his way into the end zone. Great power, great effort.
Later in the second quarter, Jim Mora. Well, he's going to get more from Manning, but they're going to make plays like this. T-Buck, Terrell Buck. And there's Archie in the seats. And can only hang his head. Peyton in the first half, 6 of 10 for 85 yards and an INT. Dolphins capitalize. If I may call you Kareem Abdul-Jabbar with a 4-yard run, 17-3 Miami. In the third quarter, here come the Colts. And Manning, it's starving Marvin Harrison for a first down on 3rd and 6. Manning, Jerome Pathon, the next draft pick of the Colts. You get used to these names over the years. On a penalty on Miami, then Manning to Marshall Faulk, can't hang on to it. Darrell Gardner, the lineman, picks it off, and Manning's second interception of the day. 17-9 Miami in the fourth quarter. T-Buck again does the job deep in Colt territory, and he does one better, scoring a touchdown himself, and the Dolphins going to win it 24-15, despite the fact that Marino threw for 135 yards only, but they ran the balls. Jabbar had a 100-yard day. Peyton's final numbers will go in the books as pretty good. 21 of 37, 302, but he was picked 3 times. He does not win. Could Ryan Leaf win in his first start for San Diego at the Murph against the Buffalo Bills? Bruce Smith, knee acted up during warm-ups on the sideline. A big break for Leaf. Scoreless first quarter, first snap. Fumble! Natron Means falls on it. Well, there'll be better days. Leaf much better days, like this. To Brian Still. Oh, they're high on him, and look at the separation, Tom. 67 yards down to the 5-yard line. 2 plays later. Leap. Ooh, a pretty fade to Brian Still. Touchdown. 10-0, the Bolts. First play for Buffalo after the TD, Rob Johnson. Sandwich between Norman Hand and John Perella. Mild concussion. Doug Flutie, who hasn't played in the NFL for 8 years, 9 months, and 3 days. And give me the helmet, I'll chuck the hat. Bills down 10-0. Flutie, second possession. Andre Reed. Touchdown. Reed passes Don Maynard for 7th on the all-time yardage list. First TD pass for Flutie since October 15th, 1989. 13-7 San Diego. This is vintage Doug Flutie.
Well, how exciting a quarterback he is. He has that ability to scramble, get out of the pocket, create offense. I think that excites his teammates as well.
Chargers up 16-14. Flutie, 4th and 24. Where's Phelan when you need him? Well, Terrence Shaw. Yes, that's pass interference on Quinn Early. Shaw gets flagged, and the Bills are within field goal range. Steve Christie. Oh, no. For Buffalo, a new one. Wide left. Christie missed a short field goal earlier. He missed a long one then. He's normally dependable. But Ryan Leaf becomes only the 5th quarterback since the merger who started in week 1 as a rookie out of 17 to win. The first quarterback to start as a rookie in week 1 since Jerry Goldstein for the Giants beat Washington in 1977. Actually, Manning's numbers are better than Leaf's. Leaf wins the game. How do we rate these guys in their first game?
I think they both had some bright spots, but there are no quick ways to success in the NFL as a rookie quarterback. You're going to face some coverages that you have not seen, some blitz packages that will put a little fear into you. You have to keep getting up and making things happen, and I think that both of these kids are going to go through their growing pains, and maybe by mid-season, we can begin to appraise where they're going to be at the end of the first year, not down the road.
Tell you what, though, excitement in both Indianapolis and San Diego because
Yes.
relief is on the way. When we return, we're not done yet. Prime time on Prime Time. Deion Sanders and the Cowboys at home against the Cardinals. Time continues. The Dallas Cowboys have not won a football game of any sort since November 16th last year. 5 of the regular season, 5 in the preseason. But the Chan Gailey era begins at home against Arizona. And hey, maybe they were the cat that ate the canary. Aikman, Troy hits Ernie Mills over the middle. One of the Mills brothers, 30 yards, 14 of the Cowboys. Jake Plummer, the snake, gets blindsided by Herbin McCormick. It's a fumble, and the Cowboys recover. 14-0 Dallas at the half. Plummer lobs to Rob Moore with a sliding catch, 27 yards. 6 plays later, 3rd and goal from the 2. Plummer. Well, he can create, but it's a little high to Frank Sanders. Jake says, Cards have to settle for the field goal. 3rd and 9. Aikman to Ernie Mills, down to the 18-yard line. Next play, Emmitt Smith takes the handoff. Cuts upfield, 15 yards down to the 3. Emmitt got a big block on the play, Tom.
Yeah, watch Larry Allen get outside on linebacker Patrick Sapp, and he doesn't quit until he puts him down on the ground, creates a great lane for Emmitt Smith to get down to the 3-yard line.
2 plays later, Aikman rolls right. He's going to take it himself. 21-3 Dallas. Chan Gailey. 1 game, 1 win. Good guy in a tough spot, but his Cowboys certainly begin for him well. 38-10. Aikman, 2 rushing touchdowns, 2 passing touchdowns. As Plummer had 166 yards, Emmitt ran for 122 yards as Dallas won it.
Primetime Players is brought to you by 1-800-COLLECT, the easy way to save.
My game ball goes to Glenn Foley, the 4th most passing yards ever on opening day. 30 of 58, 415, 3 touchdown passes, only 1 pick, and a great-looking old-time uniform.
And mine goes to Brad Johnson. The only number you need to look at is the second one right there. 4 touchdowns on the first weekend of the season.
Thanks for watching NFL Primetime. For Tom Jackson, I'm Chris Berman. Enjoy Sunday Night Football with Mike Patrick and the gang in Kansas City. Thanks, Chris. Saints Last year, Danny Werfel started 2 games. The Saints were shut out in both. He's playing because Billy Joe Hobart out for the year. And look at this. Deshaun Dawkins on the slant. And he can't go all the way. 64 yards, 7-0 Saints. Just 59 seconds in. No more shutout. Dom Capers saying to Doug Evans, watch.
Well, you see Doug Evans giving about a 10-yard cushion to Dawkins. He doesn't make a good break on the ball. A slow break comes in at too shallow of an angle, and Dawkins is off to the races.
Second quarter, 10-7. Saints carry Collins. Back foot to Muhsin Muhammad, who had a big game along the sidelines into the end zone, 17-10. Panthers have the lead. Muhammad caught 9 for $192. Fourth quarter, the Saints down by 14-13. Ray Weinzeller's off tackle, fine vintage, and he rolls over Doug Evans. 15 yards, that's it. Lead 19-14. They ran for over 200 in the game. 207 to be exact. 3 minutes to go. Collins. Joe Johnson, boy, he just signed a couple weeks ago. Forces the fumble. Wayne Martin recovers. The New Orleans Saints are 2-0 for the first time since medieval times. Now, actually, since 1993, they beat the Panthers 19-14. So the Panthers have lost their opening couple of games. And despite the fact that Lane had 100 yards and Muhammad had some big stats, the Saints win it. Mike Ditka and company 2-0. Eagles and the Falcons. Ray Rhodes' squad skunked 38-0 last week at home against Seattle. Could Bobby Hoying step up? Well, to Irving Fryer, first down. Next play, 14 yards to Jeff Graham. Hoying under wraps, looked confident in a quick hitting offense, Tom. 12th play of the drive, he had Deuce Staley, who was an ace. Down to the 1, he would score on the next play. Hoying was 6 for 6 on the opening drive. Falcons down 9-0 in the third. By the way, the Eagles missed the extra point along the way. Chris Chandler to Brian Kozlowski. That combination you've heard about for so many years. Hits, and the Falcons down 9-7. Chandler, incomplete, but Matt Stevens called roughing the pass.
Yeah, Matt Stevens up around the head. You're going to get that call every time from the official.
And he gets it, so 4 plays later, the drive ensued. That was a 3rd and 19 play. Chandler, and chances are he hits Terrence Mathis down to the 1. Jamal Anderson, touchdown, 14-9. Now, under a minute to go, last chance, 4th and 12. Bobby Hoying, oh no! John Burrow with the sack. The Eagles were much gamer this time, but the Falcons win it 17-12. They're 2-0 for the first time since 1986. And the Atlanta Falcons, they're 8-2 in their last 10 games, dating back to last year.
Dan Reeves, a solid game plan offensively, an underrated defense, good special teams. I think the only question with this ball club, how long does Chris Chandler stay healthy?
Who would have guessed the Niners have to win on Monday night to keep pace with the Saints and the Falcons in the NFC West? Bucks, Packers, 2 playoff teams from last year in the North, and 2 playoff teams in the AFC, the Chiefs and Jaguars. Derek Thomas against Tony Vasili. Who would come out on top? Monday Night Football from Foxborough, the #1 pick in this year's draft. Peyton Manning, quarterback, Indianapolis Colts, against the #1 pick from the '93 draft, Drew Bledsoe. Bledsoe, of course, has led the Patriots to a Super Bowl. Can he lead it back this year? The Pats need a win in their home opener. What about adjustments from college to pro?
The toughest thing is that there's so many new things you have to deal with. You know, you have to juggle the new financial responsibility, living in a new area, the increased media, expectations and scrutiny. You combine that with a new offense, a new team, new players, new friends, and just everything in your life changes all at once, and you have to try and juggle all this and still perform on the field.
It was hard in college, even though I went there to get my education, but it was hard on Thursday studying for that test when you had a big game on Saturday, whereas here, I mean, it's football all week, and the game plan, and you're studying film, and you're practicing, all building up to 3 hours on Sunday.
Join us right after prime time at 8:15 Eastern. That's 2:15 in Hawaii with Mike, Paul, and Joe, the Patriots and the Colts. When we return, Ryan Lee. Could he lead the Chargers to a 2-0 start in Tennessee? Chiefs and Jaguars. Who would be nimble? Who would be Kimball? Who would tell all at all tell?
If you want to attract the waitress's attention,
Who belongs to this good-looking one?
More tasteful.
Bolder, richer, creamier. Killian's Irish Red. One look says a lot.
When we created NFL Game Day 99, we used playbooks straight from the NFL teams. Denver's power running attack, Pittsburgh's zone blitz, all the team's special secrets. Entire franchises trust us with their most cherished possessions. Naturally, we keep them under strict lock and key.
Jackpot.
Terrell, how we getting down?
PlayStation. What's my prize? Simple. To create a sports magazine readers love.
Big Mac 62? Is this the greatest moment of sports history? You tell me. And look out for Oscar De La Hoya and the 1-2 punch that knocks the ladies off their feet. Print it, baby!
NFL Tonight on ESPN2. Tuesday through Saturday at 7:30 p.m. Now, guys will have something to talk about.
Hey, mind if I play?
Good, let's go. Hey, dude, there's Brett Favre. Come on.
Hey, mind if we play?
Mind if I play?
To the left. Pizza! Who orders the pizza?
Say, man, mind if I play?
Sorry, Dion. Game's full.
Let's go!
Who do you think you are? Mr. You're never gonna get my love.
A historic day in the shadow of the Grand Ole Opry. Football to Nashville, and the Oilers actually have a full house. People who care. 41,000 plus a sellout at the frozen tundra Vanderbilt Stadium. The Oilers playing the San Diego Chargers and Steve McNair. To Yancey Thigpen at the touchdown. But wait, a flag on the play holding Oilers. Remember that. Jeff Fisher loses the touchdown. They would have to punt. Late second quarter, 6-0 Chargers. Oh, those tricky Oilers. Punter Craig Hendrick to Jackie Harris on the fake punt. Drive alive. Which, a few plays later, Steve McNair to Frank Wycheck. Touchdown just before the half, 7-6 Oilers. Third quarter on 3rd and 9. Chargers from the Tennessee 21. Ryan Leaf. And Tommy, he can move much better than people think, and he puts the shoulder down, too. Next play. You know that he can put the shoulder down. Natron means business. Blaine Bishop tries it, but Means with the touchdown. 13-7, the Lightning Bolt. As for the Charger rush defense against Eddie George.
Yeah, Eddie George here having a hard time. Let's remember that Mark Stepnowski, all-pro center, is not in the lineup, so you can see him getting stuffed in the middle of the football field. And then watch the pursuit by Junior Seau here. Inside out, you see George trying to bounce the ball out. And what a nice tackle by Junior Seau.
These numbers are not a misprint. 15 carries for 11 yards for Eddie George. The Chargers, one of the most surprising starts in football, 2-0. And here's a team that scored just 29 points in their 2 wins, but they do not need to make apologies. They have won on the road. Ryan Leaf, 13-24 for 179, but he's already a leader, Tom.
Yeah, I think that he has the kind of cockiness and aggressiveness that you need in a rookie quarterback.
Other than Denver, 2 teams that you might pick for the Super Bowl, the AFC, the Chiefs and the Jaguars. But factor in the Jaguars special teams, because on his own 15, Reggie Barlow fields a punt, and he could go all the way. 85 yards to the chagrin of Marty Schottenheimer. 7-0 Jaguars. Second quarter, Mark Brunell did not have a big day. To Jimmy Smith, 17 yards, 14-0. The Jaguars had it. Smith get open, Tom.
Yeah, Mark McMillan here, number 29. You see him spot shadow right there. He is going to bite. You see his head looking in the backfield right there. Only took Jimmy Smith a step to get open for the touchdown.
And then you just don't feel good, so you want to see it all by yourself. The McMillan's a gamer. Second half kickoff. Here's another gamer. Rookie Tavian Banks fields it at the 4. What? Makes the cut. Almost got hit by the CBSI. And look at him go. 65 yards all the way down to the 31-yard line, setting up another Jags touchdown, 21-6, Jacksonville. Late third quarter, the Chiefs down 21-9. Rich Gannon starting for the injured Elvis Grbac, bobbles to Tony Fernandez. And boom, Aaron Beasley pops him, but Gonzalez holds on. They exchange pleasantries. And 2 plays later, though, the Chiefs are still in business until swing pass, Gannon, Kimball Anders. Dave Thomas, one of the McKenzie brothers, forces the fumble. Rick Moranis falls on it. How's it going, Abe? Kick off. Jaguars beat the Chiefs 21-16, so they go to 2-0. Thanks to the play of their special teams. Little man Stewart had a second straight 100-yard game at 103 yards rushing. This time, Bennett had a big game running in the first game for Kansas City at 115 yards, but he was kept way under wraps. And Tommy, in this game, grade the test for Kansas City. It was a big test for them, although they played without several of their key players.
Yeah, but they didn't play a typical Marty Schottenheimer game. When Marty Schottenheimer teams win, they win by running the football, controlling the ball, and not making mistakes on offense. You saw special teams today gave up a touchdown, gave up field position in key situations. The defense really didn't have a chance against the Jaguar offense. So I think for them to be successful, they can't make mistakes. But maybe even more important, you saw how physical Tom Coughlin's Jacksonville Jaguars can be. They're as physical as anybody in the league.
And Derek Thomas with all the sacks last week, this week.
Well, he's playing against a different football team.
They were a little bit ready, too. So the Jaguars win it. They go 2-0. Bruce Smith and the Dolphins, but they sacked Dan Marino in Miami. Bruce Smith against the Dolphins. And Glenn Foley, 400 yards last week. What about him at the Jets' home opener against the Ravens?
Oh, my, that was a devastating punch. The champ knocked him into next.
Foxborough, our Sunday night game following primetime at 8:15 Eastern. They have played more times than any other teams in the 90s, the Bills and the Dolphins. Dan Marino losing record against Buffalo lifetime. Points were tough in this game. Play action, Buffalo doesn't fall for it, Marino falls. And guess who's involved? Bruce Smith.
Bruce Smith against Richmond Webb. What a great job of getting outside. I guess the time off didn't hurt Bruce at all, and coming around to help out on the sack.
Second quarter of a scoreless game, 4th and 1. Jimmy Johnson says, hey, crowd, help us defend Rob Johnson. But Johnson, who struggled today, back in the lineup, hits Eric Moulds for the touchdown. 28 yards, and the Bills lead 7-0. Third quarter tied at 7. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, if I may call you Kareem, gets a block, avoids a tackle, and 25 yards. Sets up a field goal, 10-7 Miami. 2 minutes ago in the third quarter, Johnson runs into his own man, dropped by Trace Armstrong, who had 2 sacks. Terrell Buckland, now watch this, return. What? Go back 5, go back 10. Now watch him say, block him. No, block him, and him. That did not work. There's a hit by Gabe, Northern Exposure. Johnson to pass, 13-7. The Dolphins lead, a minute and a half to go. He's sacked for the 8th time. 3 seconds left. A Hail Mary is in order in Miami against Jimmy Johnson. Incomplete. They never looked at Doug Flutie, the miracle man from last week. As a result, the Dolphins beat the Bills 13-7. Jabbar, pretty good day running the football, 75 yards. The 8 sacks for the Miami defense. Armstrong, Jason Taylor, and Lorenzo Brown had 2 each. Rob Johnson looks like a rookie quarterback. He's got the tools, but he didn't feel the rush. He didn't have a feel for a 2-minute drill. It's as if they have a rookie there. The Bills will have to wait for him to grow into the job. Ravens, Jets, 7-7, second quarter. Oh, look at those old green unis. Curtis Mott for 5 yards, and it's first down. And this is why they got 1 yard. This is why Bill Parcells got Curtis Martin. Well, 1 yard. On 3rd and goal, this is...
And one of his best blockers is Maui, the center, and I think that's why you see this team going up the middle of the football field, even though, as we can see here, they had very little success.
4th and goal, and Bill Parcells is going to go for it. And this is why they got Curtis Lewis and Michael McCreary make it a 14-play drive, no point. Jim Harbaugh lasted only a quarter and a half and would give way to Eric, no time to wallow in the Zaire, to Michael Jackson, 39 yards over Otis Smith. Later in the drive, as Harbaugh watches Zaire, goes to his big tight end, Eric Green, 20 yards, 14-7 the Ravens. And Bill can do this to Otis, my man, Smith. He looked at that Seat McMillan hat on the bench. Third quarter, 17-7 the Ravens, 3rd and 1, and Martin stopped again. Have to settle for a field goal. It's now a 17-10 game. Same score, 4th quarter. Glenn Foley back to pass. Rod Woodson. The veteran can still do it. He could go all the way. His second pick of the afternoon, 60-yard touchdown, 3 picks thrown by Glenn Foley. No 400-yard game this time. And the Ravens beat the Jets 24-10. Jermaine Lewis had a 69-yard punt return to the game as well. And the Jets offense puzzling.
Well, you see the carries there for Martin, 23 carries, 58 yards. But the 58 yards don't take the pressure off Glenn Foley. You have to remember he doesn't have great experience on the field. The more times you make him throw it, the more mistakes he's going to make.
And Martin was the only one that carried the ball on the ground. It didn't work too well. When we return, oh, here's a team that can work it well on offense. Robert Smith and the Vikes. What would they boil up against St. Louis? Well, primetime, the Vikings, the high-powered Vikings, their offense is so high, they show that the play's that high at St. Louis against the Rams. Brad Johnson and Robert Smith. Big hole to the left, and Tom, I don't think they're going to get him. He could go all the way. 74 yards, second TD for Smith already at 24-10.
Well, you see Todd Light and Ryan McNeil in coverage, but they are in coverage. Watch the safety take the wrong angle as he comes up. He charges in, gets to the hash. Don't pay too much attention to those corners. Look at the safety come up, takes the wrong angle, and then you find the corners in a chase.
24-10 Minnesota, the third quarter. Brad Johnson back to pass, but DeMarco Farr spins him. It's hit. It's a fumble. The uniform says M.D. Jones. Rumbling, bumbling, stumbling. M.D., the spin doctor. Down to the 14-yard line. Greg Hill gets a touchdown. It's 24-17. Now it's 31-24 Minnesota. Tony Banks to the Reverend Isaac Bruce. 80 yards. Fuller can't knock the ball out. 31 all Bruce. 11 catches, 192 yards. Brad Johnson leaves. Ankle sprain. Check on it tomorrow. Randall Cunningham in. 2:15 to go. To Chris Carter. All he does.
Catch touchdown.
38-31. Cunningham to Carter. 22 seconds left in the game. 4th and 3. Banks to Ricky Prohl, but there's a flag on Jimmy Hitchcock.
Very questionable call.
Well, they get the call in St. Louis. So now, 4th down again. Last play of the game. Banks. Nobody open. He's going to run to the 10, to the 5. It's a catch. He's caught at the 1 for Vikings. If he went up, he would have got clobbered. If he tried to burrow his way through. A game effort by the St. Louis Rams, but Minnesota wins at 38-31, and oddly enough, you saw Cunningham to Carter in 1987. As a member of the Eagles, Chris Carter caught his first NFL touchdown pass in St. Louis at Busch Stadium.
Yeah.
So he's come back.
Yeah, first 2 weeks of the season, touchdowns to Chris Carter, Randy Moss. We saw Robert Smith with 2 today, Andrew Glover, Chris. You get the message. They have a lot of weapons to work with.
Once upon a time, we called it the Bay of Pigs. Last year, both the Packers and the Bucs made the playoffs, and the fans are ready, even though the helmets are small. Tampa Bay lost 14 of the last 16 to the Packers. Roel Preston had a return for a touchdown last week. The youngster, look at him go on the opening kickoff. Nice move at the 50, all the way across, gets it to the 45-yard line, leads to a field goal, 3-0 Packers. Brett Favre to Tyrone Davis. Davis has a lot of plays Mike Holmgren has for his. Touchdown, 10-0, the Pack.
Yeah, and you see the linebacker here, Derek Brooks on the inside, giving help. You see him try to stop right there, come inside. He is the help guy.
In the first quarter, Reggie White. We've seen this before. There's a sack. It's a fumble. George Kuntz pounces on it. Reggie White with the gift of power. The sack. Dilford in the goal line. No safety. Fritz Sherman, defensive coordinator, punt. Reggie White with the gift of craftiness. Just blows past. 3 sacks in the first half.
Yeah, you take another look here. You're going to see Jerry Wunsch here. And Reggie White has done this his entire career. Still has the great power. Uses that one arm to bash the tackle and then come in on the quarterback.
Under 2 minutes to go in the half. 3rd and 9. Look at how hard Brett Favre throws it. Not that this is news. Boom. Look at how hard Antonio Freeman got popped by Donnie Abraham. But a bullet to Freeman again. Next play, under pressure, Favre is going to throw it incomplete. Now watch Warren Sapp on this play. You talk about pursuit.
Yeah, and you just love this. The helmet gets knocked off. Warren Sapp doesn't care. He's still going after the quarterback and getting him down.
Favre would hurt his hand on the play, but stayed in. 18 seconds to go. Favre to Dorsey Levens. Down to the 4 with 11 seconds to go. Now, Favre wants another play, but the Buccaneers won't get off Levens. You can do that only to a point.
Yeah, and at some point, realize that at 6 seconds, if you get up, they'll never get set for a play. They stay on too long, get the call from the official.
They get a call, a flag on Chidi Chidi Bang Bang Ahanatu. Delay of game. Holmgren says, hey, we'll take the flag. It cost Tony Dungy 3 points, which made it 16-0, not 13-0 at the half. 4th quarter, Favre. Watch this. Boom by Reagan Upshaw. But how tough is it? Well, look at this. and he acknowledges it.
Well, he takes the lick, but you love the fact that he jumps up and he goes, bring it, bring on more of this. I like the way we're playing.
Wait, tell you what Favre brought on 2 plays later, Tom. Favre, you know his head is still buzzing. Zing to Freeman. He breaks tackles. Look at him go into the end zone. Touchdown, 38 yards, 23-0 Pack. Jack Wes Green had a 95-yard punt return. The Bucs added another touchdown, but the Pack had the big 23-0 lead, and they beat the Buccaneers 23-15. Reggie White had the 3 sacks. Levens left with a sprained ankle, but the big question, Tom, Trent Dilfer, he's fumbling balls, he's getting sacked. Is it just a mental thing against Green Bay for him, or are there other troubles?
I think certainly part of it is mental, Chris. And when you look at the mistakes that he made, we talked about Scott Mitchell earlier. Ditto this for Trent Dilfer. You cannot make critical mistakes, especially on the road. But he also didn't have the run support that he's used to. Warwick Dunn, 12 for 36. Mike Allstott, 6 for 10. That's not enough run support to really let you sit back there and get comfortable throwing the ball.
You know what? This is an amazing moment in Tampa Bay history, because tonight at a soccer game at the Big Sombrero, in which the Tampa Bay Mutiny beat the MetroStars 2-1, they are shutting out the lights forever at the Big Sombrero, the home of the Bucs from 76 to 97. Young Sarah Champagne, 10 years old, of St. Petersburg, is at the switch. Here it is. The night the lights went out in the Big Sombrero. I don't think I can recover from that.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
They open up their new sombrero next week, and a new home never looked so good. That was amazing. That's it. That's it for the sombrero. I'm going to try and recover. I tell you, Denver doesn't need to recover. Dallas got some bad news in this game. We'll be back. And that Patriots defense trying to put a lick into Peyton Manning and the Colts at 8:15 Eastern on Sunday Night Football. Late starts around the NFL. The Cards at the Seahawks. Rough day for Jake the Snake Plummer. In Seattle, not far from where he grew up in Boise, Idaho. Plummer back to pass Michael Sinclair. Philip Daniels sack him. 2 plays later, Plummer, this time by Matt Mutiny on LeBounty. Still in the first quarter, the Seahawks lead at 3-0. Cards at their own 6. Plummer picked off by Willie Williams. He's got a convoy, and he cuts. No, all the way. What? Touchdown, 28 yards, 10-0 Seahawks. Plummer this time from the shotgun tries to scramble.
Yeah, and think about that clock in your head as a quarterback. 1001, 1002, 1003. Plummer does not have the time to look down the football field.
Because you know he's elusive, but the Seahawks just brought it. 2 straight weeks, their defense unbelievable. Jake Bellamy with the hit. Philip Daniels recovers 5 first-half sacks for the Seahawks. Third quarter, they lead 20-7. Warren Moon to Joey Galloway. The simple turn and go. 9-yard touchdown. The Seahawks level Arizona. They raise and drop Arizona 33-14. It's 3 years before this. Seattle started 0-2, 0-3, and 0-2 under Dennis Erickson. They've started 2-0 this year, outscoring teams 71-14. Sean Springs with an interception return for a touchdown as well. Mike Shanahan, defending Super Bowl champion Broncos. I know you like to hear me say it, Tom. Would it be 18 straight regular season wins? Oh, Elway to Shannon Sharp. Money, 38 yards against Dallas, 7-0 Denver.
Yeah, Shannon Sharp down the seam untouched. Nobody made him reroute.
Broncos next possession after Bernie Mills touchdown for Dallas. Terrell Davis. Look at it go. 63 yards, Tom. No one laid a hand on him. And you know what's coming in the end zone after 63 yards? The mile-high salute. Same score, next possession. This is not a replay.
Well, look at the offensive line. Great blocking. They rail to the front side. They cut to the backside. There's a hole right up the middle of the field. And the great thing about Terrell, power at the line of scrimmage, but the speed to take it to this.
Here's what the Cowboys don't like. They look at the still photos. They're not moving either in the moving pictures or the still photos. 21-7 Denver. 28-14 the Broncos second quarter. Troy Aikman had 43 yards rushing last week. Marvin Washington drives his left shoulder into the ground. He's in obvious pain. He grabs the left shoulder. Take another look. He avoids Romanowski, but takes the hit from Washington. A fractured left clavicle for Aikman, out 4 to 8 weeks. That's horrible news from a team that seemed back on the rise. So Aikman left. Jason Garrett from
Princeton
ends up being the quarterback. Meanwhile, John Elway from Stanford rolls out. throws the pass, and he grabs his right hamstring. He leaves the game in favor of Bobby Brister. What's going on here? We start with Aikman and Elway. We end with Brister and Garrett. But the Broncos, 42-23, and Terrell Denver at 515 yards in the game. Terrell Davis was immense. 75 carries, 191 yards.
Yeah, and we talked about the run-pass differential for this team. You see the 22 passes by John Elway, but the 191 yards by Terrell Davis is the key to the game.
Obviously, 23 carries I meant. What I was looking at was this as we go inside the numbers. Carried it 75 times. It would have been Jim Brown. Barry Sanders had 185 yards rushing today for Detroit. The three leading guys in rushing last year all were held to under 100 yards in Week 1. Week 2 is another story for Barry, TD, and Jerome Bettis.
Inside the Numbers is brought to you by Visa, the official card of the NFL. It's everywhere you want to be.
The last time the Giants were at the Oakland Raiders, Darth Vader wasn't even in the movies. It was 1972. Raiders' first play from scrimmage, Napoleon Kaufman. He was still at Elba the last time they played. Look at him go, 80 yards, touchdown, just like that. There he is. Lead it 7-0. After an Ike Hilliard touchdown, pass from Danny Cannell makes it 7-7. Jeff George sacked 10 times last week. Michael Strahan had a couple of sacks himself for the Giants last week. There's the sack. Look at Strahan bulldoze.
I would say this defines the power rush as you watch Michael Strahan on Lincoln Kennedy. He just takes him, gets under his pad, pushes him right back to the quarterback, and then gets his sack.
The first defensive series of the third quarter, a nightmare for Oakland. They lead at 10-7. Brad Dom DeLuiso off the infield. It's good. A 42-yard field goal holding on Oakland, so automatic first down for the Giants. They take the points off the board, and they get going again. Danny Cannell to Hattie. Chris Callaway, 14-10 Giants. Raiders charged with 4 penalties in the first series of the second half. Giants down 20-17 with 47 seconds to go. Greg Davis has kicked a 26-yard field goal. Danny Cannell to Joe Juravicius, broken up by Charles Woodson. And Eric Turner sack forces 4th down, and then Turner does one better. He picks off Danny Cannell, and the Raiders even their mark at 1-1. Same for the Giants. They win it 20-17 as Kaufman rushed for 139 yards.
Primetime Players is brought to you by 1-800-COLLECT, the easy way to save.
My game ball goes to Reggie White. 3 sacks in the first half, 179.5 in his career. He can still bring it, Tom.
Yeah, and mine goes to Terrell Davis. 23 carries, 191 yards, 3 touchdowns. That's the way the Broncos win.
We get the Patriots and the Colts. If McGuire goes to it's a homer, you'll see it. Sosa hit 61 and 62. Chargers, Saints, Falcons 2-0. What? And Steelers engage in a true battle of the trenches. While Vinny T tried to jumpstart the New York O, could the Lions bats do the same? The Rams were banking on Tony to pay the bills, while Moon provided the air attack again. The Oilers tried to dip into Georgia's well. The Bucks and Bears dueled for their first win of the season. Ryan Leaf was shaking from the cheeks. Elway tested a sore hammy against the Raiders, while the pack was taken to the limit by the Bengals. The deluge was on. NFL Primetime next. Hello once again, everybody, and welcome to NFL Primetime for week number 3. I'm Chris Berman. He's Tom Jackson. And from all of us at Primetime and all of us at ESPN, for those celebrating the Jewish New Year, Happy New Year to you. And for those who are celebrating the Jewish New Year, you should be in Temple. We got you. Enjoy yourselves. We've got a lot to show you from week number 3. Well, we begin with a team that has not played a day game, preseason or regular season, except for the first weekend in August. That's the New England Patriots, a Super Bowl hopeful against the Tennessee Oilers, who are a club that is hopeful to get into the playoffs. For the Patriots, a rare day game. Hey, pass the eye black. Do we still own this stuff? Here we go. Jeff Fisher had the shades. Eddie George last week was anemic running the football. Would they change things? They sent Tom Jackson. We did down to do a piece. And, of course, Eddie George breaks a tackle by Ty Law. He's immediately cured at 24 yards. 4 plays later, Steve McNair, the screen to George. Now watch this. He's got a convoy, and he goes 22 yards with an Olympian-like leap, 13-6, Oilers.
Yeah, Drew Bledsoe was also outstanding, as he has been throughout the season. You're going to watch him make this throw under pressure. Look at the pocket collapse around him. Dumps the ball to Derek Cullors. Great arm strength. Gets the ball out there so that Cullors has a chance to run for some extra yards.
And the same drive, he knows that he can drill it to Ben Coates, and he does it here.
Yeah, and Ben Coates catches this ball and then flips the ball to Troy Brown. We're going to take another look at it right here. Troy gets to the end zone. The refs made the right call before Ben was able to flip the ball up. You can see his knee is down right there.
A good call, an alert play by Coates. But 2 plays later, the Patriots spoiled the Oilers 7. Robert Edwards, one of the #1 draft picks, up the middle. He would make his mark. We're tied at 13. Fourth quarters, Al Del Greco has kicked a field goal, and we're getting late. 16-13 under 5 minutes to go. Bledsoe to Terry Glenn. Makes the move at the 35, and he could go off the way. Touchdown, the block from Jefferson, 51 yards. Very quickly, it's 20-16. Second offensive play after that. Lawyers in love, Malloy picks off McNair. So a 3-point Oiler lead in the span of about a half a minute with under 5 minutes to go in the game is now an 11-point Patriot lead, and that's the final. New England goes to 2-1 in a battle of 1-1 teams. They win it by the count of 27-16. And hello to Robert Edwards, who had 92 yards. And Tommy, Patriots saw a lot of positives, although, you know, they were on the edge until 5 minutes to go.
Well, let's compliment Eddie George. This is the 8th time that he has come back with a 100-yard game or more following a loss. But you look at the New England Patriots, solid defense, and that's the thing. You get that kind of a defense, you get an offense playing well. Drew Bledsoe is playing the best ball of his career right now. No fumbles, no INTs this season. He's not making that 1 or 2 mistakes during the course of the game that caused his football team. And now I think they found a great power runner in Robert Edwards. 12 carries for those 92 yards.
Well, they're hoping so, and you know they have an outstanding defense. So the Patriots go to 2-1, and they can win in the day or at night. When we return, Antoine Smith and the Bills with their home opener against the Rams in a barn burner. And while the barn was burning for the Colts, as Curtis was once again my favorite mutt. Sunday Night Football on ESPN emanated from the desert, where the Cardinals and Eagles were both trying to get off the 0-2 schneid. For highlights, here's Kenny Mayne.
Not to bring you down or anything, but the misery index figures to be pretty high for the loser of the Sunday night game. Both Philadelphia and Arizona came to play at 0-2. Each team understood well the fact that Joe Theismann might raise his voice. Not a lot to yell about in this one. Scoreless into the third quarter. Eagles driving here. Bobby Hoying has some room. Scrambling here. Gets upended. Then conked in the head by his own teammate. Cardinals recover the fumble, and Hoying did not return to this football game. Tied at 3. Rodney Peete in for Hoying. He's chased, sacked. Ronald McKinnon fumbles. Simeon Rice is all over it. And Pete couldn't hang on to the ball. Ensuing possession, Jake Plummer rolling, looking for Johnny McWilliams. Found him, knows him. Their teammates drilled that. 10-3 the Cardinals. Plummer and the Cards win their first game. They win it 17-3. Adrian Morrell, not pictured, finished with 145 yards on 22 carries. The home team in this series has now won in 11 of the last 12 meetings. The Eagles are 0-3 for the first time since 1986. Be watching tackle football on ESPN next Sunday night. The Bengals will pay a visit to Baltimore's fancy new stadium. See the game at 8:20 Eastern. Actually see it at 8:15 Eastern right here on ESPN. That's right after prime time.
The Buffalo Bills, one of 3 teams that had to play the first 2 games this season on the road. All 3 teams at 0-2. The Rams without Isaac Bruce. That obviously hurt him, right? Well, Tony Banks' club is down 21-10. It's deflected. Kurt Kurtz, he knows nothing. He sees nothing. He's down to the Lamb 16. First play, Rob Johnson, playing by far and away his best game as a Bill. Jay Reamersma, 28-10 Buffalo in a laugher. It's now 28-13 in the third. Banks, he does it amply. The nice slant to Amply, 23 yards, and it's a 28-20 game. fourth quarter after a field goal makes it 31-20. I think this is pass interference, Tom Pennerman against J.T. Thomas.
Yeah, he certainly got the hand in and never looked back for the football. That's the key.
They get a touchdown as a result, and a two-point conversion makes it 31-28. 8.5 to go. Mount Washington falls on Greg Hill. It's a big safety because the Bills are up by 5. 33-28. Hill leaves with a sprained ankle. But Rob Johnson, with 7 minutes to go, would leave with a concussion. Flutie played at the end. Tommy, it's still a 5-point Bills lead. And watch the special teams play made by Eric Smedley, or does he make it?
Yeah, well, Smedley will field the punt by Chris Moore. You can see right here his foot is going to be out of bounds. So once he touches that ball should have been dead on the 4. A call the official could have made. He bounced out of bounds on the 1. A call the official could have made. He didn't make either of those calls. He called it a touchback.
So they get it at the 20. It would help because of 3rd and 15. Thanks to Ricky Prohl, he shampoos his way 22 yards. Then a $1:51 to go. This is a pretty slant down the middle at 34 yards. Prohl to the 14-yard line. 1:05 to go. Oh, no, don't tell me Buffalo's going to get beat on a shovel pass. Amp Lee hurdles down to the 2. 17 seconds left. No timeout. Remember Bank Stolman couldn't get in last week? He's going to try it. He's not going to dive. He goes in. Touchdown. Touchdown. Wade Phillips, home opener. Doesn't work. Dick Vermeil, after an interesting week and a half at St. Louis, he shares a nice moment on the bench. And the Rams are off the schneid. The Bills are 0-3 as St. Louis beats Buffalo 34-33. Greg Hill, 158 yards and 2 TDs. Quite a week for the Rams.
Yeah, credit Dick Vermeil for getting his team to play hard at the end of games. A couple of complaints about the length of the practices. You saw Banks didn't have a great day, the 2 INTs, but they almost won, came within a yard of winning last week. They win this week, playing well and playing well down the stretch.
Bills haven't been 0-3 since '85, since Andre Reed was a rookie. Reed separated his shoulder in the game and is out 2 to 4 weeks. When we return, Peyton Manning, speaking of rookies, oh boy, against the Jets. Chiefs, Chargers, Ryan Leaf and the Chargers were 2-0. They were. Hey, those are some old-time helmets. Ah, yes, 30 seasons ago, Super Bowl III. Wow, I haven't been so super for either the Colts or the Jets thus far this year, while Peyton Manning's watched Ryan Leaf start 2-0. He is 0-2, throwing 6 picks, but he figured, hey, this Colts team has beaten the Jets in the Meadowlands 9 of the last 11. Certainly, I can continue that somewhere in the swamps of Jersey. Well, let's see, could he? The Jets get the AFC East 2-18 since '95. Vinny Testaverde hasn't had a crack at that number yet. The screen pass to number 32, Emerson Boozer. Leon Johnson gets some great blocks, and he could go all the way. 82 yards, 7-0 Jets.
A couple of great blocks to help Johnson get to the end zone. First, number 62, Todd Berger. Then you're going to see Keyshawn Johnson and Kevin Maiwai.
Going my way?
My way. Going right there to spring him to the end zone.
Peyton Manning, we told you the first 2 weeks have been a learning experience. So was this. Aaron Glenn, pick. 7 picks at this point this season. He's going to the left defensive back, 5 of them to that side. Second quarter, Curtis Martin, we've been waiting for him to show the form that made him a Pro Bowl back with the Patriots. Martin with 11 yards, and it goes right again here.
Yeah, and we see the burst that we didn't see the first couple of games. And granted, he didn't have the holes there, but you can see he's really getting in and out of the holes very quickly, and he's got the quickness that he used to have.
Jumbo Elliott with the block. Leon Johnson with the touchdown. 16-yard run. Jim Morris says, oh boy, we're down 27-0. Testaverde to Wayne Quebec. Throw him the damn ball, but he twists the darn ankle. And at least X-rays negative, he would have to be carted off. 2nd and 8. Martin up the middle. Now he makes the spin, picks up a block, and then bulls his way for 17 yards. Curtis had 144 yards on the day. Next play, Testaverde. He's thrown to Keyshawn Johnson. 4 TDs for Testaverde. The tight end, Pete Lamons. Kyle Brady caught one earlier, and the Colts will get blown out of the Meadowlands on this day. And the Jets are 0-2, and they say, hey, sorry, we got to get going. 44-6. The New York Football Jets, Tom ran for 302 yards.
The key stat there, Curtis Martin, 23 carries, 144 yards. You run the ball well, you're going to do well in Bill Parcells' system.
So that was Manning, who threw 2 more picks. It went 0-3. How would Ryan Leaf and the surprising 2-0 Lightning both go? Last rookie to go 3-0, Greg Cook, 1969 Cincinnati Bengals. Oh, boy. Rain, the park, and other things at Arrowhead, like Derek Thomas coming up with the ball. What happened here? This is just a whoop. Tom?
Well, you're going to see Ryan Leaf mishandle the snap, Oh, great job right there by Derek Thomas for getting on the football and then just trying to make something happen. Ends up losing a little bit of ground here. But again, Derek Thomas trying to make something happen.
Chargers next position. Then Thomas makes it hit. The ball is loose again. This leads to another field goal, 9-0 Kansas City. Hey, San Diego defense did not play badly at all. Off the play action, Brian Still leaps past. It's intercepted by Dale Carter. A little too much shake and bake here, but Carter makes the pick. 2 plays later, Rich Gannon was a loose Gannon. Drops back to pass. It's wet, and next play, 3rd and 13. Gannon, Rayleigh Johnson rushes. Gannon evades him, and he'll hit Andre Bad Moon Rising. 44 yards. Little Gimpy got the bad leg rising, but 16-0 Chiefs. Another fumbled snap. This looks like the Bob Cousy bounce pass. Tom Brandt recovers. Next possession, Leaf. Trying to make something happen, double coverage. James Hasty picks it off. In the first half, 1 for 10 for Ryan for 4 yards. He had 3 fumbles, 2 interceptions, and a partridge in a pear tree. Second half, 16-0 the Chiefs. Terrence Shaw fields the punt. And, he too coughs it up. Danon Hughes picks it up, leads to a Chief touchdown, 23-0. Third quarter, the Chargers looking for something, and Natron Means has made a big return to San Diego. Look at Natron bust off some tackles, and he could go all the way. 72 yards, 23-7. The lead is down to that. Fourth quarter. Leaf was a twig today. Hey, Ryan's going to have days like this. Yes. You're in Arrowhead. It's raining. The Chiefs are supposed to win it. The Chargers had nothing to lose. And again, their defense played pretty well. But when you look 1 of 15 for 4 yards, 2 interceptions, and all the fumbles, I don't care what kind of defense you have. But Mama said there would be days like this. You just hope that we wouldn't see all of it. And Tommy, Leaf and Manning, a rough day combined for the two of them. And I guess we have to expect this. We can't put so much on them so soon.
Well, and Manning 20 of 44 with the 2 INTs. And I think that what has to happen is, and they're going to go through their growing pains. These are 2 rookies being thrown into the action. Not only are they seeing what most quarterbacks see, they're seeing more because of the fact that they're rookies. Their teams will have to mature with them, allow them to grow, go through their mistakes. We did with John Elway, and eventually you're going to have a good quarterback.
Funny that Elway was the last quarterback to go 2-0 as a rookie, but what
he got knocked out of both of those games. Pittsburgh knocked him unconscious before the first half ended. Philadelphia home opener. I started telling him, got to learn to get out of bounds.
He learned. We'll see him later as we go inside the numbers. Ryan Leaf, Peyton Manning through 3 weeks. I mean, and they're under such scrutiny, but unfortunately for Peyton, sacked. For Ryan, fumbled. It's going to take time. Combined 21 of 59 today for $197. And Ryan, I guess, can thank Peyton for the yardage. A lot of turnovers, sacks, 2 L's.
Inside the Numbers is brought to you by Visa, the official card of the NFL. It's everywhere you want to be. www.visa.com.
Speaking of rookie quarterback, Charlie Batch, a surprise starter. Well, not surprised, but shocked a lot of people. The 2-0 Vikings, and Charlie Batch starting in Scott Mitchell City. He's the number 3 quarterback. The rookie, second-round pick from Eastern Michigan, wearing number 10. Kentucky, but get leveled by Torian Gray. First drive of the game, that was that. Next possession, Batch rolls left. A tough throw to Herman's Moore. 2 field goals in 2 possessions, 6-0. But predictable offense for the Lions, which means Barry Sanders.
Well, most important order of business when you go play the Lions is to stop Barry Sanders. They did a good job of controlling him. You see people along the line of scrimmage holding their position, kind of corralling him.
And then watch Batch on the scramble. Wayne Rudd corrals him. Rudd had 10 tackles. Had a big day for Minnesota. No second half points for the Lions. You couldn't expect him to really roll in and put up some big numbers. On the ensuing punt, David Palmer. Might as well face it, you're addicted to punch. Look at the moves. Jones Jett and the Blackheart fakes it. He at least slows him down. So it's a 44-yard gain and not a touchdown. But Randall Cunningham playing for the injured Brad Johnson. To Randy Moss. Hey, Moss and Batch played in the Mid-America Conference, same league.
And watch the great footwork by Randy Moss right there. He taps the feet down. You know, Sterling talks about him being a natural. Look at him straighten up right there.
He only got 5 feet in, Tom. 19-6 in the fourth quarter. Batch problems. Oh, it's cabbage Batch. Dwayne Clemens knocks the ball loose. Torian Gray recovers it. He's down to the 11. Sets up a Leroy Hoard touchdown. And this is how Leif Erickson and Eric the Red made it across the Atlantic. He could go all the way. Oh, my goodness. It's a touchdown, and the Vikings are 3-0. Okay. Vikings are 3-0. They win it by the count of 29-6. After halftime, Barry Sanders, 13 carries for 12 yards. And Tommy, Lions and Bats, what else could you really expect?
Well, you saw those 69 yards. 19 of those yards came on one carry, so it was 21 carries for 50 yards. Again, that defense did a great job of corralling him.
When we return, Steelers and Dolphins, the only battle of 2-0 teams on the day. How would Cordell fare in the mud? And the 2-0 Broncos back on NFL Primetime. The battle of 2-0 teams, Dan Marino and the Dolphins hosting the Pittsburgh Steelers. Now, Marino and the Dolphins are trying to foul the Steelers up. They're going to pass all day, right? This is broken up by Dwayne Washington. The pass to Aranda Gadsden. Wrong. It's Jimmy Ball. Second quarter, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, if I may call you Kareem, for 8 yards. Same drive, 3rd and 2, follows the block for 5 yards. Hey, he's not exciting. He's just efficient, Tom. And second and goal from the 3. What's going to happen? Follows block into the end zone.
I'm going to make a guess. You give it to Kareem again. And look at the direction he's running. He's become an outstanding north-south runner. He's not losing yards. That's what Jimmy wants.
Cordell Stewart, maybe one of the most exciting players in football, but still got something to learn. He throws in a double coverage. Sam Madison, he dollies it. Picks it off, 1 of 2 for Sam from Louisville. He would eventually go out of bounds. Stewart, 4 of 15, 3 yards and a pick in the first time. I mean, what? The following drive, Dan Marino, back to pass. Dwayne Washington has it picked off. Oh, no. Lamar Thomas has it for a touchdown. 14-0, Miami. Third quarter. Jerome Bettis gets the handoff. And what about Zach Thomas?
What a great hit by Zach Thomas, filling the hole. Zach keeps that low center of gravity. He's short anyway, makes that great hit.
And he can read, too, Tom. Stewart throws it in the gut. No, it's in the gut of Thomas. It's a touchdown. 21-0, Miami.
Outstanding play by an inside back. You see Zach right there. Watch him keep his eyes focused on Cordell Stewart. Never looks at a receiver coming across and makes a nice charge on the ball. Shows a good set of hands.
And then it was a hard read. It was going to fall, babe. 3rd and 17. The Steelers are going to come back from 21 down in this. I don't think so. That's not the Statue of Liberty. That's the Statue of Limitations. Not perfect hair, perfect Dolphins. They're 3-0. 21-0. The Dolphins whitewashed the Steelers. First time the Steelers have been shut out in 5 years. Abdul-Jabbar with 108 yards. And afterwards, a befuddling performance by Cordell Stewart. Bill Cowher, not pleased.
I did not point out Cordell Stewart as maybe you may have tried to put the words in my mouth to doing, but I'm not. I'm not. I'm looking at everybody. The young man took us to an AFC championship game last year in his first year. He competes, he works, he prepares as hard as anybody in this football team. And no one feels worse than those players in there. Maybe me. And I know one thing. I'm not going to wallow in self-pity. We're going to find a way to get this thing turned around. And trust me, whatever it takes to get it done, we're going to get the thing done.
A, the Steelers are 2-1. B, sooner or later, when you lose a couple of parts of your offensive line and you lose your fullback and you lose your wide receivers and you say, okay, Cordell, you're so it's your magic man, you can handle it all yourself. It's going to take first road game of the year to Synergy Field, which is AstroTurf, where under Mike Holmgren, the Packers are 10-23, although 7 of those losses are at Dallas and 5 are at Minnesota. Somewhat misleading. Brett Favre to Tyrone Davis, Artrell Hawkins. It's a late flag. Bruce Conklin looking on.
Well, it's a highly questionable call. The rookie Hawkins right here is going to get good position on Tyrone Davis. You see him get in front of the receiver, and it actually looks like a call that may have been offensive interference.
Same drive and 3rd down, Brett Favre to Robert Brooks. Oh, he floats it beautifully. 5 catches, 67 yards for Brooks, 7-3, the Packers. After a field goal by the Pack makes it 10-3. Neil O'Donnell is looking for Darnay Scott. O'Donnell on the move will actually float this one deep, and he makes the catch over Mike Pryor, 42 yards. Now on 3rd and goal a couple plays later, and Jeff Blake comes in, and what's he going to do? Blake is just so much more mobile. They try the option. Brian Williams had such a big year last year for the Pack, makes the stop. Conklin says, let's kick the field goal at 10-6 at the half. Second half, Packers give the Bengals some chances to come back. Whoop, 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 whoop. Oh, it's Sam has it made in the shade. Makes the pick.
Yeah, great concentration by Antonio Freeman, but you can see he never actually has control of the ball, but the ball also never hits the ground, lands in the lap of Sam Shade. Turnover.
Raymond Harris is the man in the backfield now with Dorsey Levens out for 2 to 3 months. It's a fumble. Shade is there again. Takeo Spikes caused the fumble. Now the Pack gamble. They're up by 7, 4th and 3 on the 33 with 2 minutes to go. And what a play by the rookie Spikes.
Well, the play is getting Brett Favre down on the ground.
Second down now for Neil O'Donnell, and there's some things he does, there's some things he doesn't do.
Too hard.
Third down, Neil O'Donnell with time. Looks right.
Too high.
Fourth down, last chance. O'Donnell with time. Looking for Eric sleeping with the enemy. He's open top.
Too bad.
The Packers take over on downs, and they hold on to win by the count of 13-6. Harris had 76 yards and 24 carries to pace the Packers, who held Corey Dillon to 28 yards rushing. Green Bay 3-0 for the second time in 3 years. And the Pack, when it happened a couple of years ago, they won the Super Bowl. They unveiled the new sombrero. Raymond James Stadium, complete with a pirate ship, or is it a galleon? And against the Chicago Bears, the Glenn Milburn returning a punt, and the Bucs have played 7 straight games on the road. The first half, they said, you know what? This looks like another road game. We can't do anything. Milburn, 93-yard touchdown, 10-0 to Bears. Late in the second quarter, Buck fans have been used to seeing this for 23 years. Trying to get rid of the ball first. It's a safety, 12-0, then 15-0 at the half. But all of a sudden, Tony Dungy told the Bucs, this is our stadium. Second half, a whole nother team. Dilfer in the end zone. Riedel Anthony, touchdown, 15-6 for the first time. Look out, duck, the cannon blowing off the cruise ship. Dilfer, James Moore makes a great catch. Touchdown, 44 yards, 15-13. Fourth quarter, Bears still lead by 2. The reverse to Riedel Anthony, and what's Trent Dilfer doing?
Well, Trent doing everything he can to make this offense work. Watch this great block that he's going to throw right there out in front of Anthony.
Next play, as that 32-yard pickup. Ward, well done. Bounces in, bounces out, twirls, spins, and he can go out of the way. 43 yards. The Bears led it 15-0. But they watched the Bucs score 27 points in the second half. There's the Tampa team that we saw last year, the new sombrero. Well, they lost the first 26 games when they were playing football in the big sombrero. They win their first game at home in the new sombrero. And the Bears actually fall to 0-3. And Tommy, sometimes the worst thing in football is big expectations when you don't have it often, like in Tampa Bay. I mean, they were really on the ropes. It's a big second-half comeback for them.
And you mentioned a team that's been on the road for 7 straight weeks. Coming home, they scored 27 unanswered points to pull this game out. But Tony Dungy ball, very similar to Jimmy Johnson. Tony wants to run the ball first to set up the pass for Trent Dilfer. Today, they had over 200 yards rushing the football. That makes things a little bit easier on your quarterback.
Allstott had 103 of those 220, and he had really been struggling, too. He even fumbled in the first half. So the Buccaneers get off the schneid. And, you know, again, the Bears play a tough ball game. But they lost the 3 playoff teams from last year. They're playing hard for Dave Wannstedt. Jaguars and Ravens. Jacksonville Jaguars at home at Alltel Stadium against the Baltimore Ravens. And James Stewart at 100 yards the first 2 games. Here he goes down awkwardly on this tackle by Peter Booyah. And Stewart carted off with an injured left ankle. Ravens down 7-3 in the second quarter. Jim Harbaugh pulled. He's playing hurt. He's 4 for 9. Eric, no time to wallow in the Zaire. Played well in relief for 2 weeks. And he hits Jermaine Lewis, and he can scoot. Punt returns, reception, 56 yards. We're tied at 10 at the half. Early third, same score. Mark Brunell had big numbers to Jimmy Smith on the short pass. Short pass turns long. 72 yards. Jaguars, 17-10 lead. The Ravens gamble on defense, but it doesn't pay off.
Well, number 45, Corey Harris, here has to make a decision between the player and the ball. He thought he had time to get to the football, dives out in front of it and misses. Once he does that, Jimmy Smith is off to the end zone.
Late third quarter, 2nd and 20. Brunell scrambling right, and look what happens here. It's a little early to get the Gatorade shower, but whoop, don't plan on getting a drink there. He was okay, thank goodness. 3rd and 21. Brunell. You know what? This guy is about as good as there is. gets 22 yards to Reggie Barlow.
Very comfortable in the pocket, moves just enough to get rid of the football.
Yeah, and he moves to buy time, and Damon Jones is open for 2 yards. The Ravens drove down to the 2 with about a minute to go, but they couldn't punch it in to get within 7 and force an onside kick. And the Jaguars win 24-10, 519 yards in total offense, Tommy, for the Jaguars. Brunell, 25-34, 376 passing from 2 TDs. And Fred Taylor is the 100-yard man for Jacksonville with 120 ladies. John Elway got the nod to start despite the bad hamstring. Lance Johnstone hits Elway late, first quarter, roughing the passer. Then more Raider penalties. We've seen it all this year already.
Well, you see right here the interference call down the field. Again, defenders not looking back for the football. That time, Eric Allen.
Elway, Ed McCaffrey. Charles Woodson breaks it up, but there's another flag. And that sets up Elway to easy Ed from the 1. Pretty good bullet. 92-yard drive, helped by 63 yards of penalties. Second quarter, though, the Broncos up 7-3. Elway to Shannon Sharp. Well, look what happens. He completes it, but pulls up lane. He re-aggravates the hamstring injury. He goes to the sideline, and Bubby Brister enters the game. 2 plays later, Eric Turner enters the end zone. He goes from his own 6. 94 yards. He does go all the way, and the Raiders lead it 10-7. Even getting applause from... There's Al. Third quarter, the Broncos now up 7-10 after a Ray Crockett interception. Brister now feeling it a little bit to McCaffrey. Another touchdown for Easy Ed, 24-10 Broncos. 27-17 in the fourth. Jeff George and Crockett. Hey, we've seen multiple interceptions by several guys this year. And Crockett streaks it 80 yards. And Mike might talk to him here, huh? Get in the end zone.
Get in the end zone, then do what you want.
34-17. The Broncos, they are 3-0 as they beat the Raiders 34-17. And Brister came in and settled down and did okay. Now, you know, they didn't do it with a huge game from Terrell Davis, but the Broncos now, they win on the road, a divisional foe. What do you see in them, Tommy?
Well,
Seattle Seahawks usually open the season underwater. This year they're 2-0 in the opening kickoff against the Redskins. Steve Broussard. This is how they're playing in September. It could go all the way. 90-yard return, 7-0 Seahawks. Dennis Erickson's defense goes to work. Trent Green, second start to Michael Westbrook. Defense didn't work here. We're tied at 7. A nice 36-yard play. 10-7 Seahawks third quarter until Ricky Waters starts to rumble. Got a couple guys in front of him. Nice cut block there. Then he scoots back to the end zone, 13 yards. Ricky, 24 carries, $136. 17-7 Seattle. And a nice block here by Strong.
Well, the fullback, Max Strong, a great lead block on Marcus Patton right there. And then watch Howard Ballard, who outweighs Darrell Green by about 250 pounds, just push Darrell right through the end zone.
More Waters on the next drive. Waters says, get me up there, get me the ball. Waters in rainy Seattle. Oh, they're going to love this. 33 yards. The Seahawks would go on to win it 24-14. Norv Turner's Redskins. The Skins are 0-3 for the first time since 1981.
A playoff game that comes up later tonight. Now, NFL Primetime.
Week 4 on NFL Primetime. Will the champs skip a beat with Bubby at the helm? And in a slugfest in Irving, does Dion come calling again? The Pack get caught in a shootout with the Panthers, while the Saints seek stardom and in a quest for utter perfection. For San Franciscans, is it the mighty Niners they've come to see, or were they following their stocks and bonds? In Chicago, were the fans rooting for a Bears upset or another super day for Sosa and company? In St. Louis, take your pick between the old Cards, the newer Rams, and Big Mac. All the big hits on Primetime. again, everybody. Welcome to Week 4 of NFL Primetime. I'm Chris Berman along with Tom Jackson. I don't know about you, Tom. I'm exhausted.
It's a day of which we have never seen some of the things we saw today.
Oh, man, in the world of sports, I mean, the Mark McGuire and the NL West, the NL wild card saga leading to a playoff. And to top it all, Saints-Colts. Unbelievable. As a matter of fact, Saints-Colts was so unbelievable, it went to overtime. So we got to lead with that here at NFL Primetime. Hurricane George, please go away from the Delta. Meanwhile, Peyton Manning, dad, former Saint great, to Marshall Faulk. And the Marshall plan is gone, 78 yards. That'll help the passing stats. A little cross pattern that goes for a touchdown, Tom, early on.
Zone blitz by the Saints here. You're going to see Joe Johnson, the end, dropping into coverage. But remember, it's a zone. He's not going to get a bump. Then you're going to see the safety, Rob Kelly, taking the angle. But Marshall Faulk with the great speed heads to the sideline. You can't teach that as he goes for the touchdown.
I said early on, that was my mistake. It was 6-6 in the fourth until that play made it 13-6. But Mark Fields and Keith Mitchell make a Manning sandwich. Then, 4th and 17. The Colts leading Mike Ditka's undefeated Saints 13-6. Danny Werfel, 4th and 17 to Sean Dawkins. Not bad coverage by Tyrone Poole. It's 44 yards. 45 seconds left. Next play from the 15. Werfel. Andre Hastings against pretty good coverage from Jeff Burris. 96-yard drive in under 2 minutes ties the game at 13-all. We go to overtime. Manning drops back. Tyrone Drayford steps in front of Jerome Pathon. 3rd pick of the day for Manning. 2 plays later, Werfel to the rookie Cam Cleveland. He could go all the way. The New Orleans, the April showers doing the jig. Werfel with the touchdown. 2 clutch passes for Danny Werfel. And the Saints win it 19-13. Werfel, by the way, now they duel with Peyton Manning often in college. He's 3-0 head-to-head with him. And Tommy, I mean, Colts 0-4, still learning process. Werfel and the Saints are 3-0. Wow.
Well, let's begin with Peyton Manning. I talked with his general manager, Bill Polian, this week, and Bill Polian understands that he's going to go through the growing pains, but he is learning that short offense, the dump to Marshall Faulk, and Marshall Faulk having an outstanding year, not only running, receiving, but also blocking for the quarterback. But now to Werfel. Give credit to Mike Ditka for sticking with a kid that a lot of people would have given up on. He showed that he has the intangibles today, the 96-yard drive to tie, the drive in overtime, that last throw. I think that those are the things that Mike Ditka saw in this kid that maybe none of us saw.
Well, he was the one that kind of put some stock in Doug Flutie way back when.
That's correct. Just knowing how to win.
A winner is a winner, and hey, say what you want. The New Orleans Saints, all right, they do play New England and San Francisco next. But who cares? They're 3-0. As we go inside the numbers, the New Orleans Saints last year, well, they started 0-3, which is not unlike many of their other starts. But this time, with the overtime winner, that famed duel, Werfel to Cleveland. He's going to go right down like Manning to Abramowitz. And in 98, they've won the 3 games. You want to see a difference? 19 turnovers first 3 games last year, 2 this year.
Inside the Numbers is brought to you by Visa, the official card of the NFL. It's everywhere you want to be. www.visa.com.
Here we go on NFL Primetime. The return of the Cardinals to St. Louis. How would it turn out? The Packers, in their mind, they went to Carolina. Brett Favre fired over and over again. Would he fire enough? Sunday Night Football on ESPN, the Cincinnati Bengals at the Baltimore Ravens. For highlights, Dan Patrick.
Some games look better on paper. Bengals and Ravens were hoping their game looked better on television. In a Misery Loves Company matchup Sunday night here on ESPN, Baltimore welcomed its Central Division neighbors to town. In an effort to boost TV ratings and their chances of winning, the Ravens decided to start Eric Zaire at quarterback. Baltimore came in averaging 1 touchdown per game. Zaire replacing the banged-up Jim Harbaugh. And when you've got a weapon like Jermaine Lewis, use him. 74 yards, 21-0 Ravens. And the fans have got to love this kid. Thanks. 3rd quarter, more Lewis. The former Maryland Terrapin got a couple of nice blocks, and then he starts directing traffic, and then he's gone. 28-17 Ravens. Still third quarter. Neil O'Donnell under pressure. Gets sacked by Michael McCrary and Peter Boulware. O'Donnell hurt on the play. He would leave with bruised ribs. His replacement, Jeff Blake. 28-17 Baltimore. Blake going up top and looking for his favorite receiver, Carl Pickens. 67 yards. And we've got a ball game, 28-24. Bengals down 7. 4th and 1, under 2 minutes to go. Blake is going to test Rod Woodson and not live to tell about it. Woodson's injured defensive mate, Ray Lewis, sitting this one out, but still involved in this one. Baltimore goes on to win it by the final of 31-24. Baltimore's first win in its new stadium. Priest Holmes, the former Texas Longhorn, making his first career start. I think he's going to have a few more. He ran for 173 yards, second highest total in team history. Carl Pickens had 2 touchdown catches, giving him a Bengals record 54 in his career. Next Sunday night, Warren Moon and company trying to rebound from the loss to the Steelers. Will be hooking up against the Kansas City Chiefs. The Chiefs fresh off the win against the Eagles as they improve to 3-1.
We roll on NFL Primetime. Old Busch Stadium, and the St. Louis Cardinals played 28 years there from 1960 to 1987. Jim Hart and company would rekindle the memories as Arizona came to town and says, you remember this for the new St. Louis team, the Rams. 7-3 second quarter St. Louis Rams. Jake Plummer, watch the footwork of Frank Sanders. Oh, man, not a bad throw either, Tom. Touchdown.
Great throw at the back of the end zone.
Then Tony Banks, what about footwork?
Well, this is not good footwork. And Tony goes down like this oftentimes, makes it difficult on his offensive line, sacked a little bit too easy.
Look at Joe Green in red. It just doesn't look right, but he's applauding because it was the sack by Andre Wadsworth. Now a huge roar goes up late in the third quarter. The Rams end up with a penalty because on the board, Mark McGuire at number 69, about 6 blocks down the street from where they're playing this at TWA. Tony Banks is quiet. I don't think so, Tony. At any rate, fourth quarter still 17-10. The Rams, Tony Banks to J.T. Thomas, 42 yards, sets up a touchdown run. 1 of 2 by the rookie, Robert Holcomb. Vince Tobin watches Jake the Snake Plummer scramble. Buy time. Then look at this throw to Frank Sanders, but Dexter McCleon is called for interference, setting up in a tie game at 17. Joe Netney, 29 yards, good. Arizona, they won last Sunday night. They win at St. Louis. They've come back to not their mark at 2-2 as Arizona beats St. Louis. The Cardinals beat St. Louis. It doesn't sound right. 20-17. And what about the Rams? 8 straight losses at home. What about Jake Plummer,
Well,
Tom?
you didn't see Jake Plummer under the tremendous pressure that you usually see him, and that's due to the 29 carries by Adrian Morrell. He only had 68 yards, but 29 carries means that you have the ground game established.
And you did see Andre Wadsworth had 2 sacks in the game. When we return, Trey Thomas, Derek Thomas. I don't think they'll be at a family reunion. We'll show you. And the Jaguars at the Oilers. Mark Brunell. Tough in third down situations. Could Tennessee pull the upset? The Kansas City Chiefs had never played in Philadelphia before against the Eagles. Jeffrey Lurie said, well, maybe if I sit next to Don Shula, we might win a game. The owner of the Eagles said that. Or he thought that, maybe. And Rodney Peete getting the start instead of the young Bobby Hoying. You knew he would be cool. To Kasim Cincino. You remember him, the rookie. 22 yards. Next play, Deuce Staley. 7-0 Philly thinking upset. What about this battle, Tom?
Well, Derek Thomas was neutralized most of the day. You see Trey Thomas doing a good job right there. Little ill feelings passed around. On the day, Derek Thomas, no tackles, no sacks.
Peete under pressure. Dumps. He really wings one to Kevin Turner. Turner laterals to Cincino. Cincino is not sincere about it. It's out of bounds, but the Eagles maintain possession. 8 plays later, Deuce Staley. We're upping him to a jack at this point. His second touchdown, 14-7, the Eagles. End of the third quarter. Staley stopped, though, on 4th and 1 by Greg Minuski. A key swing of momentum. Chiefs down 14-10. Rich Gannon grew up in the Philly area. All kinds of time. To Joe Little Bighorn. 57 yards. Then 2 plays later, this guy had 3 touchdowns for the Chiefs.
Well, Donnell Bennett does a great job here of muscling into the end zone, kind of reminiscent of Mike Allstott, because he backs in right here in the grasp of the Eagle defense.
3 TDs for Bennett at 87 yards. Then down by 3. Mark McMillan and wife makes the pick of Rodney Pete. It would be 24-14. That would convert into a touchdown. Please give us something to cheer about. And Pete says, I'll tell you what, we're upping him from Jack to an ace. It's Ace Staley. 3 touchdowns for Deuce Staley. He's now an ace. 24-21. Pretty good onside kick attempt by Chris Bonio. But Tony Gonzalez there with the good hands to save the day for the Chiefs. The Eagles were game, but in the end, they could not prevent their 4th loss in as many tries. Kansas City ups their mark to 3-1. And again, it threw for 262 yards on the day. Philadelphia playing better at home, getting some production out of Deuce Staley. Hey, they only had 15 points in the first 3 games. At least they had 21. But it's another loss for Ray Rhodes and company. Jaguars at the Oilers. 2nd home game in Nashville at Vanderbilt Stadium. So Steve McNair and company hoping for a better performance than they did the first time. There were 7,000 empty seats. They need to convince these folks that McNair to Yancey Thigpen's going to happen often. It did here, and the Oilers lead undefeated Jacksonville 10-7. At 13-7, McNair to Thigpen. Thigpen pulls over Chris Hudson, 18 yards, 19-7 Oilers. McNair heads to the locker room to get a hip pointer treated. He would leave in the 4th quarter as a result. First play, 3rd quarter. James Stewart out for the year. Fred Taylor, the rookie from Florida, breaks a tackle, makes a cut, has some blockers. 49 yards to the Oilers, 31. 6 plays later, a Taylor touchdown, 21-19. The Jaguars have the lead. McNair, sideline. And then Mark Brunell on 3rd down, Tom.
Well, his game is multi-dimensional. You see him there sitting, throwing the pocket off the short drop. You take another look at the things that he can do here. He's going to come up, get out of the pocket, show his scrambling ability. Look at him, keep his head up downfield in case he spots somebody open. Goes for every inch he can get.
Then 3rd and 2. Look at the naked play. Brunell to Keenan McCardell leads to a field goal, 27-22 Jaguars. Dave Craig trying to rally Tennessee. Kevin Hardy makes the sack. 15-yard loss. 2 plays later, Craig, blindside, Joel Schmingy. The ball is loose. Ronaldo wins, recovers for Jacksonville. Jeff Fisher and the Oilers, boy, they need to win at home. Played tough. They almost had the Patriots last week. They almost had the Jaguars this week, but they lose it 27-22. So Jacksonville remains undefeated, and 3 of those 4 wins are by a total of 11 points. And for Tennessee, Tom, what about the offensive game plan?
Well, not an outstanding day for Steve McNair. He had the 2 touchdowns offset by the 2 interceptions. But I think the problem for this team, and it's something we were discussing a couple of weeks ago, is Eddie George. The 14 carries for 25 yards doesn't give them the ability to sustain balance on offense. And the real key to this game is they had the lead going well into the 3rd quarter of this football game. You would assume that he would have more than 14 carries in a game like that.
You would, but he did not. With the lead going in the 4th quarter.
And certainly losing this game at home.
We go inside the numbers, and Jacksonville had another 100-yard day from Fred Taylor. 116 yards today. That means in every game this year, the Jaguars have had a 100-yard performance. Their first 3 years, in the 48 total games, they only had 3 100-yard performances, 1 a year. Mark of a winning team. When we return, Broncos, Redskins. Here's a winning team, the Denver Broncos. And the Raiders and the Cowboys. Could Dion weave his magic again? He sure tried. We'll show you after this. Two of the most vaunted franchises in the NFL, certainly since 1960, their 80s, and the Cowboys met in Dallas for the first time since 1986. Would they live up to their billing? Well, it was Jason Garrett, of course, from Princeton, at quarterback for the Cowboys. Won on Monday night. Garrett looking for Michael Irvin, and Eric Allen makes the play. Then look at the #1 pick of the Raiders, Charles Woodson, on the other side.
Woodson with great technique there. You see him get the nice bump at the line of scrimmage. That's classic Raider coverage.
Then watch this play. Keep playing the game. Jeff George to James Jett. Kevin Smith is there, but so is Jett. Off the shoulder pad, and he goes 75 yards, 10-3. The Raiders at the half for John Gruden.
And this is good coverage by Kevin Smith. He gets his head turned. He's trying to look back over his left shoulder. The ball bounces right off his pad to Jett, who's gone.
3rd quarter. Second and goal from the Oakland 7. Garrett picked off by Charles Woodson in the end zone. Woodson gets it all the way back to the 24-yard line. 3 and out for the Raiders. And when you say out, you're punting to Deion Sanders. And are we allowed to say prime time anymore? I'm not sure after that feature today. but 59 yards, he could go. Almost all the way, down to the 14. Dallas doesn't even get a touchdown. They miss a field goal. Not happy days for Richie Cunningham. Cowboys trail 13-3 with 7 minutes to go. Watch Woodson in the spot shadow. He misses the play, right? Billy Davis is going to be run down by Woodson. Amazing.
Yeah, you can't teach that, Chris. He was on the blitz. He came back and made the play before the receiver could get to the goal line.
Emmett would score to make it 13-10. Then Garrett picks up the corner blitz to Michael Irvin, 17 yards to the 43. Minute 46 to go. Garrett. Forget Aikman to Irvin. It's Garrett to Billy Davis is the famed Dallas connection now. Down to the 43 of Oakland. Garrett for the end zone. Eric Turner picked one against the Giants last week at the end of the game. Picks one here. Tom, what happened?
Well, if you watch the receiver's spot shadowed underneath, you can see it's great coverage, but Eric Turner never allows the receivers to get deeper than he does. It appears the ball's thrown in double coverage. That's just a great play by Eric Turner.
And then watch this. After an intentional safety, he gets a free kick with 1 second to go with Dion and Hambrick and Dion. Whoop, whoop. Dion, they got to return it. The clock's whoop, whoop, whoop. One problem. Sooner or later, you run out of Cowboys. The Raiders get it. Give the Cowboys credit for trying. But the Raiders, John Gruden, one of those AFC West teams beating up on one of those NFC East teams. It's a recurring theme this year. The Raiders win it by the count of 13-12 and held them at the 59 yards and 21 carries, Tom.
Well, and Napoleon Kaufman, 116 yards in support of Jess George, who is still learning John Gruden's system. He only threw for 159. 75 on one play.
It's fitting that we put this in the Dallas section. Some sad news to report tonight in the world of football. Doak Walker is certainly a Texas hero at SMU and a member of the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Died tonight. Doak was 71 years of age, a great athlete, a great person. He was paralyzed in a skiing accident in January, never really recovered, obviously, and he died of complications of that. Our condolences to Doak's family, dead at 71. When we return on Primetime, Terrell Davis at it again for Denver. Brett Favre at it again for Green Bay. Let's see, these teams went in 3-0. Think they left 4-0? We'll be back. The defending Super Bowl champion Denver Broncos trying to put the Redskins at 0-4. John Elway dressed, ready to go, said he would start until he took last-second warm-ups, then said, no, I'm not going to go. Bubby Brister starts for Denver. Broncos 0-7 in the 90s without Elway starting. Many of those games, Tommy Maddox. Fake to Terrell Davis, reverse to Rod Smith. Big hole, 37 yards.
Yeah, Rod Smith, a great job of hitting the hole, going full speed, a la Jerry Rice.
But he was not going to outrace Darryl Green, Tom. Let's just suffice it to say that. Bubby Brister played all right. The easy Ed McCaffrey, 19 yards. And 7-0 the Broncos. And Elway was hurt on that very play last week. 10-0 second quarter. Trent Green under pressure. Darian Gordon. Leslie Shepard is the receiver. Said this week, Gordon is a punt return specialist. Hello, here's the interception, touchdown, 55 yards, 17-0. B-men. Now down by 17 points, here comes Terry Allen.
And that's the key, down by 17 points. The Redskins stick to their game plan. They realize it's early enough in the game where they can keep running the football. There you see Allen for 26 yards. Then you're going to see him go again off the right side. This is for 15 yards. And then you can see him right there for the 5-yard score.
All right, so 11 carries, 73 yards. A touchdown here makes it 17-7. Late in the third quarter, still 17 to late in the second quarter, I should say, still 17-7. Green pressure, pass tip, Trevor Price. Oh, those D-line, I love it when they get a pick. Second INT for Green. Third quarter. We've seen this movie before. Terrell Davis. He could go all the way. 42 yards. TD with a $1.19 today. The salute and the 24-7 Bronco lead. Now 31-7. The Skins moving. Neil Smith banged up earlier. Comes up with a sack on third down. And in Washington, the Bagskins. Redskins 0-4 for the first time since Joe Gibbs' rookie season in 1981. The good news, that turned out all right. The bad news, it's not Nora's first season. He's got a long hill to climb up as the Broncos win it 38-16. Tom, Terrell Davis, 489 yards, 6 touchdowns on the year already.
Yeah, great balance between run and pass, and Bubby Brister not throwing an INT today.
Brister with a couple of touchdowns as the Broncos win it. Packers and the Panthers, the other team in the Super Bowl, trying to go 4-0 as Denver has done. Doug Evans, Packer until he signed for big free agent money. wearing a cast, broke his thumb, but trying to play, but play defensive back with a broken thumb, tough.
And you watch him right there as he closes on Antonio Freeman. You can see he doesn't want to use that left arm. He doesn't bring it in there to try to club the ball out. Then again, right here, you see him with the interference call. That's just with the right hand, but you can see again, he was hampered by the injury.
Same drive, a play after Derek Mays cost a touchdown with a penalty. Look at Brett Favre off the back foot, fires into the end zone. Mays burns Eric Davis for the touchdown, 13-10. Green Bay up to Carolina, led it 10-0. Favre rolls right. This time it's Davis. All right, you beat me, I'll beat you. Second interception against Favre. It's now 17-13 Carolina. But here comes Favre. The fade to the good pass-catching tight end, Tyrone Davis. Oh, Tommy, what a play. 3 touchdowns in the first half for Favre, 20-20 at the half. Robert Brooks. Oh, hit by Tony Veland, who broke his nose earlier in the game. Tried to return the favor. Favre to Derek Mays. Just fires it in there. Mays to Jeff Brady. Hey, I caught it. 27-20 Pack. 30-20 Packers in the fourth quarter. Ken Walter's going to punt it. Tom Caper says, all right, we get delay of game. You're not going to take the penalty. I'm going to try a 56-yard field goal. I fooled you. Good. It's now 30-23. Next drive for Green Bay, 3rd and 1. Favre. You're not supposed to make these throws unless you're Favre or John Elway.
And there's 2 guys in the league that are willing to do it. You just named him. He throws it across his body for a touchdown.
Oh, 5 touchdown passes for Brett Favre. But they're not done. It's still 37-30. 4th and 5 for Carolina. Kerry Collins. Up for grabs. Mark Carrier. Leveled by Pat Terrell, but it's a first down. Collins. The Carrier. But they have no timeout. Tick, 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 tick. Last chance. 2 seconds. Collins throws. What? Oh, it's incomplete. Mike Holmgren. Oh. And we're 4-0. Have that look. The Packers beat the Panthers 37-30, 27-45, 388 yards, 5 touchdowns from Brett Favre, who was also picked off 3 times. So the good, the bad, the ugly, and the gorgeous all at the same time.
I think when you ask Brett Favre to carry the load, you get a little bit of bad, but you get the 5 touchdown passes. Only he can do that.
You don't get more exciting than that. I mean, Carolina only had 5 first downs in the first 52 minutes, but they were in the game all the way. When we return, Bears-Vikings. Bears playing their 4th straight playoff team. Could they hang in at home in the divisional rival? Oh, we bring in the French horn for this one. 3-0 Seattle at 2-1 Pittsburgh. Car park. But the Steelers' offense has been nowhere. Seattle's the team of the offense. Warren Moon and Joey Galloway. Galloway can just do this. Turn a 20-yard play into a 40-yard play down to the 30-yard line. 3 plays later, Moon to Christian Euphoria. Seahawks feeling euphoric. 7-3 Seattle. Suing possession for Pittsburgh, Cordell Stewart to Courtney Hawkins. Trying to get Cordell in, just feeling a little bit better, and one way to do that behind the center is give it to this guy.
Yeah, give it to the bus, Jerome Bettis. He did a lot of his work inside the tackles. He was a punishing runner all day. That's what will help Cordell Stewart be a better quarterback.
3 plays later, Cordell, well, we know he can move, and if you're watching for Bettis, even though the Seahawks defense is so fast, Cordell makes it 10 yards. Now, you know what? We need a big name for a big play. So the rookie, Cordell the pitch to Fuamatu Mafala. You remember him from Utah. We're calling him Foo. 10-7 touchdown, Foo. 4th quarter. Seahawks down 13-10. Warren Moon under pressure, complete to Joey Galloway, 23 yards. Moon, 4 plays later, looking for James McKnight. Would it be good night, Pittsburgh? Oh, it's just off his fingertips. Warren said, we had one there. After an incomplete pass, Todd Peterson, 52-yard field goal. No good. Just missed to the right. Still 13-10 Pittsburgh. Seahawks, one last chance. 4th and 10 at their own 32, $1:23 left. Moon to James McKnight. Good night. Remember the ball off of Dwayne Washington's fingers last week at Miami for the touchdown? This time off his fingers to save the game. And the Steelers go on to win it by the count of 13-10 with 138 yards rushing for Bettis, 185 for the team. The difference maybe, Tom, 4 turnovers Seattle, all fumbles, none for Pittsburgh.
Yeah, Cordell Stewart being careful with the football, although the number's not huge in terms of passing the ball. And as I mentioned, Jerome Bettis, his 138 yards pounding the football. That's Steeler football.
4 sacks also for Pittsburgh in their win. Both teams are 3-1. When we return. Last Last year in the North, the Vikings beat the Bears twice, but it was close. Chicago has led 3 games at halftime and let them all slip away. Eric Kramer looking for the upset to Bobby Ingram, 24 yards. Then Kramer with the Bears down 10-7 in the second quarter to Ingram again on 3rd and 10, 33 yards. Kramer to Chris Penn. Penn it is a touchdown. 14-10, Chicago and Minnesota dropping back, Tom.
Yeah, watch Orlando Thomas and Jimmy Hitchcock here, and you can see that just giving too big a cushion, the corner outside, the safety inside, he makes this cut 15 yards downfield, and still he's in the end zone before he gets touched.
Final minute of the first half, 14-10, the Bears. Kramer, Ingram, touchdown! 21-10, Chicago. Eric Kramer, 208 yards passing in the first half at 3 TDs. So the Vikings trail at 21-10, and here comes Randall Cunningham in his second start. Andrew Glover, good hands, 19 yards, 21-17. Later in the third, Kramer throwing. The Bears are going in until Corey Fuller steps in front, and he returns it 32 yards. What a big play and a big turnaround late in the third quarter. Ensuing drive, Cunningham, pump. Chris Carter, all he does,
catch touchdown.
35 yards, 24-21, and the Vikes. The Bears have been outscored in the third quarter, 44-0. Fourth quarter, still down 3 Chicago. Cunningham would make them down 10 when Randy Moss makes the catch, 44 yards, 31-21.
And what a natural he is at wide receiver. You watch him gauge the ball, find it, use that great vertical leap that he has, and just kind of nudge his way in the end zone for a touchdown.
Less than 2 minutes left in the game. The Bears down 10. Kramer to Ryan Wetnight. It's not over. 19 yards. It's 31-28. Onside kick coming. But one thing about the onside kick is it's got to go, like, it can't go this far. 20 yards. Vikings get possession, and they hold on to win it. 31-28. I got to tell you, Dave wants that Bears have played awfully, awfully tough. But they are the first team in NFL history to blow leads at half in 4 straight games. To their credit, it was 4 playoff teams from last year, but they are 0-4 at Minnesota, a perfect 4-0.
Yeah, and Randall Cunningham coming in and backing up Brad Johnson, and he gets 4 touchdown passes, 275 yards, and again, very careful with the football, not throwing the INTs.
Offset Kramer, 372 yards, 4 TDs, and the Vikings play the Packers next Monday night in a battle of 4-0 teams. Last 6 trips for the Atlanta Falcons to 3.com Park in San Francisco. Losses to the Niners, 34-7, 39-17, 41-10, 50-14, 37-30, 56-17. We have a saying here. 1's an accident, 2's a trend, 3's a problem. What's 6? A debacle? Falcons, 2-0, though, coming in to play the 2-0 Niners. Jerry Rice has always eaten up the Falcons' 26 career TDs against them. Young to Rice across the middle, you know what's coming. He could go all the way. 66 yards. The Niners lead at 7-0. The most by any person against one team, most touchdowns. Jerry Rice, 27 against Atlanta. Falcons first possession, 2nd and 10. Boy, the Niners always kill you with that early touchdown, Tommy. Niners with the blitz. Chris Chandler, the flat. Pass dropped by Bob Sister Christian. Next play, Chris Dolman. Sack of Chandler. Dolman had 3 sacks on the day. Falcons have to punt it.
Yeah, and you watch him, the great swim of Bob Whitfield. Then he knocks Jamal Anderson out of the way. Great inside move by veteran Chris Dolman.
1 of 9 sacks today by San Francisco. Chandler's pass almost picked off by Merton Hanks, but chances are it's in the hands of Terrence Mathis. 49-yard touchdown, Tommy, on a wild play.
Well, Darnell Walker does a great job here getting his hand in. Merton Hanks does a great job of trying to focus on the football. Kind of a freak play, but the Atlanta Falcons get a touchdown out of it.
Mariucci says we're only up 14-7, but now 24-7. Chandler avoids the blitz, looking for Tony Martin. It's a 10. Incompletion. Dan Reeves, you know this look, Tom. You know.
I've seen it.
You've seen this look closer than we have. Still 24-7 in the second quarter. Niners, 26-yard line. Young, Rice. Oh, man. 78 touchdowns between these two. Niners go up 31-7. Atlanta makes it interesting. They come back to make it 31-20, which is a respectable score for Dan Reeves' young Falcons. But in the end, Steve Young, 387 yards passing with 3 TDs. Jerry Rice, 8 catches, $162. And we told you about all those sacks. So the Niners are 3-0. And what, another day of almost 500 yards? I mean, they have about 1,500 yards.
And even that last touchdown we saw, realize the score is 24-7 when Young makes that throw to Rice. And I think that's the key for this football team. They have great killer instinct. When they get up by 14, get up by 20, they don't allow you to get into a game plan. They make sure that they dictate your game plan. You were going to have to pass the ball if you're the Falcons to win.
Well, the Falcons are a better team, but the Niners not quite in that class yet. When we return, the Giants off the Monday Night Downer. Could they go to the Murph and halt the youngster Ryan Leaf? We'll see.
The Seattle Seahawks head to Arrowhead for a battle with the Kansas City Chiefs.
Cross-country trip for the New York Football Giants to face Ryan Leaf and the 2-1 San Diego Chargers. Leaf watching as Danny Cannell struggled Monday night. It's Ike Hilliard. He breaks tackles, 16 yards, a first down, a 3rd and 11 completion. Later in the drive, Cannell, Hilliard, 20 yards, first down. Giants had completed only 60% of their third downs going in, but hey, when you do that, you set up plays like this by Gary Brown and Banner Brown, touchdown, 7-0 Jimmy. Cannell to Chris Callaway. Chris Callaway, 14-0 Giants. Callaway turns Shaw around.
Well, Callaway, the great outside move, comes right down the post for the touchdown.
And as for Ryan Leaf, fumbled the snap, picked off by Carlton Gray. Receiver falls down. He goes up top anyway. Philippi Sparks, interception. Second quarter, Leaf, tip pass. Percy Ellsworth, pick. 11 of 27, $135 for 3 interceptions in the first half. But wasn't all Leaf's fault. Here's some pressure, Tom.
Yeah, you would expect the Giants to blitz and put the pressure on a young quarterback like Ryan Leaf. They did exactly that. You take a look, the last one, Michael Strahan coming up right up the middle of the field. That kind of pressure all day.
And then Ryan Leaf over the middle. Oh, here's Ellsworth. He brings it back 20 yards for the touchdown. Leaf benched after that. Wheelahan came in to move the ball a little bit. And in the end, the Giants, they knew that 2 of the 4 members of the starting secondary for the Chargers had been hurt, so they went up top a little bit. A much better performance by Cannell and company. He threw for 208 yards, 34-16, the Giants.
Primetime Players is brought to you by 1-800-COLLECT, the easy way to save.
Throw a touchdown pass at the last minute of regulation, and you throw another one to win it in overtime. You get my game ball. Danny Werfel and the 3-0 Saints, way to go.
Boom, you throw 40 a year, you get my game ball. Brett Favre, 3-time MVP, 5 touchdowns, 388 yards, carrying the load for the Packers.
What a day in sports. And tomorrow night, we are thrilled to bring you a special 1-game playoff for the wild card berth in the National League. Giants, Cubs, Wrigley Field. Our coverage begins at 7:45 p.m. Eastern, 4:45 on the West Coast. Steve Blood on the track. So for the Cubs, Mark Gardner, who's been a horse down the stretch for the Giants, those will be your pitchers. Our congratulations to Mark McGwire with 70 home runs. We almost had a no-hitter by a rookie pitcher named Holiday with 1 out to go for Toronto. Tommy, I'm exhausted.
Well, we're not likely to see the 70 home runs again.
And by the way, nice job by some of the teams in going 4-0. For Tom Jackson, I'm Chris Berman. See ya.
Who holds the record for...
Everybody, I'm Chris Berman. Welcome to Week 7 of NFL Primetime. My longtime 12-year compatriot, I didn't mean to call you a patriot, my compronco, Tom Jackson. We have a 1-hour edition of NFL Primetime, just like the good old days. We had a week, Tom, in which there were games, only 1-game pitted teams with winning records against each other, so you knew. Some strange developments, like scores at half, 3-3, 3-3, 6-3, 6-0, 7-0, and an upset or 2 in the brewing, so plenty to show you. Well, first things first, a couple of anemic offenses got together, although one team, the Arizona Cardinals, 3-3, a game off first place. Now the hot cards coming into last year's winner of the NFC East, the New York Football Giants, who offenses look like the New York Baseball Giants as of late. Could either team get it going? Somewhere in the swamps of Jersey, we would find our answer. Meadowlands, Dave Brown used to quarterback the Giants, now backup Cards. Returns and he watches Danny Cannell find Chris Callaway for 14 yards and a first down. Cannell to Callaway. Hey, Giant passing game clicking. Then, from the 12 to Ike Hilliard down to the 1-yard line. Cannell rolls out, finds Charles Way, 7-0 Giants, and you know who's happiest? The big guys. Whee! Scoring drive of 66 yards, Tom, and then Giant defense had a lead, and their defense knows what to do with it.
Yeah, the Giants score, and you see this front four put the pressure on here. Mike Strahan getting the sack on Jake Plummer. Then Marcus Buckley going to do the same thing. You watch him come in there right up the middle of the football field. They get another sack. And then the next possession, here, Robert Harris coming around. You see Jake holding on to those balls. Those last two was coverage sacks.
2.5 sacks by Harris, and the Giants had a bundle today. Second quarter, Giants driving, and Danny Cannell hits David Patton. He generals his way for the first down, and there's a flag on the play.
Yeah, Jameer Miller with the hit there. He drew the personal foul for roughing the passer, but you have to allow defenders the one step, and that looked like one step to me from Miller.
Well, this time Cannell will pitch to Gary Brown as Vanderbilt. Now look at Charles White. Boom, get out of my way with the big block. That's what he does on the lead. 14-0 Giants. Arizona's defense, which has played so well, took a beating. That's Aeneas Williams before you saw Simeon Rice. This is Mark Smith hobbling. They all three continued, but it didn't help. Cannell to Chris Callaway. Had a 19-yard touchdown. There they go. 27-7 G-Man. Dave Brown replacing the ineffective Plummer. And hello, welcome back home, says Chad Bratsky. He makes him a brat. Rough day for the Cards. Hey, Jim Fossil finally could take off the headset and smile about it as the Giants win going away 34-7. Brown with a buck-8. The Giants had a season-high 390 yards. Tom Cannell had a career-high 259 yards passing the football, 22 of 36. And the Giants' progress today on offense, Arizona not.
Well, a couple of things we saw from the Giants. This is Fossil's game plan at its best. He found a feature runner in Gary Brown today. The 24 carries for 108 yards gives them the balance they need to take the pressure off of Danny Cannell. Much better throwing the football when you're running the football well. And then defensively, when they score, they have the opportunities to get the turnovers. You watch them do it today and also get the sacks. And then Jake Plummer. We're both big fans of Jake Plummer.
Very much so.
But we are not seeing the progress, and I think that's the reason he was pulled at the end of the game today. Let's give this offense a chance to do something else with Brown at the helm.
2 picks and a fumble, so 3 turnovers responsible directly for Plummer, and a ray of hope for the New York Giants. And that's kind of what they did last year when they won the division. When we return, we've got a full hour. Trent Dilfer, after the bye week, could the Bucs get it going against winless Carolina? We know the Vikings have gotten it going. They were playing winless Washington. Was it a rout? You guessed. In the gang, an hour and a half at 6:30 Eastern time on Monday gets you set for the Jets at the Patriots, and then you can turn over to ABC at 8 Eastern. We begin with the Blast. Bill Parcells back to Foxborough against his old quarterback Drew Bledsoe. He brings Curtis Martin with him. Plenty of subplots in this one. Please join us Monday here and there. The Carolina Panthers have yet to win this year. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers used to know what that's like. Tony Dungy's team, one of the worst offenses in football, but after the bye, they have 3 of the next 4 at Ray J Stadium. Trent Dilfer, would he warm up? He was too warm. Bert Emanuel back, but he's not that fast, Trent. 3-0 Panthers in the second quarter. 3rd and 10. Next possession, Bucs. Riedel Anthony, too hard, too tough. The Bucs, 0 offensive touchdowns in the first half this season at 3-3. At the half. This is one of the games we were talking about. Third quarter, here come the Panthers. Fred Lane on the flight. Up the middle for 6 yards. After the play, William Floyd pushing Hardy Nickerson. Hardy was with us last week. He didn't tell us he would do this.
Uncalled for.
You're going to hear from the league, I'm sure. 5 plays later, 3rd and goal. Steve Berline playing now that Kerry Collins gone. Can't find Floyd. Maybe his eyes were just misty. Casey with a field goal at 6-3 Carolina. Bucs offensively still sputtering. Kevin Green, his 11th sack of the year, 25 and a half in 22 games with Carolina. Late in the third quarter, hey, Wesley Walls is still a good weapon even though the team's winless.
Yeah, Wesley Walls, great hands down around the goal line. A good job of trying to get it in, taken down at the 1.
2 plays later from the 1, Fred Lane. It's Penny Lane. He's in his ears. He's in your eyes. He does the celebration. The Panthers lead at 13-3 after 3. And the Bucs pull off a comeback. 3rd and 5. Warwick Dunn had a big game, almost 100 yards for him. Down to the 8 with a 12-yard run. 3 plays later, 3rd and goal at the 1, Dilfer. Play action to Mike Allstott and Dilfer. We would see this roll out again in a more exciting game, although this wasn't bad at the end. Bucks 13-10 with 5 minutes to go. They're down by 3. Ensuing drive, the Panthers 3rd and 8. Burline, Anthony Johnson, Derek Brooks, stripping to the football. 1, 2, 3 Bucks. Ball on the ball. It's Tampa Bay. No, it's not. It's Carolina ball. Are you kidding?
Yeah, Anthony Parker on this ball. Musa Muhammad is going to come in and get it for the Panthers. Now, Dom Capers wanted this to be called possession and then a fumble recovery. Would have given him a first down. The referees didn't see it that way. Never thought that the Bucks actually had possession.
The Bucks couldn't believe they didn't recover, but that looked like a good call, so Carolina got it. They had to punt it, though. And here's Trent Gill for under 2 minutes to go. Emmanuel broken up by Rod Smith. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 seconds later, here comes the flag, and Dom is not exactly singing. He's livid. First down, Bucks. Next play, Dilfer to Carl the Truth Williams. 29 yards. The Bucks lead at 16-13. But remembering their old days, they missed the extra point to give Carolina a shot to tie with a field goal and not have to go for the touchdown. They got a good field goal kicker in John Casey. He's kicked a 53-yarder already today. Burline responds to Muhammad inside the 35 into Casey's range. It's going to be a 52-yarder for the tie to send it to overtime. And wait a minute, there's a flag. Oh, and the Bucks give him 5 more yards. Offside. So it's a 47-yard field goal. It's long enough. It's high enough. It's deep enough. It's wide left. Shoot off the cannons and the galleon. The Bucks have come from behind to win at 16-13, and the Panthers' nightmare continues. They fall to 0-6. The Bucks are now 3-3, 96 yards for Warwick Dunn. And Tampa Bay, frankly, dodged the bullet, Tom.
Well, and you see Dilfer, he's going to be happy with the win. He throws for about 65% here. It just doesn't feel like he's doing that, but he got the good rushing effort from Dunn today, the 96 yards.
The Tampa wins it, as we said, and they're in the hunt. When we return, Oilers Bengals will go to the AFC Central next. Eddie George starting to gear it up for the Oilers big time. Without the Bucks, who would step up for the Steelers at home against the Ravens. We'll be back.
Can run. Harris gets behind him for the touchdown.
Nice pass. Archie Bell and the Drells. If you thought they would do the tighten up, Eddie George made sure that would not happen. Eddie George up the middle. 9 yards. We wait for him to get going this year, and maybe this was the game. 9 more yards up the middle, and he's got the block.
Yeah, watch the center, Mark Stepnoski. A great job of turning the nose tackle. You see the hole open up. The defense starts, the rest of the defense drifts, and a nice hole for Eddie George.
Now McNair to his #1 draft pick, Kevin Dyson. 9 yards, slicing and dicing his first NFL reception. George up the middle. Greg Myers, get out of my way. 15-play, 66-yard drive leads to a field goal, 10-0 Oilers. George, a lot better in this game, obviously, than his first 2 home games. He's starting to gear up. McNair, play action to Dyson. Makes a nice catch along the sideline, 20 yards. 6 plays later, McNair, scramble. Oh, he's so good at this. Safe, 8 yards. 6 plays later, McNair from the 1, touchdown. 20-0 Oilers at the half. They scored on all 4 possessions in the first half. Yardage 304-72 in the first half against the beleaguered Bengals. Third quarter, Neil O'Donnell back to pass. Sack Darrell Lewis. Joe Bowden brings it up and scores. 30-0. The Oilers. The Bengals haven't turned the ball over much this year, but here it was coming. Screen pass. Corey Dillon. Drop. Refs don't blow the whistle. Josh Evans. Rumbles. 76 yards for a touchdown. Was it a touchdown? Jeff Fisher says it should be. The refs huddled on this one, Tom.
I thought the refs did a great job here because Corey Dillon never actually had possession of that football. One of the reasons he didn't turn and chase it. And I thought a great job by the refs to review that call.
But what difference did it make? They ended up getting a touchdown later anyway. 44-14. The Oilers with 515 yards of total offense. McNair threw for 277. George ran for $107. Tennessee scored on their first 6 possessions. They're the team at 3-3, and the Bengals fall to 2-4. Staying in the AFC Central, Ravens at the Steelers. Last play, first quarter, 3-3 game. Cordell Stewart. It's a bizarre one. Off the hands of his ex-teammate Rod Woodson. Coming back to 3 rivers for the first time. Courtney Hawkins turns it into a 48-yard gain.
And not often will you see a defender make a play as good as Rod Woodson makes right here, and the ball not really change directions. Courtney Hawkins, a good job of concentrating and pulling the pass.
Jerome Bettis, the boss on the sidelines for Bill Cowher. He was hoping Richard Huntley or maybe David Brinkley would get it going. Huntley for 2 yards. It's a 2-yard loss. Say goodnight, Richard Huntley. Later in the quarter, Huntley stripped by Tony Siragusa. James Jones recovers the fumble. Baltimore kicks a field goal, 6-3 lead at the half. So another one of those low-scoring games at half. Ravens split third quarter. Stewart. They gamble, they lose. Charles Johnson, 55 yards, 10-6. Steelers.
Yeah, Dwayne Starks is going to be the corner on this play. We take a look here. He does the one thing you never want to do. He gets his back turned. He has to spin all the way back around, and Charles Johnson is gone.
Then Eric Zier, tipped by Keevan Henry, intercepted by Dwayne Washington, the GOAT last week, as Pickens burned him late, this time with a big interception down to the 47-yard line. First play, fourth quarter, ensuing drive. Stewart. Picked off by Dwayne Stark, the first-round pick of the Ravens. Jim Harbaugh, captain comeback, would relieve Eric Zier. No time to wallow with Eric Zier. But Harbaugh's pass picked off by Carnell Lake.
Yeah, and Carnell Lake right there is the guy locked up on Jermaine Lewis. Very smart move by Jim Haslett, the defensive coordinator.
5 minutes to go in the game. Stewart, Courtney Hawkins, 27-yard gain. There's a good play, and a 15-yard face mask penalty moves it to the Ravens 23. Cowher congratulates Hawkins. They kick a field goal to make it 13-6. Still a game here. Jermaine Lewis so dangerous on the return. Gets it at his own 2. Cuts left. It's a fumble. Chris Oldham recovers for the Steelers. Dave Marcher brought his Ravens. Turned it over 5 times in the game. First 5 games this year, they had only 4 turnovers. So the Steelers wasn't pretty. They win it 16-6. It's up their mark to 4-2, despite carrying the ball, what, Tom? 30 times for only 79 yards. Now, as you look at some of the numbers, Huntley, nobody could make up for the bust. But this is a game that Pittsburgh gave up only 6 points at home. This is a team, the Ravens/Browns, that hasn't won in 3 Rivers since the 80s. They gave up only 6 points at home, yet it's in doubt for the last 2 or 3 minutes of the game.
Well, I think you give a little bit more credit to Cordell Stewart, although he and Bill Cowher will still be concerned about consistency on this offense. Cordell now up around 200 yards today, and his passing offense made up a little bit for the lack of ground game with Jerome Bettis missing. Give the defense a lot of credit for hanging in. And again, I think Jim Haslett knew that the go-to guy at the end of the game was going to be Jermaine Lewis. He made sure that he had his best player, Carnell Lake, on Jermaine Lewis. And Carnell Lake is, to me, I think he's the best player defensively in the league.
Well, you give the defense credit. They've given up only 87 points all year. That's one of the best totals in the NFL. The offense has scored only 86.
You'll have to do the math for me later.
Well, it's unusual for a team that's 4-2. When we return, the game of the day, Doug Flutie, Bills, Jaguars, what a finish. Vikings, Redskins. What a start and finish for Minnesota. Stay with us.
Go face them and fight them. Be savage again.
Rain coming down. The field will be wet.
Excitement electrifies us, and victory spikes the air. You'll grow ragged and weary and wet.
This is when the big dogs come out.
In driving rain, pro football is played.
Well, going into the day, it was either going to be one of the great upsets of all time or business as usual. Minnesota 5-0, the Washington Redskins 0-6. As we guessed on this morning's edition of Sunday NFL Countdown, it would be one of 2 ways. But in the end, the question lingered. Why did they play this game? Norv Turner, it's been a nightmare. The nation's capital for him and the Skins. No score. Hey, maybe the worm's going to turn. Randy Moss, with his back turned on the punt return team, the ball hits him. Darryl Pounds pounces on it. And the Redskins are at the 2-yard line. So they give it to Terry Allen. Why not? And it's a 2-yard drive for a touchdown.
Nice drive.
7-0 Skids. So the Vikings try to play comeback football at home. No problem. Randall Cunningham down the field. Andrew Glover. All he does, catch touchdown. tied at 7-all. A great matchup between one of the all-time best at corner, the diminutive Darrell Green, and the rookie Randy Moss. Green giving many an inch away. First quarter still tied at 7. And Cunningham goes deep to Moss in the end zone. And it's pass interference. Darrell almost had to do it.
Well, you watch it again. It's a great effort by Darrell Green trying to climb the ladder and get up to that 6'4" that Randy Moss has on him. And right there, he can't help but interfere with him.
And sets up the Vikings at the 1-yard line. And Leroy Hoard into the end zone, 14-7 Minnesota. Late in the second quarter, it's Minnesota again. And Cunningham, look at this. This is like going over the upright, Tommy, over the crossbar. It's a field goal. No, with the catch by Chris Carter. All he does.
Catch touchdown.
21-7 at the Vikes. And now, poor Norv, he's seen it all year. Gus Farrat got the start today. He drops back to find Michael Westbrook with Corey Fuller. Vikings give up a lot of yards, but boy, are they opportunistic. Trent Green discusses it with Farrat, trying to cheer him up. Redskins trying to move the ball. Brad Badger, a false start. 11 penalties today for the Skins. And 11 for 94 yards. And Cunningham. Look at the flip to Robert Smith, and I don't think everyone really goes that hard to make this tackle at the end. It's sad to see it. 19 yards. So a 7-0 Redskin lead turns into a 41-7 Viking win. The Redskins' worst start since 1961 when they went 0-9 under Bill McPeak. And as we said this morning, he wasn't exactly the second coming of Joe Gibbs or George Allen. And Tommy, we don't mean to dump on this again because Minnesota is loaded.
Yeah.
And for Washington to pull this up would have been unbelievable. But this was not a surprise.
Well, I think that certainly Washington is now a team that has emotional problems. But when you look at the Minnesota Vikings, it's so enjoyable to watch Coach Green work with all these weapons. And we saw a couple more added today. You saw Andrew Glover, the tight end, made use of when they got down around the goal line. Leroy Hoard, a great inside the 10 runner. You saw them make use of him. You got your 100 yards from Robert Smith. You saw the problems that the 3 wides present to the defensive back. So, again, I think that the Minnesota Vikings right now are clicking on all cylinders. But Dennis Green is just beginning, I think, and this is with all credit to Dennis Green. He knows a great football team and a great scheme, but I think he's still learning how to use that scheme, and he's enjoying doing it.
A lot of weapons. His defense is playing usually with the lead, and with the Packers losing on Thursday night, the Vikings now own a 2-game lead in a division which 4 teams were playoff teams a year ago. As we go inside the numbers, well, running against the Skins, it's happened since Joe Gibbs has departed. In 87 games, Richie Pettibone, Norv Turner starting in 93, 43 of them, so that's about half, have allowed at least 130 yards of rushing. And, of course, their one-loss record, as a result, not very good.
Inside the Numbers is brought to you by Visa, the official card of the NFL. It's everywhere you want to be. www.visa.com.
And we return, the only game between teams with winning records coming in, the Falcons and Saints in Atlanta. And, hey, the Colts, could they pull off one of the biggest upsets in a long time? They sure look like it at the stick. At home against 3-2 New Orleans. Mike Ditka trying to get off the 2-game losing schneid against old friend Dan Reeves and new friend Kerry Collins. Third-string quarterback now for the Saints. Hey, Jamal Anderson, first-string running back for the Falcons. 31 yards, and look at the play he makes to make it 10-7 Atlanta in the second quarter.
And you're going to get another bird's-eye view of it here from the defensive perspective. He breaks it to the outside, and when he gets to the 5-yard line, he's not going to be denied the end zone.
Anderson, 132 yards rushing on 25 carries. Chris Chandler. Here's one of the least-known stats in football. Chandler to Tony Martin, 45-yard touchdown, 17-7 Falcons, 18 straight games that Chandler has thrown a touchdown pass. Later in the second quarter, this day would end when he gets hammered by Mark Fields on the field. So, Steve DeBerg is the backup. 44-year-old Steve DeBerg has to warm up immediately. Look at it again, and it hurts to watch. Chandler's been oft injured. I mean, that's a tough bruised ribs, sprained left shoulder. They'll see how treatment responds this week, but he was gone. They haven't won a game which he started and left. It would change today, although Steve DeBerg sacked first series, third quarter, safety by Wayne Martin. Only 17-16 Atlanta now. Falcons, third quarter, minus 15 yards. The Saints taking victory on the road. Third quarter. Former Falcon quarterback, now Saint Billy Joe Tolliver. Pitch to Lamar Smith. That's a fumble. Cornelius Bennett recovers for Atlanta. Terry Collins watching as the Saints have lost 3 fumbles at this time. Still a 17-16 game, though. And Steve DeBerg, the oldest player since George Blanda, to Bob's sister, Christian. Touchdown! 24-16, his first TD pass in 5 years since '93. Congratulations, Bergie. Tolliver, back to pass. Picked off by Eugene Robinson from
Hartford, Connecticut.
He takes it to the 10, to the 5, touchdown, his 50th career interception. He's the active leader, and the Falcons lead 31-16. Tolliver, though, Saints stay in it. Keith Poole swims for 82 yards. Touchdown, 31-23. You know what's coming with 3 and change to go. Onside kick, Saints ball, but it didn't go 10 yards. So Bobby April special teams have to redo it. Saints try it again. Doug Bryan kicks it away from coverage. One problem. Tim Dwight, he was the leader in college in this category last year, made some pay, returns it all the way to the 50. The Falcons ran out the clock. 2 guys that were together a long time ago. Coach Landry in Dallas, a lot of respect for each other, a lot of respect for what both have done this year. Falcons beat the Saints 31-23. And in the game, we told you, Anderson, 132 yards. Martin caught balls for 116. What about Bergie? 7 of 10, the touchdown for 60 yards. And Tommy, the Atlanta Falcons, since the middle of last year, are 11-3.
Yeah, well, much of the credit for that goes to Dan Reeves. The first thing he teaches you as a ball player is discipline and not turning the ball over. And I think you see those things from the Falcons. Of course, he's had Chris Chandler healthy for most part of the season until today. But when you look at Jamal Anderson, the running game, which he uses to set up the pass, that is standard Dan Reeves operational procedure. And I think today, as we went into this game, the New Orleans Saints had not fumbled the ball, had not lost a fumble. They lost 3 today, including an interception. The Falcons did not have a turnover.
You've been with me for 12 years.
Yeah.
When you came here, Steve DeBerg was not a grizzled veteran, but he was a veteran in the league.
Yeah, I played with Steve for a while.
He's still playing, and he's scoring. I mean,
it's pretty amazing.
Yeah, having fun, and the Falcons are having one. They are 5-1, still tied for first. Undefeated Jacksonville went into Buffalo. Mark Brunell trying to beat Bruce Smith and company. Doug Flutie saved the best for last. They don't even write scripts like this at Disney. We'll be back. The Jacksonville Jaguars 2 years ago kind of ended the Buffalo Bills' reign as a Super Bowl contender as we know it when they went in and upended them in a wild card round of the playoffs. The Jags have been contenders ever since. They're 5-0 this year. The Bills have struggled. Today, they unveiled a new weapon. Rob Johnson hurt. Doug Flutie making his first NFL start at quarterback in 9 years. Flutie in Canada's 8 seasons was the outstanding player in the CFL 6 times. Averaged 5,000 yards a year passing, 34 touchdown passes, over 500 yards a year rushing. But he's too short in the NFL, right? Well, a new page in Buffalo Bills history was unveiled today because we learned that no one circles the wagons like Doug Flutie and the Buffalo Bills. Flutie tries to drop kicks early, not because he can do everything, which he can, but to test the win. Hey, Jacksonville came in banged up. Rookie running back Tavian Banks starting for rookie running back Fred Taylor. And Banks, such a star in the Big Ten, left for 5. Then down to the 4-yard line on the first drive of the game. 2 plays later, Banks a touchdown. Hey, this is why the Jags are 5-0. They got a great line. They had an outstanding team, and it's 7-0 Jacksonville. In a 10-minute drive, Buffalo hardly had the ball in the first quarter. Wind would pick up. Hold on to your pants. Bills down 7-0. This is Doug Flutie. Look at this shovel, and
yeah, throws it to Jay Reamersma and then throws a great block. Wow. I don't know if we've ever seen a quarterback throw the ball and then block for the receiver after he throws
on the same play. Flutie, a quick slant. Eric Moulds, touchdown, 12 yards. We're tied at 7. The fans, 12,000 walk up this week, eating their Flutie flakes. That goes to charity to autism. At any rate, we're tied at 7. Bruce Smith against Tony Baselli, best against best.
Yeah, battle royale between Baselli and Smith. And you see all of the technique that Baselli uses, the strength, the speed to the outside. Bruce Smith struggling a little bit. And then watch this, Smith moving to the outside. You're going to see Brunell start to flush to his left, and Smith there for part of a sack.
First time in 3 games, Bruce has gotten a sack against Tony Baselli. The Jags lead 10-7 in the 3rd quarter. Antoine Smith, second-year running back. It's a fumble. Tony Brackens, who batted down several passes today, picks it up. Watch this. Whoop! He's going to flip it to Aaron Beasley. And Beasley makes a great run all the way down to the 12-yard line. But the Bills defense held him to a field goal. Remember it, 13-7, not 17-7. Bills next possession. First and goal at the 8. Flutie, pump fake, jump fake, jump, pump. Broken up by Beasley. Wow.
Well, Doug Flutie is just so unique. You watch this. Defenders are used to a guy pumping them, but not jumping and pumping. He gave him everything he had, full package.
They've traded field goals 16-10. The Jags lead it. 3rd and 2. And Brunell is sacked by Phil Hansen and Pat Williams on a 3rd and 2. 2-minute warning. They punt. So Flutie gets the ball with just under 2 minutes to go. Down 16-10. Quick pass to Andre Reed. He barely holds on. The Jags wanted the call, but the refs made a good call. Possession, Reed, catch. Next play, Thurman Thomas. Inside draw, 9 yards. Now this is the one I like. 2 plays later, 3rd and 1. Get the first down first. Not exciting. They get a first down, they call a timeout. Rather than panic, now they make a plan. Joe Pendry, offensive coordinator. 2 plays later, 2nd and 6. Flutie, shotgun to Eric Mold against Chris Hudson. Catch! It's a touchdown! Flutie has done it! They pulled off a win, 17-60. Wait a minute. The ref says he was down. So now the Bills have to regain their composure. They spiked the ball. What happened, Tom?
That cost him a down. You're going to see his knee hit down. Moses going to the end zone right there. So that was the correct call by the officials.
So now the Bills have spiked it. It's 2nd down for Wade Phillips. 2nd and goal from the 1. Flutie, lob to Mold, incomplete. 3rd and goal. Another play. Try the other side. Flutie, lob, Andre Reed, incomplete. 1 chance left. 16-10 Jaguars. 4th and goal. Wade Phillips asking for quiet. 18 seconds to go. Flutie, handoff. No, it's a bootleg. It's a touchdown. Doug Flutie and the Bills. Touchdown. It's not quite the Lambeau leap because Doug's not that big. He can't leap over this thing, but he can leap over buildings with a single bound. Coughlin, amazed. Look at the play again. Fake to Thurman Thomas. More on it in a moment. Flutie beats everyone to the end zone. The kick, good by Coughlin. He was trying to steer it wide. 17-16. The Bills. Little guy, meet the biggest guy. Flutie, Bruce Smith embraced an unbelievable finish as the Buffalo Bills were 0-3. My voice for the first time of the year. You look at the numbers, despite the fact, look at Brunell just throwing for 119 yards, although he was cool on a lot of 3rd down plays. Afterwards, Flutie talked about the winner.
We have a check with me play where we were going to run one play or another, and Thurman thought I called the other, and everybody else blocked the one play, and when I turned to pitch to Thurm, he was running the other play, so I ran the pitch, basically. So it was a busted play and not a naked bootleg.
Coach, what were you looking for on the final play defensively?
Naked. Everybody in the ballpark knows it's a naked.
Well, part of the reason he knows what Flutie can do, Tom Coughlin was the offensive coordinator for Flutie's first 3 years at Boston College. They go a long way back together. Now, we were calling for it on 2nd and 3rd down because do you remember 10 years ago, Flutie was quarterback of the Patriots. They were down to the Colts in the final 30 seconds. And, I mean, it's, except for where the ball is, it's almost a replay. Different uniform, 10 years ago, bootleg left corner, touchdown, and the Patriots won then. In the NFL, Flutie is now 10-5 as a starter. You know what he's done in Canada. He's just a winner.
Well, you could talk about a lot of things with Doug Flutie today. The poise down around the goal line when you get into a game-winning situation. But I thought his movement throughout the game offered some special problems to the Jaguars defense. He is a lot more athletic than people give him credit for. People always want to talk about the lack of height. I'd rather talk about the athleticism that he brings to the position and the pressure that it puts on a defense. It's not only necessary to have that athleticism when you run the bootleg, but to get it to the end zone when, as Tom Coughlin said, everybody is thinking about naked bootleg. You have to have the speed to do that. And then I think the most important thing that he does for this ball club, and he got contributions from other people as well, but he makes his football team excited about playing. And I think that's something, that's an intangible that he happens to bring to the game.
Well, there are Sunday night game next, and this is no disrespect to Rob Johnson, who will be the starter, I guess, but, you know, that rib injury, I think next week, I don't know that he will go. The defense held the Jaguars to 2 short-range field goals when they could have given up touchdowns. And give the Jags a little credit, because they were between a Monday nighter and a game at Denver next week, and they played okay. But Doug Flutie, unbelievable. The 3 scoring drives actually were pretty quick, including a drive of 80 and a drive of 70 yards. The rest of the game, well, you see the Jaguars overall controlled the time of possession. The other rest of the game, the Bills had the ball, not a lot. 3 scoring drives, 2 touchdowns and a field goal, give the Bills the win. When we return, Dan Marino threw great Monday night. Could he keep going against the Rams? And the Bears, Dave Wanstead, could he cook up an upset at home against his old team, the Cowboys? Stay with us. Jimmy Johnson, Dick Vermeil exchanging pleasantries. Hey, the AFC has dominated the NFC, but 2 of the NFC's wins have come from the Rams. Dan Marino throwing the end zone, intercepted Billy Jenkins. So a scoreless game continues in the first. Jenkins returns to the 25, and Marino, who threw for 300 yards Monday night, says, give me the pictures. And what happened here, Tom?
Spot shot up there is Robert Jones, former Rams linebacker, now starting for the Dolphins. You see him right there come up and meet Robert Holcomb. Then take a look at him again, putting the pressure on Tony Banks. He's going to come in right there as he forces the incompletion. And then again, look at him do a great job on Holcomb and bringing him down.
That no-name Dolphin defense has helped set up. Just seconds to go, Marino incomplete to Lamar Thomas, but there's a flag. Pass interference on Todd Light. Thomas says good call. First and haven't scored yet. First and goal for the Dolphins. 22 seconds left. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar stopped short. No timeouts for Miami. Marino throws it away to give himself another shot with 11 seconds to go. Marino to Rondé Gadsden, former arena player. 7-0 Dolphins. They broke it through at the half. The Rams going nowhere on offense against the Miami defense. Meanwhile, fourth quarter, still 7-0. Marino, long for Thomas. Another flag. Another interference on Light. I guess it was the Dolphins' best play of the game. Throw it up, get a flag. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, if I may call you Kareem, runs right for 10 yards. 2 plays later, rookie John Avery. Poison Avery, 12 yards. 2 plays later from the 19. Marino to Avery. Well, that's a pretty pass, a good catch. And they beat Roman Candle Pfeiffer. Avery's first NFL touchdown. The little guy's ecstatic. The Dolphins, the no-name defense back playing well, beat the Rams 14-0. First time the Dolphins have had 2 shutouts. Same season. First time since 1985.
Yeah, and that 114 yards for Dan Marino doesn't include those interference penalties. So with a lack of wide receiver talent, I think that at times, Boom, that's exactly what he's looking for.
Well, the Dolphins stopped that losing streak of a couple of games. They upped their mark to 4-2 to maybe get into a tie if New England loses on Monday night. 49ers thought they had a breeze against the Colts. Not the case. Cowboys came into Chicago. They smell the bear trap. We'll be back. Cowboys in the Windy City to take on the 1-win Bears of former friend Dave Wanstatt. First quarter, no score. Jason Garrett from
Princeton.
Passes 15 yards to Michael Irvin. Irvin, the 10th player. They had 700 balls. Now, you know he's from Princeton. I didn't mean to catch him by surprise. Oh, those Ivy Leaguers. Edgar Allan Poe Bennett. Quote the football nevermore. It's a fumble. The Cowboys recover. I mean, here, the Bears have fumbled. They turned over 8 times last week. Jason Garrett, Michael Irvin, touchdown. But Walt Harris, no, makes the steal. It's ruled incomplete. wants to pick.
Well, what a nice pass by Jason Garrett, the good grab by Michael Irvin, but you can see he never has possession. Walt Harris, a great job of pulling it away. By the time he gets possession, there's a foot on the line. He's out of bounds.
Cowboys settle for a field goal on the drive. Then second quarter with the score still 3-0. Garrett passed to Ernie Mills. Marlon Forbes stops him short of the end zone. The Cowboys held to another field goal. So again, they're in deep. They have trouble. Now Jason Garrett fumbles the snap. But, oh, the Bears could have fallen on the ball, Tom, but Chris Warren saves it.
Yeah, and absolutely. John Theory has to get on this football and give his team an opportunity to score in a close situation down around the goal line.
Third quarter, it's still 6-0. Eric Kramer to Bobby Ingram, breaks a tackle, and he picks up 31 yards. 2 plays later, the Bears, who in their last 11 games have been outscored in the third quarter 95-0. It's Chris Penn, a touchdown. The streak is over. Kramer, touchdown. The Bears lead at 7-6. Late third quarter after Dexter Coakley pick, Jason Garrett to David LaFleur. He shoots, he scores. Cowboys lead at 12-7. They go for 2. Garrett, incomplete. Remember it. Still 12-7. Now 12-10. Bears with their own rally caps. Yeah. Eric Kramer. Hey, he's... Of all the quarterbacks in the league that doesn't get the pub, he knows what he's doing, Tom. 18 yards to Alonzo Mays. 8 yards to Bobby Ingram. First down. 5 plays later. 15 seconds to go. Jeff Jager. 38-yard field goal. Good! It's good! The Bears have beaten the Cowboys 13-12. They pull the upset. Kramer throwing for 233 yards, a lot of them to Chris Penn, who had a nice game.
Yeah, and certainly a little support from the run game, but I think you have to wonder, in the midst of this success, look at the 12 carries, 30 yards, Curtis Enis. What happened to Curtis Enis?
Miami had to 78, but Dallas falls to 4-3. They're still the only team over 500 in the NFC East. Well, the Indianapolis Colts obviously struggling with the rookie quarterback Peyton Manning, 18-point underdog at San Francisco against the high and mighty San Francisco 49ers. A blowout, right? That's why they play the games. Steve Young, to get 300 yards passing today, would put himself in the record book. 6 straight. Only Joe Montana and he have done it 5 times. Very early, Jerry Rice catches a pass. Ian Art Monk, the NFL record, 183 straight games in which they've caught at least 1 pass. Colts, first play from scrimmage. Peyton Manning, Marshall Faulk. Marshall Faulk. I said Marshall Faulk. Burton Hanks gets flattened. Faulk could go all the way. 65 yards. The stun stick watches the Colts lead 7-0. The next possession on the Niners punt. Rico Clark, doink, off his head. Free ball. Jason Belzer picks it up. Bells are ringing off of Clark's head. Only R.W. McQuarters saves the touchdown. Mariucci can't believe it. But he watches Peyton Manning find Marvin Harrison. 4-yard touchdown. 14-0. Manning picking on Antonio Langham. 21-3. Steve Young picked off by Jeff Burris. Burris could go over 100 yards. Look at Young, the only one that can get him. Chases him down. But the Colts, oh no. Tom, Burris called for holding.
Well, I certainly think a very questionable call. It looks like both he and Owens tied up. He does a good job of letting go on time, and that's why you see Coach Morris so upset.
So 2 plays later, Young to J.J. Stokes. Monty Montgomery pushes him out. It's ruled no catch. But wait a minute, Tom. They look at it again or they think about it.
Well, there's certainly a judgment call on the officials' part. They talk it over here. They see Stokes up in the air. They deem that he would have come down in bounds. It's a question that'll never be answered.
Wow, a couple calls really go the Niners' way. Jim Morris says, hey, my son coaches for the Niners as an assistant. I'm the senior guy here. Give me a break. They don't get any. It's 21-10. Young, pass tip. I mean, we've seen this before. Robert Blackman, but there's a flag on the play? You gotta be kidding me.
Yeah, well, you take a look at this and you judge it from home if you think it's holding. Looks like he wraps him for just a second. Didn't impede his progress down the field. The referee saw it differently.
So 2 plays later, after call goes for the Niners. Young to Owens, 10 yards. And now a big Colt lead is only 21-17 at the half. And Morris says, can I explain a few things to you? And I can understand his frustration, that's for sure. Manning, quick pass to starving Marvin Harrison. Pass Langham. And he could go all the way. 61 yards, 28-17 the Colts. They add a field goal, make it 31-17. So the Niners in the comeback mode. Young to Irv Smith, 22 yards. 3 plays later, Young, play fake. This rollout left by quarterbacks who can move is a thing to do, guys. 31-23 to miss the 2-point conversion. Young avoids the sack, completes to Chuck Levy, down to the 22. 2 plays later, 6 minutes left. Young scrambling. Look at this run, Tom. Steve Young fights off tackles, pulls at the 1, touchdown, 31-29. Wow. Mariucci knows he has to go for 2. Young to Rice, that might be a good play. We're tied at 31. And at 20 to go, the Colts driving, 3rd and 2. Fall. Stopped by Winford Tubbs. Mike Vanderjagt, 54-yard field goal. No good. Mora was hoping, but now with 43 seconds to go, the Niners driving. Young, deep for Stokes. You gotta be kidding. Tyrone Poole, flag? Yes, sir. That sets up Wade Ritchie. It's like an extra point. 24 yards, 6 seconds to go. Steve Young did get his 300 yards to get in the record book. The 2 rushing touchdowns. The Niners beat the Colts 34-31 despite a valiant effort by Indy.
Well, and you certainly don't fault the 49ers for the calls by the official. They did a good job of coming back, but give credit to the Colts for hanging in.
When we return, late game. Oh, you got to see the Chargers and the Eagles. Could anybody drive from shortstop to third base at Qualcomm Stadium? That was the question. Beginning in San Diego. New head coach replacing the fired Kevin Gilbride, hoping that Ryan Leaf will turn over a new leaf. Leaf to screen to tight end Freddie Jones. Races 20 yards to the 13-yard line. That doesn't really look like Freddie Jones to me, but at any rate, the Chargers 64 yards on the opening drive, led it 3-0. Second quarter, 3rd and 17. Leaf sacked by Hugh Douglas, Tom.
Yeah, but take a look downfield at the coverage. You're going to see none of the receivers come open quickly enough. This defines coverage sack.
Leaf's problems continued. Pass over the middle. Incomplete. Now that's Freddie Jones. He couldn't come up with it. Leaf only 23 yards passing in the first half. Hey, they're getting ready for the World Series on this field on Tuesday at the Big Q. And look at Chris Bonio. He has trouble kicking it from behind second base. They have to leave the dirt on the infield. We're tied at 3. Good luck, Yankees and Padres. Natron Means. From second base, running over Mike Zorich. 2nd and 1 in the third quarter. Means from shortstop. He runs all the way to foul territory. And then Means. Natron Means. Business. Later on, touchdown run. 10-3 the Bolts. And Charger fans waiting for the pause. Rodney Pete's pass. Tipped by John Perella. Intercepted by Norman Big Hand. Look at the big man rumble and bumble. And the Chargers lead at 13-10. Eagles driving 3rd and 9. Pete. Deuce Staley. He's an ace. Down to the 30. 1st and 15 after a false start for the Eagles, who have won 1 in a row. Pete to Russell Copeland. Oh, trying to make force the fumble. Junior Seau saves the day. The Chargers win for the first time since week 2. Chargers beat the Eagles 13-10, despite only 83 yards passing from Leaf. Natron, 21 carries, 112 yards, and a tough touchdown.
Primetime Players is brought to you by 1-800-COLLECT, the easy way to save.
My primetime player, one of the most exciting performances we've seen in a long time. Doug Flutie, the bomb, the bootleg on 4th down, gets the game ball as Buffalo is agog, Tom.
Yeah, and my game ball goes to Natron Means of the Chargers, 112 hard yards, 1 touchdown. Give June Jones a victory to kick off his coaching career in San Diego.
Home teams were 12-0 on this day. I don't know about you, but I'm pretty hungry. I've worked with a pretty good appetite. They're great. Flutie play. For Tom Johnson, I'm Chris Berman. Hope you enjoyed the hour-long version of NFL Primetime. Thanks for watching. Brett Hall Cunningham says, hey, I'm not going to skimp at all, and he runs up the middle 3 yards, touchdown against Bruce Constant's defense, which came into the game ranked dead last in the NFL, but they held the Vikings just that touchdown at the half, 7-3. Neil O'Donnell hit. John Randall makes it. Fumble. Dwayne Rudd. He doesn't need a rudder. He's going full steam. Cut. Go all the way. 14-3 Vikes. Was it a fumble, Tom?
Well, tough call for the official. We got a lot of looks at it. We couldn't tell. John Randall, a great job of coming off the corner, and a nice job of Dwayne Rudd picking the ball up.
So the fourth quarter, O'Donnell pulled in favor of Jeff Blake. You know the first pass he's going to throw, we're going to show you, is the one that goes up and out of the screen. Down 17-3. There it is, up and out of the screen. Now camera pan up to Darnay Scott, but it's picked off by Jimmy Hitchcock, who's going to star in another film. Return at 34 yards out of up to the 39-yard line. Next play, Randall in his own territory goes for the clinch. Oh, you got to like that about the way he's playing, the way the Vikings go for it. Oh, and what a pass to Randy Moss. Touchdown, Vikes.
And the great thing about Randy Moss, he runs through the ball. He makes that catch with his hands. He doesn't dive and try to clutch the ball in his arms.
About Leif Erikson and Eric the Red at the game, and that's their own version of the Lambeau Leap. By the way, the Packers coming in next week. But the Vikings say, hey, you know what? We are 9-1. Bring it on, Green Bay. 24-3. The Vikings win it. Randall, 13 of 20 for 224 yards. Courageous? I believe so, Tom.
Yeah, courageous effort by him. That's old school, recovering in 6 days and coming back to play. Chris Carter down for a while. You see Randy Moss and Jake Reed picking it up along with Robert Smith. So this team with a lot of weapons.
Wow, we have only just begun on NFL Primetime when we return. Oh, we were talking about this game before. Redskins-Eagles doesn't get much better than this. And the Saints and the Rams, would it be a lucky 13 for Kerry Collins, the fourth quarterback starting this year for the Saints, and Mike Ditka? Would it be a winner? Back at NFL Primetime, St. Louis Rams at the New Orleans Saints, who are starting Kerry Collins. Second straight year that the Saints have started 4 different quarterbacks. So look at this opening drive. 3rd and 9, Collins zing to Sean Dawkins for a first down. He looked good here, Tom, hooking with Dawkins again.
Yeah, you can see him getting back, planning with confidence, and delivering the football.
And now he hits the rookie tight end, Cam Cleland. What a catch. 7-0, the Saints. Collins 5 for 6 on the drive for Mike Ditka. Rams' first drive of the game, Tony Banks. He at times has looked good, at times he's looked like this. Tyrone Drakeford shows the ball, does it all. 32 yards, 14-0 the Saints, and here's Saints defense.
Yeah, pressure by the Saints. Jared Tomich and Joe Johnson converging here on Banks. You're going to see Austin Robbins pick the ball up in the end zone for a touchdown. Then more of Johnson. Johnson stuffs Gerald Moore here for a loss on 3rd and 1. That ends another Rams drive. And then Johnson come from the top of the screen. You see good power, good strength right there, and good pressure. And this is the other end of that play, where the ball is intercepted by Alex Mulder.
They blew around pace there, and here's 2 young quarterbacks, Banks and Collins, talking after the game. And the Saints had lost 4 in a row to the Rams, but they end up coming in this year and sweeping them. Collins on the day, 13 of 26 for $150. Saints defense, by the way, at 7 sacks.
Yeah, you can see there 50% completion percentage. We said that Ditka made the right decision. We thought when he picked this kid up, and you can see he's been good for this kid. 2 weeks ago, he had some problems. He played, and he played with confidence.
And our condolences to Mike. His dad died a couple of days ago, and there he is on the sidelines. He's a very strong person. Saints are now 5-5. Eagles, Redskins. Well, the Skins of Norv Turner have given up more points than anybody in the NFL. Ray Rhodes' Eagles have scored less than anyone else. So it's the resistible force against the movable object. Well, what happened here, Tommy? 4th and 4?
That was a 4th down. The Skins go for it. Hollis Thomas gets the sack right there. Then the Eagles counter with their own 4th down attempt there with Deuce Staley, and he gets stacked up by Chris Dish.
Deuces were not wild, and you know what? You got to come disguised if you root for these teams. Eagles, well, here's Bobby Hoying, where their most dangerous shadow of his own goalpost to pop. Chris Dishman in his hands after the ball out of Russell Copeland's hands. 2 interceptions for the veteran Pro Bowler Dishman. Skip Hicks. Tell you what, you're going to get 3 touchdowns. You might as well run them all short. 1. Naturally, they lost yardage first before he went in. But Hicks had 3 touchdowns, 26 carries for 94 yards for this rookie back who's good looking. And boy, did the Redskins foul up their draft pick situation by beating the Eagles, who are each 2-8. Oh, don't worry. The Redskins also have Carolina's pick in the coming draft. Wow, that series is done for the year. Eagles, Redskins. Steelers, Oilers playing for the 2nd time in 3 weeks. Did the Oilers beat them again? And Doug Flutie playing against the team he used to root for. Sunday Night Football here on ESPN, one of the oldest rivalries in the books. The Chicago Bears and the Detroit Lions faced off at the Silverdome. Highlights, here's Kenny Mayne.
Lack of anticipation for a game between 3-6 Chicago and 2-7 Detroit is why in some places in America Sunday night, men actually agreed to go with their wives to craft shows. But those who did blew a chance to see one of the greatest runners ever. Barry Sanders went to work against the Bears, needing a single rushing touchdown to reach 100 in his career. Just 5 others have done that. Pictures available now. First quarter, no score. Sanders driving. Charlie Batch, the quarterback, looking for Tommy Vardell. And he found him. He knows him. Their teammates. Collects it. Got a block and in. 7-zip. The Lions. Vardell's first of 3 touchdowns in the game. John Jett taken out by Ricky Bell here. That's cheating. Roughing the kicker's called. Automatic first down for the Lions. Dave Wanstead didn't think so. Lions keeping the ball. Bat to Johnny Morton. He's fast and makes a good catch, too. Watch it again. He made the better play for the ball. Morton and the Lions crushing the Bears here, 26-3. Sanders did not score a touchdown. Vardell got in 3 times, and Batch was 16 for 21. One more note on Vardell. Entering the game, he had 14 career rushing touchdowns, all for 1 yard. Sunday, he had touchdowns from 12, 3, and 1 yard. Next Sunday night, the Saints travel to San Francisco for a game with playoff implications. This here is to imply that it will be on ESPN at 8:15 Eastern, just after primetime. That's it from our end. Back to Chris now on primetime.
2 weeks ago, the Oilers came into Pittsburgh and shocked the Steelers 41-31 in a game that wasn't even that close. Eddie George hit $150 and change. Norm Johnson, the veteran kicker, out. Young Mac George kicking. Now, file this away. First attempt, 36 yards, blocked by Pratt Lyons. So Bill Cowher wondering if he's got a kicker, certainly not as reliable as Norm Johnson. Just remember that. 7-3, Tennessee down in the second quarter. Steve McNair. Willie Davis, a pretty pass to the corner. McNair 10 of 12 in the first half for $115. Cordell Stewart dumps it off to Chris Fuamata. Ma'afala. And the Oilers says, you're a Ma'afala. Touchdown. Pittsburgh leads at Stewart, 14 of 16, 2 touchdowns in the first half. Now, fourth quarter, 4.5 minutes to go, Steelers lead 14-13. They go for it instead of having George kick a field goal. What a play by Gary Walker, stopping them on 4th down.
Yeah, and what a great job of penetration. You get the sense that Cordell Stewart was going to be on the bootleg. How difficult to catch him running away from the line of scrimmage.
You get the sense that if Norm Johnson was there, Cowher tries the field goal, but they're stopped, and here comes Steve McNair. His run at the end of the game last week, cinched it against Tampa Bay. Look at Frank Wycheck. What? Wycheck does the flip and picks up 31 yards. McNair, play action to Derek Mason. 19 yards down to the Steelers, 16. Al Del Greco on with seconds to go. It's good. Oilers lead at 16-14 and sold out Nashville. Now, watch this. The Steelers know they have to make something happen. Mark Bruner. Well, yeah. We're going to lateral to Fred McAfee. Yep. We're going to lateral. No, that's Lyons and Fred McAfee. Will Blackwell. Now, how much farther back can we go? Oh, we'll throw to the end zone. Maybe we'll go. No! No! It's a Tennessee touchdown by Michael Roan. They had to try it, but the Oilers get the field goal and the touchdown in the last 3 seconds. They've swept the Steelers for the first time since '93. They win it 23-14 in front of, as we say, a sellout crowd. Now, each team, Tommy, is 6-4. Now, Tennessee is one of those teams that's made a move here. They won at Tampa last week after being down by the half, and they swept the Steelers and all this in the last 3 weeks.
Well, and Steve McNair comes up with a good last game-ending drive. He used his arm as well as his legs this time against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the long run for a touchdown. So he seems to be finding himself. As he improves, his team will respond. I think that if you're Bill Cowher, you're certainly disappointed after the performance you got offensively 6 days ago from Cordell Stewart in this offense to come out 14-13 at the half. Didn't change until the end of the football game. So you are not satisfied with the offense you got. It's still inconsistent.
Well, his defense stopped Eddie George from getting 6 straight 100-yard games at 79 yards. But it was Tennessee that won it at the end with some clutch ball. Big day in the AFC East. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar trying to run the Dolphins and keep them in first place. And the Colts looked at the Jets' best shot and said, we got something for you. AFC East is really intriguing. I don't think they're going to have 4 playoff teams like the NFC North last year did, but they could have 3, and what a scramble at the top. 6-3 Miami was at 1-18. Carolina 6-3 Jets, and another 1-8 team, Indianapolis. You had the feeling one of those two teams didn't know which one was going to lose. And then in a battle to stay in it or fall into fourth place, 5-4 New England against 5-4 Buffalo. 4 to the post of the AFC East. Every one of these 3 games today a nail-biter. Here we go. We begin in Carolina. First drive of the game for the Dolphins. You know about them wanting to run the ball this year. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, if I may call you Kareem. 23 yards up the middle and splits it left. Then 6 plays later, Jabbar, this time up the middle and splits it right. 23 yards all the way down to the 9-yard line. It would later score on a 1-yard run, 7-0 Miami. Second quarter, more Jabbar with the score 7-6 Miami. Look at him rumble for 30 yards down to the 8, 139 yards rushing first half for Miami. And Jabbar had a 100-yard game already in the first half. Panthers' best scoring chance, third quarter, Steve Berline to Muhsin Muhammad. Brock Marion there to make the play, standing in the shadows of love.
Yeah, Brock Marion, a great play right on the goal line, and he took a look back right before he made that dive for the football.
13-9 game, 2 minutes left. Third down, it's a first down for Miami, but no, it's a fumble. The ball's loose, but Stanley Wilson Pritchett waits till the midnight hour to fall on the ball. Marino completes a 4th down play. They run out the clock. The Dolphins don't score much as usual, but they beat Carolina 13-9, holding Carolina to just 210 yards, 4 sacks. Jabbar at $127. Avery ran for 53. Jabbar's game, the best running game for Miami back in 2 years. Patriots at the Bills. Doug Flutie, well, he's got the ski cap working. You know what? It's playoff time in the CFL, so it's his time right here. Flutie scrambles. Look at him create. And whoop! The flip to Thermal Thomas and a gain of 20 yards. 3 plays later on a very windy day at Orchard Park, New York. Flutie scrambling against the team that he used to play for. Makes another move, and then, you know what? That's enough. Whoop! Safe. Leads to a Steve Christie field goal, 6-0 Buffalo, second quarter. Drew Bledsoe, all of his receivers, so many of them hurt, but not this guy. Ben Winter Coach was a monster. Look at this. Bavaro-esque. Just sets up a Vinatieri field goal, 6-3. But with the wins, Vinatieri had trouble. Christie missed one from 40. Vinatieri had 2 39-yarders that were wide right. Never thought Buffalo would cheer wide right, but they did right there. Wade Phillips, you can see that sweater on underneath. He's 5-1 in that sweater, even though the coat was zipped up. Still 6-3 in the third quarter. Flutie to Jay Reamersma. Good-looking tight end, 10 yards, 13-3 Bills. Pete Carroll says we got to get back in it. Drew Bledsoe. Tony Simmons, after one play was called back. Look at Simmons, Kurt Schurz, he hits nothing. Ken Irvin stops nothing. 13-10. Bills next possession. You know who looked like the Thermal of old? Thurman Thomas, 76 yards. And look at the quick moves by Thurman. And then Flutie tries to force one.
Well, this is his second interception in the end zone, so the score should have been a little bit different with Buffalo winning, going away. He throws the ball behind. Lawyer Malloy has a chance to pick it off about 2 yards deep.
So Malloy saves the day. Lawyer's in love. 3rd and 18. Bruce Smith has 1 sack on this possession. They'll make it 2 sacks. The Bills still lead at 13-10. Patriots get the ball back with one last chance. Bledsoe needs a first down with $1:30 to go. Looks for Sean Jefferson. Moving on out. Doesn't catch it. The Bills and Flutie win in a game. They win at 13-10. So they're 6-4. The Patriots 5-5. Buffalo 46 carries for 213 yards as a team. Antoine Smith at 88. Thermal at 11 for 76. As the Bills outgained the Patriots almost 2-1. This could have been about a 24 or 31-10 game, but the Patriots hung in. But they cannot stop that losing feeling. Meanwhile, the Jets know Miami's won. How will they do against the Colts? Game tied 3-3 in the first. Aaron Beetle Bailey. Now, this is something you never see. John Hall is the kicker, and he's going to get flagged for unnecessary roughness. The Colts would score a touchdown and make it 10-3. Down 16-10. Late first half, just seconds ago, Peyton Manning is going to scramble and get out of bounds as time runs out. But then, funny thing happened. Bill Parcells sees they put 1 second back. Are you kidding me? Don't give Peyton Manning another chance. Don't give Mike Vanderjag a chance to tie Elam and Tom Dempsey with the 63-yard field goal. No good. Aaron Glenn, 4 yards deep. Certainly the half is over, isn't it, Colts? Certainly the half is over. Just fall down. Let's get to the locker room. Glenn gets a block from Pepper. Look at Brian Cox measure up Gardocki. Gardocki, whoop! Aaron Glenn with an NFL record return of missed field goal, 104 yards. Parcells, good move putting that second back.
Yeah, great thing about this is the awareness of the entire football team that you have a live ball. You have Aaron Glenn running it back. Great block, as you said, by Pepper Johnson on Dilger. You're going to see it right there. And then on down the football field, Brian Cox on Gardocki. You can see him measuring him for about 40 yards. And Gardocki makes a wise decision to get out of the way.
So the Jets lead 23-10 on the amazing play. Fourth quarter, it's 23-17. 2:19 to go. Peyton Manning can't get the playoff on fourth and 10. So now it's 4th and 15. Certainly the Colts' hopes are dead. No, they're not. Marshall Faulk having a big year statistically. Makes the move, 18 yards to the Jets 49 is the first down. Under 2 minutes to go. Manning to Jerome Payton, 9 yards to the 40. Minute 21 to go. Manning, Faulk, 9 yards to the Jets 27. 52 seconds left. 1st and 10. Manning, starving Marvin Harrison to the 14. 30 seconds to go on 2nd down. Manning to Marcus Pollard. Oh, what a great play by the 4th-year man from Bradley. Touchdown, the Colts.
And what great strength by Pollard. Understand that he has the defender on his back, so as he reaches, he can't let his knees hit. Just carries Otis Smith into the end zone with him.
One last chance for the Jets. Vinny Testaverde. Fumble! And the Colts beat Bill Parcells' Jets 24-23. Parcells warned them all week, as he warned them the week they played St. Louis, but each time they lost to, on paper, an inferior foe. So all the good that they've done, they're shocked by the Colts. And first, let's look at the whole division, Tommy. Certainly in that game, Manning throwing for 276 yards. By the way, the old NFL record was Philadelphia's Al Nelson, 101 yards in 1971, returning a missed field goal. I wanted to get that out there against Dallas. How do you size up the division? A, welcome to the NFL, Peyton Manning. He's arrived. That's one.
Yeah, I'll give you an evaluation at the end. What you have is the Bills right on schedule, at least since Doug Flutie has taken over. You have the New England Patriots losing 4 out of 5. They would seemingly be on the skids, but I think when you look at the talent pool that they have, certainly I think they will be around at the finish. You've got the Jets dropping the game to the Colts, and Bill Parcells warned them that the Colts would have some decision factor in this division. He didn't know that he would be the first one to lose a game to him. And then you've got the Miami Dolphins, who will play at New England on next Monday night. So who knows if they will win that game. I think that this division will go down to the very last weekend.
Well, each team trying to find itself. The Jets, maybe a couple of them, reading some press clippings. Who knows? I mean, they're a good team. They've been playing some good football. They won't be reading them this week. Miami, excellent defense. I don't know if they score enough, Tommy. That's their Achilles heel.
Yeah, good defense.
Right? Buffalo, inside the red zone, 2 straight weeks, some curious
Play
plays.
calling was curious in that game from the 2-yard line in.
And New England is in a funk that they just can't get out of. They have their last chance on Monday night against Miami. And as we said, welcome, Peyton Manning.
Yes.
Because you have arrived as we go inside the numbers. The Colts are going to finish 5th in the division this year. But Peyton Manning's first 5 games compared to his last 5 games, 2 different stories. Hey, that's why he takes every snap from scrimmage. It's like the Patriots Parcells did with Bledsoe. It's like John McKay did years ago with Doug Williams. Take all the snaps, then when we get good, you'll be ready. Look at the difference. He's starting to get ready.
Inside the Numbers is brought to you by Visa, the preferred card of the NFL. It's everywhere you want to be.
When we return to late games, the Packers, off their Monday night headache, try to destroy the Giants. They did a good job. 49ers and Falcons. The Falcons can go into first place by their lonesome. It was a sellout. It was a great scene. Who would win it? November, but Dan Reeves' 7-2 squad faced Steve Young back after a week off, and the 7-2 49ers. Second quarter of a scoreless game. Jamal Anderson bowls over Merton Hanks. 7-0 Falcons. He does the dance called the Dirty Bird. 10 touchdowns for Anderson, and his mom in the stands. She's doing the same dance. And why not? It was rocking at the Georgia Dome. First sellout in 3 years. Next possession, Steve Young. Jerry Rice, incomplete. Popped by Eugene Robinson from
Hartford, Connecticut.
7-3.
Yeah, and Jerry Rice will not drop many passes. Here right on the goal line, kind of takes his eye off the ball, takes a hit for it. Here, he and Ray Buchanan get tied up a little bit, and the referee makes a very unusual call. Double interference, one on Jerry Rice, one on Ray Buchanan.
So the Niners end up the short end of the stick and they're trailing 10-6. Steve Young, pass. Looked like he put that off the back, but picked up by Ray Buchanan from Louisville. And lucky to make the move. What? At the 20. He smells the goal line. Remember when Dion played for the Falcons? He looked for plays like this all the time at the 10. It's a lateral to Cornelius Bennett. No, it's a fake lateral. All the way down, right short of the goal line. And they scored to make 17-6. Then defense comes through again. Lester Archambault, Shane Dronette forced the fumble. Chuck Smith out of his hands. End zone. Jesse Tuggle switch. Touchdown. 24-6. Atlanta, 5 defensive touchdowns for the Falcons this year. The Niners down 24-6. Young to Terrell Owens. Makes the move on Randy Fuller. And he's gone. Look at what he does. Hey, fans, this is my own dirty bird. 24-12. They missed the 2-point conversion. Over 3 minutes to go. Fourth quarter. Young to Jerry Rice. His 29th touchdown in 25 games against Atlanta. 24-19, the Niners have a shot. But on the second play of the next drive, San Francisco's defense trying to hold. Chances are Terrence Mathis is going to beat R.W. McQuarters. Treats him like a Buffalo nickel. 78 yards. Touchdown. Let the party begin in Buckhead. 31-19. Chris Chandler. TD passes. 21 straight games. Atlanta never been 8-2 before. They beat the Niners 31-19 in a game in which the Falcons have arrived. 1,000-yard season, 100 yards exactly for Jerome Anderson, and Dan Reeves had it his way.
Yeah, scored 0-0 at the end of the first quarter. We're used to seeing the Falcons behind the 49ers at that time. Dan had to feel like he was winning. He gets the 100 yards from Jamal Anderson, controls the clock, wins time of possession by 9 minutes, did a lot of things right today.
They played with poise. Just listen to this. Chicago at St. Louis, Indy at New Orleans, at Detroit. The only team with a winning record that Atlanta plays to the end of the year. The last game of the year, Miami. Wow. Chargers-Ravens coming up. And the Jaguars trying to make it a Sunshine State Championship. They beat the Dolphins. Could they beat the Bucs? Ravens are at the Chargers. Two of the lowest scoring teams in football, and one of the bright spots, the only bright spot for the Chargers offense, Natron Means, tackled by Ray Lewis, leaves the game with a fractured left foot. He's been a great player for the Chargers this year, as he was their Super Bowl year, but he's gone. 14-10 Chargers fourth quarter. Look at Jermaine Lewis. He's done this so many times. Only Darren Bennett to beat. He keeps running. He could go all the way. Touchdown. But the ref calls Bennett. Got a piece of him, Tom.
Yeah, and actually that overhead view may have been the best we're going to see, but it certainly looks as if he avoids the trip by Bennett, gets caught on the grass, just making a cut. And I think the best indicator is that he got up immediately and kept going down the field, Boom.
That was the put last week. Ted Marchibroda and the Ravens got the call against the Raiders. This time these things have a way of evening out. The Chargers win it by the count of 14-13, so Wheelahan comes in for Leaf and gets the win. The Chargers are 4-6. The Chargers defense had 6 sacks. Bucks and Jags. Tom Coughlin's team 4-0. They know all and tell all at Alltel Stadium. Tampa Bay 0-4 on the road. Fred's Taylor, 3 yards. Touchdown. Got a signal a little early, but it's 14-3. The Jaguars. Bucks, next possession. Tampa did not want to get in the scoring battle, Tom, but at times, Trent Dilfer looked great.
And Trent Dilfer threw the ball with authority right there, hitting Riedel Anthony down the football field.
Aaron Beasley can't stop him. 47 yards at 14-10. First play of the fourth quarter, Bucks down 20-17. Dilfer in the pocket. The dart to Anthony. Travis Davis is going to trip Anthony, but look at Anthony going, whoop, 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 whoop. Oh, what a great job of keeping his balance, and a touchdown. The Bucks lead 24-20. 4 minutes and change. Mark Brunell, same score. He's going to make it into the end zone with a great dive to Tony Baselli, the great one. Called for holding. So the Jags get a field goal, 24-23. Next possession. Baselli and company do the blocking. Fred Taylor does the running. Shakes the tackle. Gone! 70 yards. They go for 2 and don't make it to leave the door slightly open, 29-24. Last chance Bucks. 4th and 5. Remember Beasley got torched earlier? Beasley says, take that, Bucks. Tony Dungy's squad, which began, of course, with such high hopes this year, it's fallen to 4 and 6. Jacksonville knows Pittsburgh's lost, so they go to Pittsburgh next week, but they now have a 2-game lead over the Steelers and the Oilers. Taylor, 128 yards on the day. When we return, Packers-Giants. Like days of old, the Packers used to beat the Giants all the time. And the biggest game that Arizona's ever seen. Would Dallas be nice guests? Made a big effort at the Giants. And what about the effort of Jason Seorn with us at NFL Countdown? He's there to make kickoff at 4 o'clock. See the Giants play against Mike Holmgren's Packers. Thanks for joining us, Jason, and good hustle. Obviously, his rehab going great. Rehab for the knee. Derek Holmes had a big game wearing number 22, the old number of Elijah Pitts, his position coach at Buffalo, who passed away this past year. He's honoring Elijah. Meanwhile, Raymond Harris pulled his way to the 2, a gain of 9. Next play, with Holmes and Harris running. Favre, the quick toss to Tyrone Davis, 7-0 Packers.
Yeah, mistaken coverage here down by the goal line. You see Marcus Buckley right there at the bottom of the screen. He's looking for help on Tyrone Davis. Percy Ellsworth coming across the formation. Buckley makes the right decision, tries to get out on Tyrone Davis. Can't get the right angle on the pass, Boom.
200 career touchdown passes now, Tommy, for Brett Favre. Only Dan Marino's got to that number faster. Packers lead 10-3 in the second quarter. Favre. Tyrone Davis, boy, he's just a good receiver, one of the unsung receivers they have, and he's gone. 60 yards, 17-3, the Pack. And then Packer defense torched Monday night. What about the rookie, number 90, Bonnie Holiday?
Well, number 90, Bonnie Holiday coming around the outside and getting the sack on Cannell. Great acceleration, and then Reggie White, another sack and knocking the ball loose, and you're going to see Keith McKenzie make the recovery.
Just 127 yards for Jim Fossil's Giants. Packers now lead at 30-3. Derek Holmes leaping in. Hey, Holmes had 111 yards rushing. The fans were rushing to the exit midway through the third quarter. And, hey, if the Packers can get some running, who knows? They go into Minnesota down by 2 in the NFC Central. The Vikings, but they slice and dice the Giants 37-3. Favre threw for 267 yards, 2 touchdowns. Big stat, no interceptions. Pair of sacks for Bonnie Holiday. We roll on. The biggest game in the history of the Arizona Cardinals. 11 years there, they've never finished over 500. But Dallas came to town. All of a sudden, it was 21-0. Matching it of offense. And then Deion Sanders gimping, but still picking Jake Plummer down to the 2, setting up an Emmitt Smith touchdown. 28-0 Dallas, 28-7 at the half. Cards have come back to 28-14. Little history. Emmitt has passed Jim Brown and Walter Payton, and he's now third by his lonesome with 127 for his career. Congratulations. 35-14. Now 35-21. Plummer, Daydream Morrell, touchdown. Oh, my goodness. Is Jake the Snake going to pull a rabbit out of the hat? 2 minutes to go. Aikman, incomplete to Michael Irvin. His 117-game streak of catching at least a pass. Snap. Punt. Dallas. Plummer, the magician, exhorted by his mates. Can he tie the game in the final minute? He won last week at home at the gun. Rob Moore catches it, spins it, gets a block, down to the 4. Plummer spikes to stop the clock. 2nd and goal at a 35-28 game. Plummer to Frank Sanders. Incomplete. 3 seconds left. One more play in front of the first sellout crowd in 3 years. Plummer, the lob to Rob Moore. Kevin Smith with the coverage. They want the flag. They don't get it, Tom.
Well, you're seldom going to get this call on the last play of a game, or an official doesn't want to be involved on the last play. But look at it. Kevin Smith makes contact. You can see the reason that the Cardinals thought they may have gotten the call, but certainly a little too close for the official. Take another look at it from this angle. Moore has it for a second, tries to pull it in. His hands are pulled away by Kevin Smith, and it's incomplete.
So despite 465 yards passing, 31 of 56 for Jake Plummer, the Cowboys, behind a $118 and 3 touches for Emmitt Smith, beat the Cardinals 35-28. So the Cowboys with a 2-game lead in the standings in the NFC East over Arizona, but basically because they're sweeping Arizona. They essentially have a 3-game lead, and now all of a sudden you must consider the Dallas Cowboys as possible Super Bowl representatives from the NFC.
Yeah, rejuvenated Emmitt Smith, creativeness by their head coach, Chan Gailey. They are still the team to beat in that division, although it be a poor division. And I think if you're a young quarterback like Jake Plummer, you take this game and you build on it. He almost did what we got used to seeing him do in college, bringing his team back.
Arizona's really in this race, Tommy, a year early. They will learn from playing in a game or two like this, and they'll be ready when the time comes. But Dallas won the day, despite sweating it out. When we return, Joey Galloway, Desmond Howard, each with punt return. I'm better than you. No, I'm better than you. No, I'm better than you. Seahawks Raiders. The surprising Oakland Raiders of John Gruden 2 weeks ago beat the Seahawks on an ESPN Sunday night game. Joey Galloway's return to punt for a touchdown for Seattle. Desmond Howard says, hey, take that. 63 yards, 10-7. Dennis Erickson's club has squandered a 10-0 lead. It's now 10-7. Harvey Williams in for the injured Napoleon Compton. 25 yards for the score in a 10-10 game, and the Raiders have a 17-10 lead. Chad Brown upset. Warren Moon trying to rally the Seahawks. Still throws the best-looking ball in the league. Mike Pritchard, slant, 28 yards. 4th and 1. Ricky Running Waters picks up a tough 3 and a first down. Minute 10 to go. From the 12, Moon to Christian Fourier. Fourier in Seattle because they tied it 17-all. 38 seconds to go. Donald Hollis, undefeated as a starter for the Raiders in relief of Jeff George. Drilled by Fred Thomas, personal foul. Second personal foul against him, 4th quarter. Hollis, slam to Tim Brown, down to the 21. Greg Davis, good! 38-yard field goal with 21 seconds left. Davis has missed a couple this year, missed one earlier. Warren Moon and the Seahawks fall to 5-5. The Raiders have beaten them twice in 3 games. And the Raiders up there marked at 7-3 as Hollis, 266 yards passing, 20 of 31. Pair of sacks for Darrell Russell in the Raiders win.
Primetime Players is brought to you by OnNet from MCI WorldCom, your one connection to the world.
Time I talked to Emmitt Smith on the phone this week, he said, how come I can't get a game ball from NFL Primetime? Well, you gave him one last week. Guess what? He's passed Walter Payton and Jim Brown. He's got 127 lifetime touchdowns, 3rd on the all-time list. Emmitt, we're giving you another ball. Now don't lose it. I'm express mailing it, Tom.
My game ball goes to Peyton Manning. What a great job he has done this season of maturing as a quarterback. 3 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Beats a good Jet squad. Hooray for Peyton.
Will the Dolphins' record of 17-0 and 72 be talked about a little bit on Monday Night Countdown? Oh, it might. Broncos trying to go 10-0. They travel to Kansas City, normally a tough spot.
Shh, don't talk about 17-0.
Tom. Hey, Falcons. Wow. Yes. Looking like what? Carolina a couple years ago?
Looking like Carolina might get a bye, and it's to play at home.
We might get a bye. For Tom Jackson, I'm Chris Berman. Bye.
ESPN welcomes you to the following presentation of the National Football League.
How much do you have to pay a guy to holler at him? You know, if I pay you $1 million a year, can I holler at you?
Well, you've hollered at me and you haven't paid me anything.
You know, general.
We've got plenty to holler about today. A high school teacher who became general manager of the Giants. A receiver who went from the back of the end zone to the front office in San Francisco. And a war hero who became commissioner of the AFL. It's Executive Decisions today on NFL Films Presents.
Hold on to your seats for this play, folks.
What kind of a call is that?
This is when the big dogs come out.
This one scores on.
I've always admired George Young, and it's not just because he drafted players like Lawrence Taylor and Phil Simms and gave Bill Parcells his first NFL head coaching job. No, it's because George Young was always a champion of everything that's right about pro football.
An emotional day in Baltimore as the Colts played the Ravens. This is a scene no Baltimorean will ever forget. With it went the memories at that time of Johnny Unitas and Raymond Berry and so many great teams. Johnny U on the Ravens sideline, as he is so many times. Message for the Ursays, message for the Colts. They will not forget in Baltimore, but I tell you what, it was the Colts that certainly remembered to bring their offense. Peyton Manning, Marshall Faulk, 34 yards, touchdown. Marshall did it with 7 catches for 75 yards, but he really did it with 17 carries for 192 yards, over 1,000 yards. Look at him go. Good. Go all the way. 68 yards, 267 yards, all told, rushing and receiving for Marshall Faulk. It was the Marshall plan. 17-10, the Colts lead second quarter. Peyton Manning to turn small. He had a big day. Colts outgained Baltimore 339-99 in the first half. They're rolling 24-13. Third quarter. One-time Indianapolis Colts quarterback Jim Harbaugh to Jermaine Lewis. Lewis sprains his ankle on the play, but we know what an athlete he is, Tom.
Well, very difficult to cover him deep. There are very few guys who can run with him, and you saw his ankle right there get rolled over.
Now it's 31-21, and a big difference in the game, even though the Colts had many more yards. Corey Harris, 5 kickoff returns for almost 200 yards. So Teddy Marchibroda's Ravens starting most drives near the 40, while the Colts were starting most of their drives inside the 20. So Harbaugh to Floyd Turner, 29 yards. Colts lead down to 31-28. Indy 3 and out. Priest holds. Make him the Pope. 39 yards. Ravens lead 35-31. Last chance for the Colts. Just over a minute to go. Manning to Faulk. Deflected to Ralph State. It's picked. It's fumbled. But the Ravens fall on it. And the fans send their feelings. An emotional day in the big crab cake. And the new Baltimore team beats the one-time Baltimore team. 38-31, Ravens over the Colts, despite 357 passing for Manning and a 540 to 314 yards advantage for Indianapolis, Tom.
Yeah, big run by Priest Holmes. The long play put back in the Ravens offense by Teddy Marchibroda. You saw Jim Harbaugh going to Jermaine Lewis again. This is what we were used to seeing at the beginning of the year.
And everyone in Baltimore said, no matter what you do, don't lose this game. And you know what? They didn't. Still to come. Oh, Doug Flutie returning to Foxborough. Would he weave his magic in the big Bills-Pats game? And could the Bucs win in Soldier Field? They hadn't won here. They're in the 90s.
Patrick, Joe Theismann, and Paul McGuire for all the festivities starting at 8:15 Eastern. Chris, thank you for letting me be a part of Primetime. Now back to you and Tommy.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers have not won at Soldier Field since 1989, and Moses Moreno. The Bears hoping, no, not Haven Moses, not Moses Malone. He would lead them to the promised land. Holder and part of Mike Durant, directional holding. The shovel pass to Ryan Wetnight, touchdown. Dave wants that, trying to pull out the stops at 7-7.
Yeah, we'll take another look at it. You're going to see Ryan Wetnight as the right wing. Andy Heck on the opposite side, along with Chris Villarreal. The nice two-hand push by the former Bronco Haran, and Wetnight with a clear lane to the end zone.
Now watch the following kickoff. It's not an onside kick, but it may as well be one. Jeff Mick Jagger kicks it off. Riedel Anthony lets it bounce. Hey, this is a live ball, and it's Wetnight again. That's Johnny on the spot. And the Bucs pick it up at it's picked up by the Bears at the 23-yard line. Chicago ball. 2 plays later. Moreno. I love that Moses wears number 4. Faux. Moreno to Curtis Conway. And the Bears lead 14-7. 7th-round pick from Colorado State, the rookie, with his first career TD pass. Tony Dungy says we need some big plays. And Jeff Gooch stole Christmas. Blocks Haran's punt. Rondé Barber goes down as a 22-yard punt return. What a great play off the block, tying at 14. The end of half, Bears offsides. Play cannot end on a defensive penalty. One more play for Tampa Bay. Trent Dilfer throws. What should Chicago do, Tom?
Knock it down.
They don't knock it down. Bryce Hunter, the young man who you saw carted off, on that Monday night game in September. Remember that scary scene? He's there to catch a touchdown.
And you cannot go out of bounds and be the first guy to touch the ball. Hunter was not the first guy that's a legal catch.
And the Bucks kept rolling in the second half. Trent Dilfer had 3 touchdown passes in the game. And the Bucks, hey, they get a break. They're 0-17 when it's 40 degrees or below lifetime. It was balmy in the Windy City. They didn't have to battle the thermometer. They won the game, 31-17. And it's odd to say, but at 5-7, they're in the hunt for the wild card spot. Trust me. Eagles trying to pull one of the biggest upsets of the year. Reggie, you might have other ideas for the Pack? Or they had lost at St. Louis. They had lost at Indy. Well, 1's an accident, 2's a trend, 3's a problem. But when you're with Bill Parcells, 4 didn't happen. They were playing Carolina. And I think the Jets got the message today, Tom. Not again. Curtis Martin, last 8 games, 6 have been 100-yard games. Martin breaks some tackles, gone. 60 yards, that's his longest run of the year. Look at the speed he shows, 10-7 Jets, and what downfield blocking?
Well, you watch the block that helps to free him. You talk about the wide receivers being active in the blocking there. You see Wayne Corbett on Kevin Green, makes a nice lane for Curtis Martin.
Jets lead 13-7 in the second reverse to Keyshawn Johnson. Just hand him the damn ball. Mawai, Corbett, Dedrick Ward blocks, and we take a look at it again because they are great downfield.
Yeah, let's take a look at the first 2 blocks from the backside position. There you see Mawai getting it right, the block right there, and there comes Wayne Corbett cleaning up as Keyshawn goes toward the cone.
Third quarter, 22-7 Jets. Vinny Testaverde. Look at the nimble one. Vinny scrambling. Keith Byers against Kevin Green. Green down. Sets up a 1-yard Martin run.
Yeah, they had Kevin Green in coverage on this play. He got into the end zone, kind of reset himself in a 3-point stance, comes up, and you see him take the hit right there on the head from Keith Byers.
He suffered a concussion, was all right after it did not return. Brian Cox, fine during the week. He's fine on Sunday. Sacked Steve Berline for the safety. 5 sacks this year for Cox, 31 the Jets.
Yeah, Brian Cox on the twist right there on Steve Berline, and a great job of not letting him get by with the overarm with the football and then get the ball off.
Hey, who says the refs are having a tough week? Look at Jim Quirk, the umpire, take Todd Berger and make him hamburger. You get down and stay down. We're not fighting here. Jets lead by 20 in the fourth. Testaverde. Throw him the damn ball. Wayne Corbett, 21 yards, 2 TDs to Corbett. The Jets in a laugher, 48-21. They've won 5 straight home games for the first time in 12 years. $110 for Martin, so he's over 1,000 yards. Vinny, 16 of 21 for 255. And it's a combination platter of coaching and execution. The Jets do a lot of little things well, and it's not an accident.
Well, the blocking of the wide receivers, as we saw there, Wayne Corbett on a guy like Kevin Green, getting him out of the way, clearing the way for Curtis Martin. Curtis Martin seems now to have found that rhythm that you want to get into the running game. Vinny Testaverde playing.
This one of the makings of a blowout. Ray Rhodes used to be defensive coordinator for Mike Holmgren. Team winless on the road in the last 15 games since Chuck Bednarik played. Dorsey Levens. Out 9 weeks is a great sight. He's back in running the ball. Looked okay. Roel Preston, watch out. Oh, he's drilled by Mike Caldwell. Can understand the fumble. Tom, some anxious moments.
Well, great job of timing up a hit by Caldwell here. And Roel Preston, you see the head and the chest snap right there. And he was down for a while, but he did return to the game. So, but a great hit by Caldwell.
3-0 Packers as Ray Rhodes brought his defense, that's for sure. Brett Favre to Derek Holmes. What a big game this former Buffalo Bill had. Eludes a tackler. What a move he makes to the outside. 24 yards. Sets up a touchdown, 10-0 Pack. The Eagles were led by Coy Detmer, brother of Ty. First NFL start. He crackers one to Jeff Graham. 16-yard touchdown. First wide receiver touchdown for the Eagles all year. Look at Detmer. Think he's excited? Pump? Pump? Too much time on the backswing, I think. Eagles trail 10-6 at the half. Detmer hit Deuce Staley. It's an ace. Staley, 29-yard gain. 3rd and goal, Philadelphia at the Packers 4. Detmer to Graham again. Graham's like his first touchdown catches in like 2 years. Look at Detmer. Yeah. He's looking at the Packers sideline. The Eagles lead at 13-10. Packers say enough already. Derek Holmes, midway through the 3rd. He goes over 100 yards rushing. Next play, Favre. Antonio Freeman makes the pretty spin at the 10. Touchdown. Favre looks at the Eagles sideline, says, got to give the Eagles the nod. They played the Packers tough in a game no one gave them a chance in, but in the end, Green Bay wins at 24-16 with 499 yards of total offense.
Yeah, and we've seen the Green Bay Packers do a lot of good things over the course of the last 3 years, but I think they spent the better part of the season this year searching for the running back.
See your Pontiac dealer today.
On to the other parts of the puzzle in the AFC East. Miami, average giving up 6 points a game at home. Dan Marino and the Dolphins at home to face the New Orleans Saints. Marino against young Kerry Collins, who seems to have found another home in New Orleans. Except not today. Loses the snap. Dragged down from behind by Kenny Mixon. 3 sacks against Mike Ditka's team in the first half. Dolphins, though, trail 3-0 in the second quarter. Marino. Look at the nimble Marino. Find Troy Drayton. What? He drops it, and look at that look. You've seen that before. Marino, back to pass. Picked off by Rob Kelly. 29 yards. The Saints think an upset. Boy, they play hard. It's 10-3 New Orleans.
Yeah, and you're going to see Rondé Gadsden here on a shallow crossing pattern. He's going to run into the official, what breaks the pattern up just as Marino's releasing the ball and allows Rob Kelly to make the interception.
The Dolphins come back as Ditka gives Kelly the big congrats. Marino. Yeah, O.J. did it to O.J. McDuffie across the middle, 22 yards. Career touchdown pass, 399 for Marino. A perfect throw.
Almost couldn't see it the first time. Boom, throw a little bit low. Watch McDuffie pick that ball right off his knees. That's a great grab with the hands.
13-10 Miami at the half. First play of the fourth quarter. Dolphins up 16-10. A little history. Marino to McDuffie. He's inside the flag, and he comes back to give Marino the ball, the first man ever to throw for 400 touchdown passes. Congratulations, Dan. 23-10 Dolphins. Marino having so much fun with McDuffie, he says, we'll do it again. Post pattern 3 times. And the Saints were tough for a while, but in the end, it was Miami going away. They win at 30-10. Marino 22 of 40 for 255 and the 3 touchdowns. McDuffie 9 for 102, and another fine day for the Dolphin defense, who held New Orleans to just 157 yards. Biggest game of the day in the AFC East was Buffalo 7-4 at 6-5 New England. A tale of quarterbacks. Drew Bledsoe. Would he play? Wouldn't he play? The broken index finger on his passing hand. It was right up to game time if he could go. As for the Bills, the return of the prodigal son. Doug Flutie, Boston legend, returned as the enemy, if you will, today in Buffalo garb. His lifetime at Schaefer/Sullivan/Foxborough Stadium, college and pro, he was 10-0 as a starter. Could the Patriots recoup the magic from Monday night? Bledsoe against Flutie, and Bledsoe, not Zolak, is going to start. 56 straight starts for Bledsoe. Maybe the finger hurt him a little bit here. Thomas Smith steps in front of Jefferson, and the Bills take over on the pick. Doug Flutie to Eric Moulds. Well, that combination has clicked to the Patriots 49. Moulds hit a big day. 12 plays later, Steve Christie, usually one of the most reliable, he struggled this year, misses 35-yard field goal. Remember it. So the Bills have controlled it for almost the entire first quarter. They have nothing to show for it. Bledsoe, Terry Glenn. They're a different team, Tom, with him in the lineup.
Well, Terry Glenn forces you to give him the attention, roll the defense his way.
Bills did a pretty good job on Robert Edwards, except when it came to catching the ball. Bledsoe to Edwards, 7-0 touchdown. How is Edwards wide open, Tommy?
Well, watch the nice screen here by Ben Coates. Just keep your eye on the tight end. He came in motion. He starts to muscle through a couple of guys, and he creates the screen to allow the pass to be caught.
Dan, little razzle-dazzle. The shovel pass from Flutie to Kevin Williams, but stopped after 2 yards. It's a 14-0 lead. Christie doinks one in off the left upright. Bills finally get a field goal. They're down 14-3. Now it's 14-6 third quarter. Flutie starts to feel it. Zings to Moulds across the middle of the field. Somehow makes the catch, and he could go all the way. 84 yards, 14-12. The Bills within 2.
Yeah, and Flutie's confidence has translated right to Eric Moulds. Watch the nice one-handed catch right there in traffic, and then he continues on down the field. Shows great courage and athleticism.
They try for 2, and they don't make it. It's 14-12. Now it's 17-15 pass. Flutie scrambles, dives. Is it a first down? Drive continues. 6 plays later, 7 minutes to go. Flutie. Andre Reed with pass interference called on Steve Israel. 3 plays later, 3rd and goal. After 2 runs are stopped, Flutie to Reed. 14-play, 8-minute drive. 21-17, Buffalo, but they don't get the 2-point conversion. Ken Irvin, Bills, hoping they can hold on. 54 seconds left, no timeouts. Bledsoe, Ben Coates, down to the 37. Bledsoe, Sean Jefferson, we're both feet in. This is on 4th down. The game's over if he doesn't make the catch. Oh, tough call, but they give the Pats a 1st down. Bledsoe, 6 seconds left. Hail Mary. Terry Glenn can make the catch, but no. Second life for Pete Carroll. Pass interference on Henry Jones. Game cannot end on a defensive penalty. So with no time left, to Coates in the corner. Carroll, Bledsoe, excited. Why not? They've gone the length of the field again. Wade Phillips, stunned. Bills say we're not even trying to defend the extra point. This is why the Patriots got 2 points instead of 1. They run it in. Patriots 25, Bills 21. On Monday night and on Sunday, they've gone 80 yards or more in the last minute or so of the game to win divisional games. Both they and the Bills are 7-5, and the Patriots and Drew Bledsoe in particular, a major gut check.
And that is correct. You have to start this with Drew Bledsoe. I think he's shown a great deal of character over the course of the last 2 weeks. That will translate to his football team, and now they're a different ball club going down the stretch. They have confidence that he will carry them on his right arm.
Stunning loss for the Bills, who could not put the hammer down when they absolutely controlled the first quarter, and it came back to bite them. That's the first time that Wade Phillips has worn that sweater without a zipped-up coat, and they've lost all year. We got a game left to show you. Seahawks, Boilers.
Over the years, we've produced a lot of films where we talk about the sportsmanship and the camaraderie that make pro football such a great.
Well, the New York Football Jets had won the AFC East for the first time in their history. Last time they won the division, of course, was the AFL East in 1969. They hosted the Jacksonville Jaguars for the first time ever, the AFC Central champs. It was the professor and the pupil. It was Bill Parcells against Tom Coughlin. Both so successful. Coughlin has a Super Bowl ring, courtesy of Parcells being on his staff with the Giants way back in 1990. For the Jets, it was their first home playoff game in 1986. But you know what? Most of those results at the Meadowlands in the playoffs, not too great. So they decided to make everybody happy from the old days. The uniforms that they worn were the same ones that they wore at Shea Stadium when, I think, in '68 they had a little bit of success. Bill Parcells' first playoff game as a New York Jet head coach. Vinny Testaverde on the drive. Screen pass. Curtis, my favorite, Mott. Kevin Mawai, the center, out in front as he's been all year for the block. 17 yards opening play. 4 plays later, 3rd down. Vinny Testaverde to Dave. Make it look at that little, make it go 14 yards for a 1st down. Next play, Testaverde. Talk about a guy that had a big game. Keyshawn Johnson, post pattern, 7-0 Jets.
You take another look at the play. We're going to see the safety, Donovan Darius, right there, going to be spot shadow for us. Watch Kyle Brady, the tight end, going to cut in front of him. And you see Keyshawn Johnson going to sneak in when he settles in that area at the 5-yard line. Keyshawn at the goal line.
John Hall with a long field goal makes it 10-0 Jets. Mark Brunell, 2nd quarter, early on, back to pass for Jimmy Smith. Underthrown and picked off by Otis, my man Smith. So the Jets take over, and on this possession, a wild play. Hand off to Curtis Martin. It's a fumble. Chris Hudson picks it up, but then thinks he's going swimming in the Hudson. A lateral forward on the ground, and Keyshawn Johnson is Johnny on the spot. So the Jets recover the fumble after Jacksonville recovered their fumble.
Play speaks for itself. Chris Hudson has to understand how valuable the ball is in a playoff situation on the road, cannot afford to give it back, and great hustle by Keyshawn Johnson to get down the field and retrieve the football.
So then what would happen is, to the chagrin of Tom Coughlin, the Jets have about, I guess, a 140-yard drive, Tom, about 70 before the first fumble. Then my favorite, Mott, hop, spins 9 yards. Same drive, 1st and 10. Vinny to Keyshawn Johnson. Boom! Takes a licking but keeps on ticking. Donovan Darius makes the stick after a 17-yard pickup.
This is too deep zone. The corner doesn't get a hit at Keyshawn. You see him focus on depth. Divine, the safety, knows he's going to take a hit. Great job of cradling the ball and keeping his feet in.
3rd and 8, 3 plays later. It's the reverse. Mawai in front. 68. Touchdown. Or no. Yes. Keyshawn. Running touchdown. Dave Thomas with the hit too late. It's 17-0 Jets. So they're going to go in the locker room 17-0, except 6 seconds to go in his own 48, Mark Brunell, just before half. What a beautiful bomb to Jimmy Smith, who gets behind Otis Smith. Touchdown, Jags, 17-7.
Easy route by Jimmy Smith. He just outruns Otis Smith to the end zone. Jerome Henderson a little late coming over, and what a throw from Mark Brunell.
So how about this? They get 113 yards of offense in the whole half, but 52 come on that one play. And Bill Parcells and the Natalie-clad Bill Belichick not too happy with the last play of the half. Ray Mickens on the sidelines of the Jets. With their DBs a little banged up. Brunell, the Keenan McCardell, and this it's underthrown to Corwin Brown. Picks it off with a pretty return all the way down to the 40-yard line. Second pick against Brunell. Jets go to work. Testaverde, the screen to Martin. Look at 70, Matt O'Dwyer. Crunching block. Martin, scissors between defenders for 16 yards. Vinny, the floater to Keyshawn. It's a tough. No, he's down at the 1-yard line. That's the same goal line they gave Vinny the touchdown. Keyshawn wants the touch. It was a good call. Next play, 1st and goal. He was down just before he was in. Vinny runs to the corner and kick save and a beauty. But no, the ball is not inside the cone. So 2 plays later, the Jets on 3rd down finally get the touch. Curtis Martin. He's my favorite, Martin. 24-7 Jets. Jets are close to blowing it out. But then a fake pass by Reggie Barlow on the kickoff. And it fooled the Jets. Only the hustle by 42 Marcus Coleman prevents a touchdown by Barlow, but he's all the way down to the 4. First 3 plays fail, and Tom Coughlin doesn't kick the field goal to make it 24-10. He's going to go for it. Belichick calling the defensive signal. Brunell on 4th down, a touchdown to Keenan McCardell. 24-14. Next possession, Jets. Vinny to Kyle Brady. Boom! Nailed by Donovan Darius again. He holds on, smelling salt. Put me back in, coach. 2 plays later. Martin. Keith Byers providing the block. 31-14 Jets. 2 TDs for Martin. Again, the Jets close to blowing out the Jags. But the gutty Jags running behind Tony Baselli get 29 yards for Fred Taylor.
Running left the majority of the time today behind their all-pro tackle Baselli.
3rd and 15. Brunell. Touchdown to Jimmy Smith. 19 yards at the 31-21 game. The Jags are hanging in. Next possession, Testaverde to Wayne Corbett. He tries for extra yards, and it's a fumble. Kevin Hardy with the hit, and the Jags have the ball, Tom.
Great job by Kevin Hardy. He misses the first time on Corbett right there. He comes back up off the ground, makes a play, knocks the ball out. Jags recover.
That would lead to a field goal, make it 31-24. Now the Jets are trying to put it away under 3 minutes to go. It's reverse to Keyshawn Johnson. Mawai out front. Johnson, the only mistake he makes is going out of bounds. He knew it right away, but it's a key 18-yard pickup. 2.5 to go. Vinny, this is a throw he wants back. Donovan Darius with the pick, but then Donovan Darius from Syracuse comes out to the 1-foot line rather than the touchback.
The one bad throw by Vinny today, throwing off his back foot as he was getting hit. And then Donovan Darius, again, you have to understand the situation your team's in, brings it out to just the half-yard line.
So the Jags out 4th and 3 from inside their own 10. Brunell almost sacked for a safety. 4th down magic, not good this time. McCardell threw his hands. The Jets take over on downs. And with under a minute to go, I mean, they're just leading by 7. They get the field goal from John Hall. And a big cheer you hear from the upper deck. The Jets are up by 10, 34-24. Brunell, last gasp. And the Jets have the hands people on defense. Look who's there for the pick. Are you kidding me? Keyshawn Johnson. See Johnny on the spot today or what? 2 friends hug at midfield, Parcells and Coughlin, like a ticker tape parade in New York. The Jets going to the AFC Championship game. A team that 2 years ago was 1-15, now 1 step away from the Super Bowl. 34-24. Vinny 24 of 36 for 284. Keyshawn, 9 for 121, touchdown catch, touchdown run, fumble recovery, interception, and Curtis Martin running and catching 182 yards. The numbers all Jets, but Bill Parcells knows that a win was a win, but, well, let him tell you.
It wasn't aesthetically perfect in a lot of areas, but that's a good win for this franchise, I'll tell you. So make no mistake about it. This team just didn't show up here at Jacksonville. This is not a first time for them. This is the fourth.
We made some foolish plays and some foolish throws, some foolish decisions out there, and you know, that's unfortunately that's the game. You're going to make those mistakes, but you've got to be able to bounce back.
From 1-15 to I guess 13-4, whatever the case is right now, is amazing. I mean, it's unbelievable. I don't think, you know, in sports you just don't have turnarounds like that.
This is our Super Bowl coming up. We're not worried about the Super Bowl. We're worried about the Denver Broncos.
Game on one hand, 15-1 Minnesota, undefeated at home, winning games by about 24 points a contest in their dome. Set a new NFL record this year with 556 points scored. Arizona, 7 of their 9 regular season wins by a mere 3 points or less. Last week, their first playoff win in 51 years. Could Arizona come into Minnesota and win? It was truly a battle of David against Goliath. But Arizona went undaunted. What do they have to lose? They win 1 every 51 years. Now we're going to win 2 in 2 weeks, they feel. Vikings' first possession would it be Moss against Aeneas Williams? No, they started running the ball. Robert Smith, 12 yards up the middle, and David Palmer became a feature player early.
Yeah, and you see Randall Cunningham lined up at the top of your screen. He's going to be doing his job of blocking up at the top of the screen. A lot of different looks shown by this team the first 15 plays of the game.
Cunningham then on 2nd and 10 on the opening drive, a little play action, a little spin, and a toss to Smith, who's down to the 3. 2nd and goal then from the 1. Old Viking fans remember outdoors, 44 was Chuck Foreman. Indoors, it's Leroy Horde. 7-0 Vikes, a drive of over 7 minutes to open the game. 3 and out for Arizona. Next Vikings drive, 1st and goal from the 8. Play action, Cunningham to Randy Moss, picked off by Aeneas Williams, who was such a star last week against Dallas. He's got a convoy, and Aeneas is going to go up to midfield. Tom, Aeneas is as smart as they come at this position.
Great job of reading by Aeneas Williams. You saw him take that glance in the backfield, cut off the route by Randy Moss to make that pick. That's a great job of knowing where you are on the field.
For the Cardinals trying to take advantage early 2nd quarter after the pick, and Jake Plummer going for the downs, but he went way downtown, and Robert Griffith, one of his 2 picks, and he's going to return it to the 38-yard line. Vikings ball next play after the miscue. Cunningham looking for Randy Moss. Now, these are the Vikings that we expected to see. And Moss makes the catch of 45 yards against Aeneas. And 3rd and 8 from the 15, Cunningham. Indoors, you don't need to wear gloves. You need to wear a Glover. Andrew Glover, touchdown, 14-0 Minnesota.
Yeah, Andrew Glover here going to run the route on J.J. McCleskey, and you can see does a great job of beating him with the swim move over the top and a great throw by Randall.
So Jake Plummer back to pass, pump fake, and right in the hands of Griffith. His 2nd pick, and the Vikings, boy, they learned to turn it immediately. They don't just happy with an interception. They always look to return it all the way. He's out of bounds at the 16. They get a field goal, 17-0. Cards driving, Mario Bates. 1st and goal, nothing. 2nd and goal, Plummer, stopped. False start, Cards. 3rd and goal, Plummer. Chris Gedney can't hold on. 4th and goal, they got to get in. Plummer. Who's open? No one. Rob Moore, make it happen. You can't make that happen. But flag on the play, roughing the passer called on Dwayne Rudd. And the replays, it's a close call, but...
Well, the quarterback running to the sideline. Dwayne Rudd comes in. You see him look like he tries to pull up with his arms right there. Momentum carried him right into Jake Plummer.
Want to protect the quarterbacks, Tommy, so they get another shot. 5th and goal. Larry self-centers in motion. Mario Bates, a touchdown. 5 plays for the 1. It's 5th effort, and they get in 17-7 now. Robert Smith with under 3 minutes to go first half. Oh, he looks so good sometimes. Up the middle for 27 yards. Vikings running on the nickel defense of the Cards. 2nd and 9 up at the 16-yard line. Half minute to go. Cunningham chased out of the pocket. Finds Horde. Horde dives over the cone. It's called a touchdown. Weren't sure first. Good call, though, Tom.
A great effort by Leroy Horde to get the ball on the pylon before his knees was down, and a great call by the official because not a one of us watching it could tell when we looked at it in live action.
24-7 Minnesota at the half the route many expected. Third quarter, third down, Plummer. How does he escape? He dumps it to Rob Moore. He's a magician. Moore, all the way down to the 7. 4th and goal. Boy, I tell you what, when they get to the 1, I mean, it's always exciting. It took 5 plays, once. There's 4th and goal. Touchdown, Mario Bates. 24-14, Vince Tobin's team hanging around. Next drive, Minnesota. The pitch back from Robert Smith. Chris Carter is open, down to the 3. They only get a field goal. Good job of the Cards, holding him to 3, so it's 27-14. They're still within shouting distance. But then Jake Plummer can't hold on to the ball. A flag, plays over. Lomas Brown pops a Viking. Larry Centers slaps Anthony Bass. Not a good scene. Flags and lost ball. Minnesota in business. Arizona loses poise. Cunningham. Later in the drive, rolling, firing. Touchdown, Randy Moss. Take this picture. You got it. Another shot, third shot, fourth shot, focus play. You got it. 34-14. Read your morning paper. The score 34-21. Horde, his 3rd touchdown of the game. Vikings lead it 41-21. That's the final. Dennis Green and owner Red McCombs. They're 16-1 this year. As the Vikings, in a score many expected, but not the tempo many expected. Vikings win it 41-21. Leroy Horde with 3 touchdowns in the game to offset 3 yards running, but 3 touchdowns for Mario Bates. Vince Tobin says afterwards, you know what, Minnesota, they're good.
Minnesota's got an excellent football team on all sides of the ball. They're very strong on offense, very strong on defense, and they got a great kicking game. And we didn't play as well as we would have hoped to play.
We wanted them to defend all aspects of the field. We used Palmer, we used Leroy Horde, we used Robert Smith. And I think of the combination of all the things, we added a few new wrinkles that they hadn't seen during the regular season. And that's what you have to do in the playoffs. You have to do what you did well to get you there, and you got to add a few things. It gives Atlanta a few more things they have to think about next week.
Well, look, they won 41-21, so who are we to say? It just looked like a curious start for the Vikings. At times, they lacked the usual gusto.
We are not surprised by the final score, but I think that certainly they would have liked to have played the game with more enthusiasm. But as Chris Carter said, I think they tried a lot of new things, especially early on in the game, to force their opponent, the Atlanta Falcons, to have to think and design a lot of different schemes against this offense. But next week, certainly, they will have to play a better game, I think, in terms of their standard offense and in terms of their run defense.
Well, Minnesota will host the first Dome Championship game ever next week, ever. As we go inside the numbers, something we can tell you about next week. The 4 teams, the Vikings, Falcons, Broncos, and Jets, since they started the Super Bowl in the 60s, never have the 4 teams playing in the championship games have had a record as good as these 4, 55-9. Should be a great weekend. When we return, game balls. Would it be my favorite Martin? Would it be your favorite Viking? We'll be back.
By 10-10-321. Dial it and save 50% on calls over 10 minutes.
My game ball goes to Keyshawn Johnson. Hard to play a more complete game than he had. Almost had 2 receiving touchdowns. Did have 1 rushing. Had an interception. Had a fumble recovery. And my game ball.
Mine goes to the Minnesota offensive line. They played with enthusiasm. 188 team rushing yards. 1 sack allowed.